The link to the story will be in the description.
The Mouse of Konoha by Obsidian Dreamer. The Mouse of Konoha. Throughout his life as a ninja, Naruto Uzumaki would be the first to admit he was blessed with a plethora of great ninjas that served as teachers, confidants, friends and, in some cases, the family the orphan Jinchuriki had never known. From these ninja he learnt many varied and different lessons in all topics from love to fighting and everything in between. However, if one was to ask Naruto what his most important lesson was, the answer would probably have surprised everyone who knew the blonde maelstrom. The lesson Naruto judged as being the most important thing he'd ever heard came, not from legendary ninjas such as Kakashi Hatake, or words of wisdom from the late, great Jiraiya the Toad Sage. Instead, the would-be Rokudame Hokage would pinpoint the day, even the minute, of learning his most important life lesson as the time when an old ramen vendor leant over his Bart and swiped his empty bowl from the under his 4.5-year-old customer's nose. Hey, the child tried to snatch the bowl back but, as he overbalanced, was forced to focus his attention on suddenly not tipping over the stool he was sat on. What gives Gigi? There was still broth in there. There were a few drops, nothing more, Tucci smiled, immune to Naruto's annoyed pout by dint of long exposure and ruffling the mop of blonde hair as the boy tried to glare up at him. Anyway, you'd better be off now, Naruto-chan. The Hokage might get worried if you're not on time. Ah, Gigi knows where I am. His diminutive client shrugged before tapping his chopsticks on the table. I got enough time for another bowl. To his amazement and dismay, however, his second favorite Gigi in all Konoha after the Hokage himself merely shook his head. Sorry Naru-chan, no more, no ramen. It was the end of the world as far as the 4.5-year-old could see. Why not? The ramen vendor shrugged. Nothing's free, Naru-chan. Much as I'd like to, I can't afford to fill that little pit of yours up every time you come in here. The child giggled as the man leant over and prodded his belly, making him cover his stomach as Tucci explained further. What do you think would happen if I fed you to the brim every time I saw you for free? It was a question that immediately had to light fire up in Naruto's eyes. Free ramen, whenever he wanted. It would be an earthly paradise he'd never want to leave. Hell, he'd sleep on the floor of Ichiraku Ramen to make sure it never ended. However, his childish dreams, perfectly valid as he was still a child after all, were brought back to earth with a bump as Tucci explained things as simply as he could. Well, what would happen would be that I'd be able to for a little while. But what do you think would happen after that? If I was feeding you for free, I wouldn't make any money, and then what would happen? Naruto thought hard for a minute, so hard he had to screw his eyes up in concentration. For a minute Tucci thought he'd have to explain things all the way, but even as he drew in the breath to speak, his customer's eyes suddenly snapped open and the blood drained from his face. No money, they'd mean, you wouldn't. The stand would. It was the apocalypse. Paradise had become a hell on earth, trapping Naruto in an illusion so strong it would have made an Uchiha weep with envy. No, I'll pay, I'll settle my tab. Here's Gama-chan, just don't go out of work. Calm down, Naru-chan. As the boy suddenly dove into his pockets, searching frantically for his little frog wallet in order to stop the risk of his beloved ramen font drying up forever, Tucci spoke up enough to break through his blind panic. I've got enough money to keep this shack open until Ayame-chan can take over. But, just remember that nothing's ever free. If you want something from someone, you have to offer them something in return or they'll just say no. It's the way I've lived my life, and I'm first to admit I'm not a rich man. But I'm comfortably off and I'm happy with my stand, my daughter and my favorite customer as well. Hands slowly retreating back out of his pockets, Naruto listened attentively as Tucci pointed to his menu on the side of the bar. Smiling broadly as his Gigi complimented him at the same time, he soaked in the wise words like a sponge. For me it's simple. People give me money and I give them ramen. But I can imagine for a future Hokage it'll be a lot more difficult. All that politics and working things out to run the village. But as long as you remember that life's a game of give and take, I don't think our future Hokage will go far wrong. Hearing those stirring words and his already prodigious self-belief fortified by the mere fact that someone believed in his dream, Naruto leapt up onto his seat with one hand thrust defiantly into the air, challenging the world that seemed to have set itself against him to try and pull him down. You bet, Gigi, I'm gonna be Hokage and look after everyone. You, Ayame-ni-chan, Gigi-san and everyone else in the village. Tucci chuckled slightly at the youngster's antics before making a shooing motion with his hand. I know you will, Naruto, but before you do that you'd best be off or Hokage-sama might get worried about you. For a minute the child looked confused before his eyes fell on the battered old clock hanging on the back wall of the ramen stand and he jumped off his stool like a scalded cat. Oh no, I'm gonna be late. Bye Gigi. With that last shouted benediction Naruto was off, racing out of the stand and into the street as Tucci watched him go, wiping down the bar before him and chuckling at the antics of the youngster he considered a young son, or at least a nephew, never even considering the thought of just how much his words had changed the future of Uzumaki, Naruto, Konoha and even the 5 elemental nations as a whole. XXX. Despite his speed, which even now was quite remarkable for someone his age, though Naruto of course didn't realize it, unaware as he was of the tenet in his belly that had inadvertently sped up the development of his body to ensure he could handle its venomous chakra without poisoning himself, the blond boy was distracted as he ran towards the Hokage's tower. For some reason he couldn't get Tucci Gigi's words out of his mind, considering them over and over in his head as he sprinted along the pavement, moving too quickly for the glares and sneers of nearby villages to nip at his heels like usual. Nothing's free. Those 2 words most of all stuck out to him. But does that mean Gigi won't make me Hokage unless I do something for him? But what could I do to make him give me the cool hat and fancy robes? It was a question that was still in the forefront of his 4 and a few months old mind as he bounded up the steps of the Hokage tower, chin in one hand as he casually avoided ninja traveling the corridors, moving towards his goal of Gigi's desk as unerring as a thrown kunai. It was a route he'd traveled so often he didn't need to think to get there, though he remembered his manners enough to give a smile to the Hokage's secretary as he moved past her desk. She didn't smile back though he didn't notice, but that might have been due to the fact that he didn't so much walk past her eyeline as under it. In fact, the only warning she had that he was even there was when the door to the Hokage's office swung shut with a bang. Not hearing her muffled shriek of alarm, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitcher looked up at the old man who ran the village hidden in the leaf and raised a hand. Hey Gigi, now Tucci Gigi said if I do something for Gigi, Gigi should do something for me. Though a relatively simple though process by necessity as it was meant for a 4-year-old to understand, it was still an effective one as the Hokage looked up and was promptly struck dumb at Naruto's next question, can I do anything for you? Where on earth? That had been a thunderbolt from a clear sky and no mistake. Sarutobi had been expecting the boy to be bouncing around his office declaring he was going to be in the Hokage's seat soon enough and asking for ramen. So the relatively respectful, if a tad loud, he wasn't that deaf yet, request for help was something entirely unexpected. Nay, Naruto, the boy looked up smiling as the Hokage played for time by refilling his pipe, trying to think how to phrase his next question. I'm grateful for the offer, but what do you mean? I was talking to Tucci Gigi, the ramen vendor. Sarutobi had met the man a few times while treating his little charge and considered him a passing acquaintance, more so as he was the only man in the village other than himself whom Naruto had gifted with the nickname of Gigi. High praise indeed from the Jinchuriki, and he said bout nothing being free, so if I do something for you, can you help me become Hokage? Not quite what I was expecting. Though caught slightly by surprise by this revelation, Sarutobi took it in his stride, lighting his pipe as he leant back in his seat. Though quite an interesting introduction into the world of village politics it must be said. Masking his thoughts, the Sandame smiled at his young charge and steepled his fingers in front of his chin. Well, Tucci Gigi is a very wise man to tell you that little lesson so soon. Very true. I don't think I learned it until I left the academy. Hell, some of the council still haven't figured it out. Shaking such morbid thoughts out of his head, the Sandame reminded himself that there was no council meeting until the end of the week and, as the standard pile of paperwork on his desk caught his eye, an idea to keep Naruto out of mischief for an hour or so popped up in his head. And since you asked, I do have a job you could help me with. These, he waved a hand towards one of the numerous entrays on his desk, are the standards missions to be assigned for the day. Wow, Naruto interrupted without meaning to as he took in the towering stack. There's a lot of paper. Indeed, the Sandame agreed before getting back on track. But before I can stamp them, I have to assign them a rank. The ranks go from D rank, which are little more than chores to teach fresh genin skills like teamwork and stealth, through C, B, A and eventually up to S rank, which are exceptionally dangerous missions that usually need Junin or Anbu to complete. What I want you to do is, come over here. Naruto obediently pulled up his standard chair so he was on the opposite side of the desk as his Gigi, watching on attentively as the Hokage lifted the top quarter off the stack of paper and placed it in front of him before handing him a pencil. Right, just read through these missions and mark with the pencil what rank you think the mission is. Write the rank up here. He tapped the top left of the sheaf of paper he placed in front of the boy. Naruto pointing at the spot with the tip of his pencil and nodding as he memorized the spot. And put the missions in separate piles, one pile for each rank, but if you see something you think is S rank, tell me immediately. I have to go through them with a fine-tooth comb before I stamp them, and there's usually a time limit on missions that important. Think you can handle that? Naruto gave a smile and a jaunty salute before leaning over the first mission, scrutinizing the paper with his pencil at the ready. No problem, Gigi. I'll get this done in no time. That was a slight exaggeration, of course, and the morning was broken by Naruto's questions about certain details of the mission, or if walking dogs or catching a cat really counted as a ninja mission, or when he didn't understand what a particular word meant, though Sarutobi providing a dictionary and explaining how to use it quickly stopped those queries and improved Naruto's vocabulary into the bargain. But apart from that, it went quite well. Freed from the standard time-draining mission assignments, the Sandaime was able to make a sizable dent in the other paperwork infesting his desk, though he did remember that he'd have to quickly read through the small piles of paper Naruto had made to make sure the boy was right, as he wasn't quite trusting enough in Naruto's abilities to put the lives of his ninja in the hands of someone a fraction of his age. Though actually, a little devil of mischief popped into existence on the Hokage's shoulder and started to whisper seditions into his mind, making the venerable god of shinobi smile. Wouldn't that be just the thing to make the council sit up? Oh yes. And the missions department is now being looked after by Uzumaki Naruto. Yes, the Jinchuriki. And he's doing a very good job for a 5-year-old. With any luck, it might get Danzo out of my hair via an unfortunate heart attack. In truth, though, the Sandaime knew he just wasn't that lucky, and the grizzled old war hawk was going to be a thorn in his side for the rest of his days in office. Still, as it rolled around to lunchtime, the Sandaime couldn't help but be impressed by Naruto's newfound determination to be a help in his village, as the piles he'd been making were growing in height and he'd gone through at least half of the day's missions, his slow pace due to him having to consult the dictionary continually to learn the new words needed to understand the requests for Konoha's ninja. With that in mind, he stood up and reached for his official hat, his blonde charge looking up as he donned it. That's enough for now, Naruto-kun. I think you've more than earned some lunch, and yes, raising a hand to forestall protest, the old cage held in a smile, we'll get ramen. Yay, ramen. That was all the motivation Naruto needed to shoot up from his seat and chuck his pencil on the desk. His last mission assigned as a C rank as he skipped around the Hokage's feet. Have to see Tuchi Gigi again. Maybe he'll give me more ramen if I can help at his stand. I can't see why not, but I'll treat you to a few bowls myself, Naruto-kun. You certainly worked hard for them. The Hokage was expecting an outburst of cheering at this announcement, as ramen was by far and away the most effective motivating factor Naruto had. To his consternation, however, the boy appeared to calm down at the pronouncement, seeming to think hard for a minute before he looked up at his Gigi again, bright blue eyes clouded with thought as he asked his question. Thanks for the offer, Gigi. Bu. I was gonna ask Tuchi Gigi if he needed help for ramen. Well, that's a good thing to do, Naruto, the Sandaime answered carefully, a little put out that his idea had been shut down by his unofficial grandson. But in that case, what can I do to say thanks for the help? And no, I can't make you Hokage yet. I think about it over lunch, the Hokage suggested, leading the Jinchuriki out of his office and politely informing the secretary that he wouldn't be available until the afternoon in the same motion. But until then, I'm looking forwards to some fresh air and a nice bite to eat. XXX. Despite the fact that he knew he was taking a serious gamble for his business, and possibly his life, when he accepted Naruto into his stand without gouging him for his money, in Ichiraku Tuchi's eyes it had been a gamble well worth taking. Not only had Naruto himself wormed himself right into the heart of the Ichiraku family to the point where Ayame, at the tender age of 9 3/4, would instantly blush like a lit firework if her father tried to innocuously suggest how cute a couple she and little Naru-chan would make. But the Hokage had become a regular customer at his stand and, as if by magic, the number of customers his stand catered for had increased considerably and consisted mostly of ninja. not ashamed or disgusted by the presence of the demon child frequenting the stand as, in their eyes, the Hokage being there was the highest seal of approval any establishment could hope for. Right now he was at the tail end of the lunchtime rush and clearing up the stand, idly hoping that Ayame would have her school homework done in time to help with the evening rush, when he noticed the pointed hat that had entered his store and immediately bowed down low. "Hokage-sama, an honor to see you," he broke off as the older man wafted a hand dismissively, a smile on his wrinkled visage. "Ah, no need for that, Tuchi-san. Have enough of that with the council. Sometimes I think Naruto-chan is the only thing that keeps me truly sane." As if by magic, the boy appeared from behind his would-be grandfather, beaming broadly as he rubbed his hands together. "Hey Tuchi-Gigi, can I get a bowl of beef ramen?" "Of course, and yourself Hokage-san." "Hokage-san," the ramen chef corrected himself, grateful to see the village leader nod in gratitude as he sat himself at the bar, Naruto bounding into the seat next to him as he made his order. "One of shrimp please, though I think Naruto has a proposition for you." "Really?" That surprised the chef and he turned from his steaming pots and pans in time to see Naruto, after a slight nudge from the Hokage, remember what he was going to ask in time to meet the chef's curious gaze. "Yeah, thanks Gigi, I forgot. Tuchi-Gigi, can I get some more ramen if I help in the stand at all?" Much like the Hokage before him, the question threw the ramen vendor for a loop before he could collect himself, wondering what Naruto was up to this time. However, seeing the face of his surrogate son bent into a pleading expression, Tuchi felt his heart sublime to pulp and he couldn't help but nod, thinking of the pile of dirty dishes waiting for him at the back of the store when he had a quiet moment, or, if that didn't occur, awaiting Ayame's skilled hands when she got back from school. I can't see why not," he said carefully, grateful as Naruto's face seemed to cheer up like a sunrise as he went on, ladling his latest potion of noodles into twin bowls. "Lots of washing up though, it'll be boring Naru-chan. Sure you want to do it?" For ramen, the boy broke his chopsticks in half as he devoured the bowl in front of him with his eyes. "Anything." XXX. Blowing softly over his meal, the Hokage watched as Tuchi refilled his favorite customer's dish and wondered what was going on with Naruto today. He'd obviously taken Tuchi's words deeply to heart and his attitude was refreshing to say the least. Certainly less annoying than bouncing around like a rubber ball shouting he'll be Hokage someday, though I can't blame him for being the way he is. He is ignored and stepped upon by most of the villagers and even some of the shinobi, all for a sacrifice he never asked to make. The melancholy thought almost made the Sandaime sigh, though he caught himself in time to avoid triggering Naruto's suspicions. Trying to work out a happier topic, the Sandaime brightened himself and looked over to the young Jinchuriki, now halfway through his second serving. "Naruto-kun," he looked up at his name, hastily swallowing his latest mouthful to look at least half presentable as he listened to the forthcoming question. "We must discuss the matter of your payment." When the boy looked confused, the old man elaborated, "For the work you did this morning." Recognition dawned in those blue eyes before, to the Sandaime's surprise, Naruto seemed to slump a little, thinking hard. "Hi Gigi, I forgot for a minute, but I don't know what to ask for, or I know, but dunno how to." Sounds like he's got something on his mind. "I wanna be a ninja Gigi. I know you can't teach me, you're the Cajun, too busy." "I been there now, I know dat." Both shared a chuckle at that before Naruto got serious again. "But I wanna learn, and I know I can't just ask ninja to teach me, gotta do something for them first, but I dunno what I can do for them." It was a question that did, Sarutobi was forced to admit, stump even the professor himself for a moment. Naruto did want to become a ninja, that was true, but at the same time he was at a disadvantage to most of his age group, who were either clan children at best or wouldn't be hated and shunned like he would be at worst, so it was unlikely he could get external training without, as the boy so succinctly put it, doing something for his teacher in kind. The main issue of course was that Naruto was just a boy, a very young one, so what he could do effectively was very limited, and most ninja could handle their own washing and other errands. In fact, most of them did to maintain a semblance of normality in their otherwise brutal lives. So it was a neat little conundrum Naruto was in now, and it was one Sarutobi could only answer slowly as he turned it over in his mind to try and see a solution. "Well, most ninja need training and basic supplies such as food, or food substitutes such as food pills and blood pills, though you're far too young to learn how to make either of them, Naruto. That was one avenue shut off, but not a major loss as the Hokage went off. They need clothing, explosive notes, and no, I can't show you how to make them yet as they are very dangerous to get wrong. But apart from that, most of them need weapons. Usually shuriken and kunai, though some use senbon and maybe a blade such as a ninjutsu or katana. By the end of that little list, Naruto's eyes were as wide as his dinner dish and he whistled lowly. Face a long list, but where did they get their weapons from? There it was, with the words of a child was the magic sequence completed and thought process run to conclusion. Sarutobi knew it was an ongoing D-rank mission he was potentially compromising with his idea, but, at the same time, if a team of genin were under threat from one pre-academy student, then why the hell were they genin in the first place? Realizing Naruto was waiting for an answer, the Hokage composed himself and gave his carefully measured answers. Well, most nin buy them from the blacksmiths and outfitters in the village, though they can be expensive and get lost easily during team training sessions and aren't always picked up by their owners. Seeing this had piqued the youngster's interest, Sarutobi moved on to the next phase of his plan. In fact, that could be the answer to your problem, Naruto-chan. How? It was almost, but not quite a desperate plea as Naruto stared hard at his Gigi with the cutest pair of puppy eyes he could muster. What do you mean, Gigi? How does it help? Well, some nin don't tidy up after themselves. But if you did, and picked up the used kunai and shuriken and whatnot, then you could trade them to the nin for some training. By this point Naruto's eyes were shining so brightly it was a miracle there weren't Anbu investigating an unexplained chakra outburst in the ramen store. The broken bits you find, most blacksmiths would pay for that, which should put some pocket money in your bank. Alright, the Jinchuriki was in ecstasy by this point. Slurping down the rest of his ramen and vaulting off his stool. I'll get going right. After you finish the washing up, Tucci cut in smoothly. One dishcloth holding hand pointing towards the back of his store. You said you'd help me, Naru-chan. Don't bite off more than you can chew when you want to help people or it'll come back and bite you. Don't forget that. Suitably chastised, Naruto ducked his head before mumbling his apology. Sorry Tucci Gigi, I forgot. Gigi, I'll have to start tomorrow. Good, you'll have to have a few things before I let you loose on the innocent training ground of Konoha, Sarutobi mentioned. Surprising the blonde child who'd expected him to be disappointed that he couldn't take up his great idea right away. Come back to the office once you've finished with Tucci-san and we'll finish the paperwork. After that, I'll pay my dues and make sure you're fully kitted out for your job tomorrow. Naruto saluted again with a smile before turning to the stand owner. Hi Gigi, I'll see you later. Okay Tucci Gigi, he thrust a dramatic finger forwards, to the washing up. XXX. Later that night, once the paperwork was finished and the Hokage had quickly pointed out to Naruto where in his mission classification he'd gone wrong. Though overall he was quite pleased as the boy seemed to understand the different mission levels and had done a reasonable job for his first try. Both Hokage and Jinchuriki were walking around the town to one of the weapon outfitters Sarutobi knew and trusted implicitly. As usual, Naruto was skipping around the older man and talking about nothing of importance while the Hokage was trying to keep up with his effervescent charge and keep him on the straight and narrow as they moved towards the store. As he saw the sign swaying gently in the wind before him, the Hokage deftly reached down and caught the child by the back of his t-shirt, halting his prancing with a minimum of fuss as he spoke. Naruto, we're almost here now. This is Hasawata's, an excellent shinobi outfitter who will do two things for your plan. Can you guess what they are? Naruto thought for a moment. He'll buy the broken weapons I find, as Sarutobi nodded he went on. And he'll know nin I can trade with. Almost. He may very well know nin who'll want the weapons you can find, but I was thinking more that he'll be the one to supply what you need to comb the training grounds. You'll need something to carry your haul with after all. That was a point Naruto couldn't argue with, so, without complaint and confident that with his Gigi around nothing was going to go wrong for him, the two of them entered the store together, a little bell tinkling overhead to alert the proprietor to his new customers. XXX. Maruta Hasawata was a man who, like many in the Hidden Leaf, had had his future plans drastically altered by the advent of the Kyuubi. During the desperate rearguard action to hold off the monster, Maruta, then a Chunin shooting for Junin, had been caught with the edge of one of the monster's attacks and knocked immediately out of action, his coma plagued by terrible nightmares that hadn't completely vanished years after the event. That single act had shattered his nerves completely and forced him to retire from active service in his village, though he was still on the reserve list at genin rank and determined to do his part for Konoha. To that end he had trained as a blacksmith and set himself up as a merchant for his shinobi friends, many of them still in action to this day, and settled down to raise a family so the next generation of Hasawadas could take their place as defenders of Konoha. Unfortunately the Kyuubi, damn its infernal soul to the blackest pits of hell for all eternity, seemed discontent with just ruining his career and had thrown even his backup plan into jeopardy. For all that his dear Kishikoi told him it made him no less of a man, Maruta would forever be damning his bad karma that he couldn't have children of his own to inherit his legacy. However, after mulling over his choice for a few days and helped out by his wife's firm demeanor, and his mother-in-law's even firmer hand to the earhole, he decided that if he couldn't have children of his own, he could still ensure that another child would be looked after properly. There were many orphans following the Kyuubi's assault, but, after his attention, one of them was an orphan no longer. In fact, he was promising to help her with a little school homework when his shop bell rang. Idly wondering who it was that would be calling at this time, he stepped behind the counter of his shop only to catch a glimpse of the customer and bow low. "Hokage-sama, how may I be of service?" The old Hokage chuckled, motioning for him to stand. "Maruta-kun, stand up. The Sarutobis have been coming here since almost the founding of the leaf itself. I think you're allowed a little leeway in the grace and favors department." Maruta chuckled at that, remembering the Sandaime before he had inherited his robes the first time around, albeit barely, as he'd helped his father as much as a boy of 8 could do so, trying to tidy up and not get underfoot in the process. But still, he had a daughter now and it was his job as a proud parent to keep her on the straight and narrow. "Maybe so, Hokage-sama, but I must instruct the younger generation in proper manners." Seeing Sarutobi quirk an eyebrow, the man leant back through the door he'd entered the shop from and shouted back, "Tenten-chan, come and see who's here." "Tenten-chan?" The sudden questioning shout that arose from behind the Hokage's robes grabbed Maruta's attention enough that when the hated beast emerged from behind the robes like something poisonous and slimy oozing from some crevice in the earth, he was too far gone in his shock to realize that his well-laid plan had well and truly gone up in smoke as his 5-year-old little girl, the new light of his life, had toddled around the corner of the customer's bar. She was too short to see over it and promptly laid eyes on the voice she recognized. "Whiskers." Maruta could only watch aghast as little Tenten made a stumbling run towards the monster. No, not a monster, its container. As he fought to get a grip on his irrational hatred, he could only watch as the boy she'd referred to as Whiskers strode out to meet had and wrapped his arms as far around her middle as he was able to. Despite being only a year older than him, Tenten had always been taller throughout all the time they'd ever been in the orphanage together. "Hey Ten-chan," Naruto greeted, beaming as the girl wrapped her arms around his shoulders before stepping back, a matching grin on her face. "Knew you'd been adopted. Didn't know you were here though." "I wanted to tell you but there wasn't time," she replied apologetically, not looking at him directly as she remembered the inexplicable run the matrons of the orphanage had flown into when she'd asked to speak to Naruto and let him know she was finally leaving with her new family. "How are you now, Whiskers? The others leaving you alone?" Mostly, his reply was nonchalant because he didn't want to worry her in any way. The few bruises he did get faded quickly. "Bout you. You looked." He stepped back and examined her up and down, taking in the new look a world away from the identical uniforms the orphanage made its patrons wear. For her part, Tenten merely smiled shyly, waiting for him to overcome his surprise at her nice pink shirt and dark trousers, and the way her mum, she couldn't get enough of that word. Mum, she actually had a mum now, had styled her hair into the cute twin buns on her head. It was a fantastic look that had made her teacher compliment her and the other girls in her class all. "You look like a panda." All those beautiful dreams came crashing down like a broken stained glass window, the shards ground further into dust by her father's sudden and unstoppable snort of laughter. Heck, even the wrinkly old man behind Naruto looked like he was sniggering, though Tenten didn't notice this as her face darkened and she stamped her foot in a temper. "I don't look like a panda. I'm a pretty princess." "You do so look like a panda," Naruto told her in no uncertain terms, smirking slightly as he folded his arms truculently. Means you're the panda princess now, Ten-chan." She opened her mouth to argue the point before the idea took root in her mind. "Panda princess. That's not actually so bad. And she smiled back at her childhood friend, anger drained away to nothingness and allowing her to see the bigger picture for the first time. Like the robes the old man was wearing, and the Hokage's hat that sat low on his brow. Wait, Hokage's hat, oh Kami. Hokage-san, previously red face suddenly white. Tenten didn't even realize she'd used the wrong suffix as she bowed low to the most powerful man in the village. Gomen, I didn't see you. No need to worry, Panda Heim. The name made her peek upwards and, seeing the old warrior's benevolent smile, she allowed herself to relax as the Hokage gently pushed Naruto forwards. Why don't you go and play with Whiskers here? I need to talk to your father. At that declaration, Tenten gave a small squeal of delight and grabbed Naruto by the hand, dragging him around the counter as her father, still not quite recovered from his laughing fit as a result of Naruto's blunt assessment of his daughter's wardrobe, watched unamused. It's great here, Ruto, the girl spoke quickly. Naruto just left to nod as she half led, half dragged him into the living areas at the back of the shop. Daddy was a great ninja and he's teaching me how to use weapons. I got my own starter set for kunai and shurikens, and I'll be using ninja wire soon too. Cool, Sarutobi heard Naruto's voice float from behind the counter and fade away as he was lost to the old man's view. I'm gonna get kunai and shurikens too, but I need Gigi to help me too. Sarutobi just about heard Tenten begin to admonish the younger boy for calling the Hokage old before he moved over to the store owner and said neutrally, "You know the difference between the kunai and the scroll?" It was a loaded question if ever there was one and, fortunately for his future, Maruta nodded, a little shamefaced as he couldn't meet the older man's eyes. Hi Hokage-sama, I know. He just caught me by surprise and, well, the old nightmares don't rest easily. At this explanation the Hokage nodded, looking a little mollified before resting his elbows on the bench and getting down to business. I know, but your daughter seems to have taken a shine to him. I remember Naru-chan telling me about a girl that wanted to be a ninja just like him in the orphanage. Well, she ended up in the right household for that. Maruta just about stopped himself looking too smug at the praise before turning serious, understanding that they were getting to the meat of the issue. But apart from that, Naruto also wants to be a shinobi and has a unique idea of how to become one. To do that though, he'll need a few things from you. Professionalism taking over, the ninja outfitter looked his village leader in the face and nodded. What does he need, Hokage-sama? I live to serve the great tree. XXX. Seeing the last thing Gigi had picked out for him, Naruto suddenly found himself less than completely confident that the old man was completely coherent mentally. Isn't it a bit, right? That's the whole idea, Naruto-san. The shop owner seemed to take over and make his pitch. A professional eye on the display piece before him as he held up a single arm of the jumpsuit before him. Hokage-sama told me your plans to go combing the training grounds for weapons to trade and sell, but he was worried that you might accidentally get caught in a training exercise. This jumpsuit, while not suitable for ninja to wear, will stick out and make sure any ninja around will see you a mile off and know not to attack you while you're working. Okay, that makes sense, Naruto answered after a moment of thinking, though he didn't look entirely convinced as he turned curious eyes towards Maruta. But if ninja can't wear them, why do you have them? At this, the older man had the good grace to look embarrassed. They were meant to be white, for Anbu visiting cold places like snow country, but the supplier got the color wrong and I haven't been able to shift them yet. At this Naruto laughed, not unkindly, before pulling the jumpsuit off the hanger and shucking it over his shoulders. There was a bit of a struggle to try and fit into the one piece of clothing and, by the time he'd managed it, Maruta was looking embarrassed at his misjudgment. The Hokage was amused and Tenten was all but rolling around on the floor in laughter. You look, she hugged herself, gasping for air at the sight of Naruto's face framed by the collar and back of the jumpsuit that was at least 2 sizes too big for him, making him look like a small Akamichi. You look like a mouse trying to hide in a hole. Yeah, that's it. She stood up tall, making her declaration. If I'm a panda, that must make you a mouse, a cute little mouse trying to hide from the big bad panda. Mouse? Naruto repeated the word as he tried to extricate himself from the jumpsuit which, having swallowed him up, seemed reluctant to spitting him back out again, so much so that Maruta himself had to step him and help wrestle him free. Yeah, a mouse. I can live with that. I already got whiskers. He pointed to his cheeks, making Tenten chuckle again as her father rang up the till for his customer. not caring about the lateness of the hour. Well, one suit, one large rucksack with tear-proof interior, one set of shinobi gloves and 2 tear-resistant storage sacks, Maruta recanted, inwardly pleased of his own suggestion that carrying 2 bags would allow the boy to split anything he found into trade and sell piles on the spot rather than root through it later. That would come too. He was cut off by the Hokage. Bill it to my tab, Maruta-san. I owe Naruto-chan for the help he gave me earlier, he explained to both children, Naruto in particular ecstatic with such a revelation and hugging his leg as the Hokage spoke to him. Come by the office tomorrow morning, Naruto-kun. I'll have a map ready that will show you the training grounds you can enter and on what days they're not in use. Thanks, Gigi. I won't go in any grounds where anyone's trainin', Naruto promised, aware that the Sandame didn't want him accidentally injured by flying kunai while searching too close to where ninja were training. So, thanks for everything, Maruta-san. The storekeeper smiled and returned the young boy's bow. My pleasure, Naruto-kun. I look forwards to doing business with you, that much is true. A bright idea of his to trade damaged good for fresh supplies he can barter for ninja training. The idea that Naruto, despite being young, had quite a head for business on his shoulders wasn't lost on the ninja outfitter, though it was lost when he heard his latest customer try to say goodnight to his daughter, only to find himself viciously accosted. Apparently Tenten-chan still wasn't completely enamored with the impromptu nickname Naruto had bestowed on her. Okay, I'm sorry, Naruto giggled, slapping away her tickling hands as the bun-haired girl stepped back triumphant. Good night, Ten-chan. She giggled in triumph and folded her arms victoriously. Night, Mouse. Hey, of course, the nickname got Naruto fired up at once. How come I'm Mouse but you're not Panda? 'Cause I'm bigger than you. Beaten by the face of such logic, Naruto could only curse as she grinned again. Won't be forever, he promised her threateningly, though she just sniggered again as he bowed a final time to her father and left the store with the Hokage. Maruta watched them go and began closing up for the night, only for his daughter's voice to bring him to a halt. Daddy? He looked down to see her twisting one of her fingers in her hair, a sure sign she was apprehensive about something. Yes, dear? Will Naruto-kun be back here? The relief that flitted across his daughter's face once and for all confirmed logically to Maruta that Naruto wasn't a demon. How could a monster make an angel like his little girl care for it? Now if only I could agree with that sentiment emotionally. Of course, Panda-chan, she pouted at the nickname, but, unfortunately, it had stuck in the man's mind. He'll be about to trade his wares. If you're in, I'll let you play with him. As Tenten squealed in happiness and embraced him in a hug, Maruta hugged his daughter back and let his thoughts turn towards peace again. Then maybe I can let this old nightmares fall silent again. The next morning, with his new suit on, a map in his hand and the permission of the gate guards, Uzumaki Naruto squared his shoulders, took a deep breath and made the first of many steps towards his goal of becoming Hokage of Konoha. Look out, world, here comes the mouse. Mouse tails. Okay, I can do this. Leaning against a tree next to him, Naruto shifted the rucksack on his back and gained a measure of reassurance from the clinking of metal within. In a way it was ironic, as he should have done the hard bit already over the past couple of days. Though he hadn't expected the training grounds to be paved with abandoned weapons, they had been a little more barren than he'd been hoping. Still, he'd picked up a good amount of scrap metal, mostly shuriken with teeth missing, but the occasional kunai without a tip was also present. But earlier in the morning he'd really lucked out and come across a brace of kunai. Old but still perfectly serviceable, obviously thrown in a spread into the training ground that the owner hadn't retrieved. So he had the gear to trade with, but, sneaking a glance at the pair of ninja he could see actually occupying the training field he'd carefully picked to try and trade his goods on, he found himself unusually shy and hesitant at taking the first step in his ninja training. But, I shouldn't be nervous. Once more he tried to get over the jitters, clenching his fists until the knuckles went white. I'm just getting some training and supplying them with. Hey, Gaki, the sudden shout broke his train of thought and made him jump a foot in the air. Come out, you're not hiding from anyone in that get-up. Why are you on our training field? This place is off-limit to civilians. Well, civilians that want a long life expectancy at least. Hearing his teammate shout, Guy found himself looking over his shoulder in time to see a bright orange something step out from behind the tree it had tried to hide behind and, after a minute of indecision, trekked slowly towards where the two ninja were taking their repose after a hard training session. Summing up what he was seeing in an instant, the taijutsu expert found himself agreeing with his louder partner. Whoever this person was, it was obvious they were a child, and dressed in a way even he might have considered slightly out of the ordinary. He kept his peace, however, trusting the older nin to handle the situation as it resolved itself. As the child approached, Guy felt a vague sense of recognition as he saw the blue eyes and bright blonde hair, but where from exactly eluded him as the child finally made to where the two nin were taking a break, swinging off the rucksack that was around his shoulders just as Guy's superior eyed him up suspiciously and asked, "Well, what are you doing here?" "Here to trade, huh?" Luckily it wasn't only Guy's thick brows that were suddenly drawn together in consternation as it appeared his partner, "Wonder why she didn't give me her name when she asked me to train with her," was as nonplussed as him as the so-called trader opened the top flap of his backpack and pulled out a sack, got kunai and shuriken to trade. With that and a clatter, he upended the bag and let a motley collection of weapons fall onto the grass. Some were in better condition than others and all had seen better days, but they were functional, practical and, most importantly, with a little sharpening and polish, they would get the job done. Seeing his partner taken slightly more aback than he was, Guy took the initiative and proclaimed in his usual voice his thanks. "Yosh, the flames of your youth are a conflagration." The fact that the boy had bounded back 5 feet at the sound of his booming tones seemed to escape the chunin as he carried on. "What is your name, Trader-kun?" "En Naruto," he was answered a minute later, the boy taking in his appearance again with all the care and caution of a SEAL expert examining a faulty explosive tag. "I'm Naruto." "Well then, Naruto." Both men looked at the kunoichi as she casually flipped a kunai out of the pile and examined it before dropping it again with a snort. "Word to the wise. If you want to earn bread as a trader, at least keep your wares in good nick or you won't make a Rio." The boy folded his arms as though she'd accused him of something. "Dunno how. I just picked them off at trainin' grounds. Those are just the ones I think you can use. The broken ones are still in bag." That got the attention of both chunin. "You've been around the training grounds?" Guy said carefully, looking uncharacteristically serious as he considered the risk to the child's health, as watching ninja in training was generally not considered to be safe as a spectator sport. However, the child merely smiled again and nodded. "Yep, Gigi showed me ones I can go on every day. I just look for weapons to trade." "I see," the kunoichi said colorlessly, seeing like all seasoned shinobi a potential threat to village secrets and already moving to counter such threats. "And who is your, Gigi, who tells you where's safe to go?" "Oda's Hokage Gigi," the boy answered without a care in the world, causing Guy to goggle at his lack of manners as his partner simply snorted in laughter at the name. "Oh, priceless. I'd give my right arm to be in the same room as the guy who called the Sandame, Gigi, to his face, and my left to be in the T&I department when they got hold of him afterwards." Still, there was still business to be done here before they could let the child carry on with what appeared to be a self-imposed task. Though he appeared to be little threat to anyone, it was impossible to be too careful. "Oh, and did the Hokage give you a permission slip for this, activity?" The boy nodded, hand diving towards one of the side pockets of his rucksack. "Yep." After fishing for a second or two, his hand emerged from the pocket with a small piece of paper clenched between dirty fingers. "Here why go." Taking and unfolding it, Guy craning his neck to look over her shoulder, the kunoichi seemed satisfied and handed it back to him. "Okay kid, you're clean and I'm down a couple of shuriken," she stated, scooping a couple of the best-looking ninja stars from the small pile, running them against the flesh of her palms to see their sharpness. "Need a run over with a file, but there's no lumps missing out of them. They should fly well enough. So, how much do I owe?" "Train me." The response brought both her and her partner, who had been examining one of the boy's kunai, up short. For a second she was sure he was just joking, but the blinding grin, coupled with the folded arms and triumphant expression, told her otherwise. Not sure exactly where he was going with this, she was suddenly grateful for the presence of her partner asking the question rattling around in her head. "What do you mean by training, Naruto-kun? Though your flames of youth shine like a beacon, you're too young to be a genin." Deducing that this meant he wasn't believed, Naruto gave as much as of an explanation as he'd been able to come up with to himself. "I want to be a ninja, I can't go to the academy yet," he said slowly, making sure the others could follow both his words and his reasoning. For some reason only Gigi and Tuchi Gigi seemed to completely understand what he was saying. Apart from Tenten-chan of course, and I got no one to teach me. So I'm trading weapons foe, lessons on how to be a nin. Okay, so he's not a clan child. Probably an orphan as he said he had no one. Reasoning it all through in her mind as Guy made a convenient distraction by immediately going on a rant of youthfulness that fully occupied the boy's attention. The kunoichi fitted the pieces together neatly. And there's only one boy I know who could get away with calling Sandame Sama an old man. Yep, gotta be the Kyubi brat. Like most nin, this knowledge didn't really faze her at all as though she'd been too young to serve under the Yondaime for long. That didn't mean she hadn't heard stories of his sealing talent and therefore trusted that the monster would never be free again. Interesting that he wants to be a nin though, and not a bad way of going about it. Not like some of these clan brats wanting it all on a silver plate. Bitter memories of her own academy days washed over her, but she forced them out as unimportant, especially considering what was going to be happening over the next few days, and instead focused on what she could possibly teach the kid in the next few minutes. Okay kid. Guy, stop traumatizing the little guy, and if you fire up that ridiculous genjutsu again I will use every weapon he's picked up to make holes in your spandex. In the face of such a threat to the precious training suit, even Konoha's noble green beast was forced to back down. Much to Naruto's relief, as it had looked like the strange man with the stupid hair and caterpillar eyebrows had been about to hug him. I'll keep these two shuriken. So then, first lesson, in an instant Naruto was attentive and hanging on her very word, making her hide a thin smile as once more an old voice whispered in her ear that she might have made a good academy teacher someday. Most important thing about being a shinobi. Tip out the other weapons you picked up. Obediently Naruto appended the other bag his rucksack held, making sure not to mix up the usable weapons with the junk as he did so. Looking through the pile, the kunoichi immediately picked out something that would illustrate her point perfectly. Naruto looked up as she picked up an old shuriken, spotted with rust and with one of the teeth snapped clean off, and brought it forwards towards him. Look at that then, old, rusted and no use to man nor beast, right? Yep. Wrong. Her forceful denouncement of his agreement made Naruto jump again, though he was still watching as she flipped the shuriken between her knuckles and swiped the air with it. Just because you can't throw it doesn't mean it can't kill. First lesson about being a shinobi kid, one they don't teach at the academy for some kami unknown reason. Everything is a weapon. You've heard stories about ninja killing men with chopsticks, right? She waited for Naruto to nod before carrying on, a mirthless chuckle in her voice. They're not stories, kid. It's happened. I've seen it done and done it myself. That wasn't strictly true, as she'd only blinded the man that had attempted to grab her at a restaurant, but she figured a little white lie never hurt anyone as she pressed on. First thing that should be on your mind when you go anywhere as a ninja is, what can I use as a weapon in here? You go into a bar for instance. Your thoughts should be along the lines of, could I get behind the bar for cover? If I smash that sake jug, would I get a sharp weapon I could use out of it? Is that napkin strong enough to garrote someone with? Available weapons, kid. She nodded at where Naruto was now staring at her wide-eyed. In the hands of a shinobi, anything can kill you. As a shinobi, you should be able to kill nearly anyone with anything. As she'd expected, the kid was quiet as he digested that lesson. Guy too was mercifully silent as her words echoed in his mind, and try as he might he couldn't refute them. Despite their unyouthfulness, working with tools such as those has saved the lives of myself and my team on more than one occasion. Seeing as she'd made her point, the kunoichi, knowing she'd done as much training as would be any good for her forthcoming mission, made to leave the training ground after inclining her head respectfully towards Guy before, surprisingly, a small voice made her pause. If you're always thinking about what to kill people with, his 4-and-some-month-old mind having processed her idea as much as it was able to, Naruto now looked for someone else to fill in the numerous blanks. How do you know who you should kill? Good question, very good question. The kunoichi realized this kid was a little sharper than average when he'd outlined his plan to get training in the first place, but this question more than confirmed his intelligence. Okay, that'll be shuriken number 2 to answer that. Naruto nodded rapidly, considering that more than a fair price, right? You know about shinobi missions? Yep, Naruto said with a hint of pride as he spoke again. I help Gigi rack them up when he's read them sometimes. That was close. Naruto realized he'd have to keep his attention a little more focused if he wanted to stay in the Hokage's good books. Gigi had asked that he not tell anyone he occasionally read through and preliminarily marked the missions prior to the Sandame reading through them and applying his seal on the grounds it might scare some of the nin off taking missions. Luckily the kunoichi didn't appear to have noticed his slip and carried on speaking as though he hadn't stuttered. Fine, well these missions should tell you who to kill. With any luck while you're a genin you won't have to kill anyone. This good, though even Naruto was smart enough to know that killing was all in the line of duty for shinobi. But that didn't mean he looked forwards to it. From the look the man with the strange haircut was giving him he thought he'd been right to say that. Even the kunoichi nodded in agreement, though there was a hint of warning in her tone as she carried on. Right, but remember the mission only ever tells half the story. It tells you who to kill, not who to trust. Seeing the confusion writ large on the Gaki's scared face, she elaborated, you know Konoha teams are usually in threes, right? In your case 2 other genins and your Junin sensei. Well, on a mission, they're the only people you trust. Everyone else is suspicious at best and an enemy at worst. Naruto's eyes grew wide. Everyone? She gave a serious nod. Everyone, she began ticking off on her fingers. Villagers can be bribed or just be stupid enough to try and pour poison in your food, or try and cut you up while you're asleep, and people in charge of villages and towns like governors usually are stupid, corrupt or both, and they can try and make sure your team has an accident when you're working. Hell, even clients can lie about missions. It's happened before and one of my friends was forced to quit being a shinobi because of some dumb bastard asking for chunin on an A rank where he needed anbu. She survived while 2 other members of her team were killed and it shattered her nerves completely. But that's what can happen out there, kid. And that's before you take into account enemy nin or anyone else who actually wants to try and kill you. It's a bastard of a job being a shinobi. You have to learn to actively seek the truth behind everything that you read or are told. Look underneath the underneath, as some people call it. Basically, kid, don't trust anyone who's not part of your team. Listen to them, take advice from them, sure. But never trust them because you can guarantee that the one time you do, karma will be there ready to rip you a new one. It wasn't quite what Naruto had envisioned when he'd come up with this idea about getting training as a ninja. He'd been anticipating learning cool ninja tricks or unbeatable combat moves, but these cold, forbidding truths were enough to chill even his normally burning personality. So much could go wrong. Are all shinobi like this? He didn't want to think so, but the man in green appeared to be listening to the woman as well and he wasn't correcting her. So that meant he at least agreed with some of what she said. He wasn't sure if he liked the sound of that at all, but a sudden tinkling noise made him look up from his train of thought in time to see the woman use the toe of her sandal to flip a third shuriken from his pile into her hand. Stowing it away in her equipment pouch, she faced him again with the glimmer of a smile on her lips. Tell you what, make it 3 for luck, kid, she bargained with a smirk, though inside she was just grateful to snap him out of his little depressed funk. Don't get down about it. It's just the way this world is at the minute and it sucks, but we can't do anything about that, save try to go along with it. A lot of people, a lot of nin have bled or even died to learn what I just told you. But because you were smart and came up with a way to trade for this information, you know now what could save your life later without having to learn the hard way. Anyway, enough of this. One last lesson for my last star. A way a ninja can even the olds when the Shiya. One look as Guy's eyes hardening to chips of colored glass made her choke off the curse halfway through, replacing it with a weak-looking smile and contrite explanation. I mean, when it all goes down the drain. The lesson is this, kid. She waited for Naruto to lean forwards, desperate to hear the latest words from the new oracle he had found, before speaking 2 simple words that would, though she didn't know it, end up shaking the ninja world to its foundations. Fight filthy. Huh? Obviously Naruto's confusion must have shown on his face as the woman stepped back, motioning to her former sparring partner. Tell you what, give you an example. Guy, stop looking ornamental and come over here. Hearing the command, the younger Chunin leapt over to where the woman was standing. Wow, that was fast. I never even saw him move. Naruto was so caught up with the Chunin's display of raw speed that he didn't register his name being called until one of the blunted stars the woman had picked up bounced off his head. Ow. Pay attention. If I'd been your enemy you'd now be dead. And don't worry, it'll stop bleeding in a minute. It's not a deep cut. Just press hard and it'll go away. Seeing a thin smudge of blood on the hand that he'd reflexively shot to his abused forehead, Naruto grumbled but complied, knowing the scratch would heal quickly anyway, as the woman had Guy stand shoulder to shoulder with her and began the lesson. Apart from that, Gaki, This here is Maeda Guy, one of the best taijutsu, or fighting if you like, ninja in Konoha. In a straight fight he completely blows me out the water. She began pointing at different parts of the spandex wearing man's body, the newly dubbed Maeda Guy obediently holding out body parts for comparison as she did so. He's stronger than me, got more reach than me and completely skins me for pace. Because taijutsu is his focus, he's also better trained than me and can probably figure out my taijutsu style in an instant as he knows several. Means I'm going to get creamed by him in a fight, doesn't it? Now say he's my enemy. I've got to get past him to do a mission. How can I beat him? How do I win, Naruto? The boy thought hard for a second. Don't fight with taijutsu? Perfect. She clapped at his assessment. Guy in turn nodding and doing some uncomfortable pose while giving a smile that made Naruto have to blink stars out of his eyes. Ideally I wouldn't fight him hand to hand. I'd use ninjutsu or a weapon to take him out. There's an old shinobi saying, always take a kunai and a jutsu to a fist fight. And this is precisely why you do that. If Guy can't get close to me, he can't hit me and I can complete my mission. However, Naruto, who had been feeling rather pleased with himself at his answer, immediately looked attentive again as her tone lowered and she asked a second question. Say I don't have that luxury. He's got the drop on me and I've got to fight him to get through. How can I beat him? Ask nicely. The answer made both shinobi snort with laughter, though it had been the only thing Naruto could come up with on the fly. After settling down and with a huge smirk still on her dainty lips, the kunoichi looked at the boy as Guy recomposed himself, though the occasional snicker still escaped his stock-still posture every now and then. Not quite what I was after, but it might work. I wouldn't recommend trying it, but it might work. She smiled again before wrestling down her feelings and continuing. But remember what I said earlier, fight filthy. That's what I was after. Naruto looked between the chunin, still not quite understanding what she was driving at. Is fighting filthy, and it means don't fight fair, she corrected and explained in the same sentence. Basically I'm not going to beat Guy in a fair fight. So why the hell would I fight fair? I'm not. If I had to, I'd cheat and use every dirty trick in the book to win. There are hundreds of them. Throw mud in his eyes, kick him in the soft bits, bite, pull hair, use insults to make him lose his cool and attack recklessly, use anything around you. Available weapons? Good lad, you're learning, she complimented his blurted-out observation. But yeah, if it's there, use it. When you're thinking like a nin, the only thing that ought to be on your mind is carrying out your orders and looking out for your team. Fighting fair is just a pretty idea that samurai use, which is why 9 times out of 10 a nin will kill a samurai in the field, because no nin worth his salt ever fights fair. If your mission is to deliver, say, a scroll somewhere, then you had better make damn sure that scroll gets where it's supposed to go and hang anything else. You don't go picking fights with rogue nins, you don't get sidetracked. You pull out all the stops to get the mission done and make sure everyone on your team gets home safe, okay? If you have to whip your shirt or pants off as a distraction, and a lot of kunoichi have done that in the past, me included, you do it because you can regain your dignity, but once your life is over, that's no coming back. Understand what I'm saying? Seeing Naruto nod, Guy decided to add a couple of ryo of his own to the mix. It's true, Naruto-kun. On one of my missions while I was a genin, I was forced to fight a missing nin who used Doden, earth techniques, including stone armor that my flames of youth were not strong enough to overcome. But by saying unyouthful things about his mother, I was able to enrage him, and using this I tricked him into jumping after me while I was stood upon a frozen lake. He didn't realize this until it gave way under his weight. His armor was too heavy and he drowned in the cold water while I, though injured, was able to rejoin my team. Hearing about these ideas being used in a mission seemed to do the trick, as Naruto looked up with more understanding in his blue eyes than had been there before. Seizing the initiative while she had the chance, the kunoichi clapped her hand to gain the boy's attention. Okay, that's my 3. Now, homework, Naruto-san. Though too young to go to school, it seemed all children had an instinctive understanding and loathing of that word if the flint that ran through him was anything to go by. Don't worry, nothing too taxing. And it's not really homework if you think about it. It's an essential life skill all ninjas should have and hone at every opportunity. What I want you to do is every time you go into a room, or a public place, or anywhere really, look around and see how many different weapons you can see and how you'd use them. If someone comes in after you, Imagine he's going to attack and try to work out the best way to defend against him. Needless to say, seeing a fire of anticipation starting to smolder behind those brilliant blue peepers, the kunoichi decided to quickly bank such a fire before it raged out of control. Just do this in your head. We don't want you to get in trouble for attempting to stab innocent civilians to death with paperclips. That was the right thing to say, as it made Naruto giggle. Even the kunoichi herself looked amused as she readjusted her equipment pouch and looked back to where Konoha sat awaiting her. Best to go now. I want a night to get everything settled before my next mission. Guy, I'm leaving him in your hands. Sorry Squirt, but I've got places to be. She defended herself against his reflexive puppy dog eyes as she moved off. Hearing Guy earn his salt by picking something off the pile of equipment, his loud voice dogging her heels all the way back to Konoha. "Ah, Naruto-kun, this kunai looks fine for me. I lost some during my most recent competition with my eternal rival. Now for payment. You know you cannot be a ninja if the flames of your youth burn in an unhealthy body. You are a little too young to learn an effective taijutsu style. No, don't let your fires dim. It is just a fact of life that your bones and muscles aren't yet strong enough to support hard taijutsu training. Instead rejoice, for you are young and your body is still growing, making it very flexible and receptive to learning good habits that will serve as the basics for taijutsu training in the future. As Konoha's noble green beast, I swear I will draft up a training regime for you to follow every day in exchange for your kunai wares. This regime will consist mostly of stretches to increase your flexibility, but I think a few exercises for strength as well. Still, we should not tarry when the sun shines so brightly, or we risk wasting our youth. Before I can tailor my ideas to your needs, we must see where you stand. Follow me and we'll take a leisurely jog around the training grounds. Flames of youth, explode." Poor kid. Truth be told, she did feel a little guilty for leaving one so young so exposed to concentrated youthfulness, but at the same time she couldn't quite stop a smile creeping onto her lips. Still, if anyone can help the kid, it'll be Guy, though knowing my luck he'll be in spandex with a bowl cut before he hits 6. The Hokage would have my guts for garters for that one, but as she turned her attention back towards the gates of her home village, the smile faded to a thin, grim line as she thought about what was to come. He's not going to get the chance. Though Naruto would keep a weather eye out for that kunoichi, intent on offering discounted rates as she'd been so nice, on his travels of the training grounds, he would never find her again. When he next bumped into the man he came to know affectionately as Fuzzy Brows Sensei some months later, Guy would tell him that the woman was not able to train as a shinobi anymore. The taijutsu master had wanted to leave it at that, but the boy would not be dissuaded, and eventually, the Chunin was forced to reveal the truth behind their impromptu meeting and her subsequent disappearance. The kunoichi, whose name even Guy hadn't been told, had recently retired from the Anbu following the death of her entire squad and requested a mission of exemplary suicide to end her shinobi life and join her comrades in the afterlife, dying in combat for the good of Konoha not 3 days after bidding farewell to Naruto and Guy as the relief team mopped up the few remaining missing nin of the people smuggling ring she'd blown wide open and mostly wiped out. She had only been on the training field to polish up her taijutsu skills against one of the young up-and-coming Chunin and understand how younger nin fought when Naruto had met her. But through her he learned some of the most important lessons any shinobi could know. Once he dried his tears on Guy's Chunin vest and talked to the man to understand how closely death stalked in the lives and shadows of shinobi, Naruto had cut his day short and gone home to light a small stick of incense he asked his Jiji to buy him in honor of the nameless woman who had taught him so much. He chose the incense because it was the closest smell he could remember to her own. A smell of sweat, earth and battle, the honest scent of the shinobi way of life, and, as it burned, he closed his eyes, pictured her again and recalled her lessons from his head. Available weapons, trust your team, never fight fair, and he dried his eyes again, seeing the kunoichi in his mind's eye once more, her voice seemed to echo back to him from across the veil. Live every day like it's your last. Because one day it will be. To ensure he remembered these lessons, he would light a stick of incense on the day of her death every year for the rest of his life. XXX. It was beautiful. 6 teeth, perfect balance and not a hint of rust on it. Hell, the damn thing was so new he could even smell the oil its previous owner had used to stop rust forming on the metal of the shuriken his keen little eyes had spotted. The weapon was one of the newer design. One that had only been on Hasawada-san's shelf for a few weeks, but apparently they were selling like hotcakes and, therefore, were in high demand in Naruto's line of business. The Uzumaki knew the second he'd seen the shiny shuriken that this little ninja star pretty much had the words, "Free Ninja Lesson," printed on it. By that logic, it simply had to be his. The very large tree said Ninja Star was embedded in, however, didn't seem to have gotten that message, hence why the newly christened mouse of Konoha was currently engaged in a one-boy tug of war with a giant redwood and, unsurprisingly, coming off second best in this endeavor. Whoever threw this thing? Naruto paused from his frantic tugging to wipe the sweat from his forehead before finishing his thought, punctuating each mental word of his rant with a venomous tug. Really, meant, business. Damn, if I could get a proper grip on it I could probably shift it no problem, but it's too high up the tree for that. Not for the first time Naruto cursed his lack of height. More than once he'd been forced to turn his nose up at a potentially tradable weapon simply because he couldn't reach it. But that wasn't an option now, even if he could only just reach the lowest tooth of the weapon with 2 fingers when he stood on tiptoe. Stepping back and kicking the tree petulantly, the blond child folded his arms as he glared up at the prize his shortness was denying him. In his mind the problem was simple. He couldn't reach the eyelet of the shuriken to get a firm grip on it, and he wasn't going to risk jumping for it again. Not after that kunai nearly 2.5 weeks ago had nearly severed a couple of fingers as he'd mistimed his jump and grabbed the sharp bit rather than the handle. That incident was the reason he'd started carrying a small first aid kit around in one of the side pockets of his rucksack. Not that he'd ever let anyone find out about it due to the embarrassment factor. I need. Whispers of available weapons arose in his mind and he heeded them, realizing that he needed not a weapon but a tool this time. Looking around for something that could suit his purpose, his eyes lit up as he noticed a small branch, seemingly newly fallen, on the forest floor some 15 feet away. Swiftly seizing it, Naruto jabbed the impromptu branch up towards the pinned shuriken, only to curse softly when he realized even the thin end of the branch was too wide to fit through the shuriken eyelet. He'd have to trim it to size to make sure he could recover his prize in optimum condition. He could have simply tried to bash the star out of its prison, but that ran the risk of blunting or, worse, destroying it completely by snapping off a tooth. No, Naruto reasoned as he slid his pack off and rooted through the broken weapons for something with a sharp edge. This would take time, tact and delicacy to pull off. Only a patient mouse would get the cheese this time, so with the longest edge of a jagged, broken kunai, Naruto began casually stripping wood off the thinnest end of his newest find, bringing it up to eye level to inspect his progress on occasion before, some 15 minutes and a nicked finger later, he placed the kunai by his feet and hefted the stick in both hands, tongue poked out the corner of his mouth as he tried to aim the sharpened end towards the shuriken's eye. Luckily Fuzzy Brow Sensei's talk about hand-eye coordination must have counted for something as he managed to hit the target on the third attempt, not even trying to suppress a hiss of triumph as he rammed the weapon into his target, making sure the wood was wedged in place before he started to slowly wiggle the shuriken free. He pushed forwards, backwards and from side to side, seeing that the disc of metal was gradually coming free before, with a sudden pop, the whole contraption gave way unexpectedly and almost pitched Naruto onto his face. The Jinchuriki swayed on his very tiptoes, flailing for balance before, with a grateful sigh of relief, he sank back onto his feet and, with an excited yelp, dropped the stick in his hands lower, greedy for his prize. Carefully levering the shuriken off the branch that now impaled it, the boy gave it a last-minute casual inspection, ran his thumb over the middle to wipe off a few residues of sap from the branch and placed it carefully in his trading bag. Satisfied he'd got what he came for, Naruto stood up and made to leave only to pause, seeing the branch he'd used by his feet and not at all sure what he should do with it now. It was useful, but it's too heavy to carry that far. That much was certainly true. Despite the training he'd been doing, Naruto's arms were still shaking from the exertion of manipulating such a heavy chunk of wood even for such a short time. Nah, I have to leave it here, but it was a decent bit of kit to have. With those thoughts in his mind, the youngster carefully dragged the branch towards where he'd found it, giving it the best possible burial he could manage in the circumstances, and kept the idea of the branch in his mind as he left to try and find ninja to trade with. The reminder of the branch was rooted so deeply in his mind that when he came to his last stop of the night, inspiration didn't so much as strike as check the sun and demand why it had taken him so long to figure this much out. Hearing the bell over his head tinkle, Naruto slipped off his pack just as Maruta, who had been busy restocking shelves in his display aisles, looked up and smiled. "Ah, Naruto-kun, hearing the jingling as the boy slipped off his pack, the weaponsmith flicked a glance towards where the packs of kunai, ninja wire and shuriken were stored. He must have had a big haul, though most nin usually train more in summer. I was expecting you tomorrow. Had a good day? You bet. Got loads of scrap for you, Maruta-san. As if to emphasize his point, there was a tinkling crash as Naruto swung his scrap bag to the floor, the sound bringing a squeak from Tenten, who'd just come down the stairs from the living quarters in the back of the shop. Word on the trainin' grounds are those shuriken you got last time are doin' business. Glad to hear it, Ruto. Now, running a practiced eye over what he could see of the hall, Maruta looked his customer in the face. What would you like for this little lot? Got a few spare bundles of ninja wire going cheap. They're always running out of that out on the field. To his surprise, however, the Jinchuriki shook his head. Nah, no, this time. Was out there earlier and found something useful. It was too heavy to carry. So I need your help to get something similar. Not quite sure what the boy had planned but willing to play along, the blacksmith tapped his fingers together and nodded carefully. All right, what were you after? Something lick. Ha, gotcha. Hearing her daughter shriek and try to defend herself from the smaller child that had pounced on her back, Kishi Maruta ducked her head back into the small kitchen and stopped even trying to hide her smile. She had been originally wary of letting the Kyuubi brat into her shop, never mind her house, and it had taken not only Tenten's pleading but her husband's very firm explanation, the same one that Maruta-kun had been given by the Sandame himself, that the boy could not be pilloried for the crimes of the beast he contained, to get her to relent. Even then, for the first couple of visits she'd been present at all times, Naruto had been around her dear daughter, though it was with a jolt of surprise that she discovered that Naruto had known little Tenten even longer than she and her husband had, as the two had grown up in the village orphanage for a while. Now though, as she heard the two children wrestling and playing together on the living room floor, now she thought of herself as foolish for believing that the little boy with the laughing eyes and golden hair was a devil in disguise. Naruto had a truly dynamic personality that, if given a chance, forcibly dragged people in and refused to let them escape unchanged by their exposure. Everything he did, even if he did it wrong, like when he'd made Maruta half drown himself after accidentally passing the older man the hot wasabi sauce rather than the chutney she'd made the second time he'd eaten with the family, he did with the best of intentions and the best of his efforts. That boy would walk into hell for the people he loves. She knew that now, wondered how she hadn't seen it in the first place as she drew the parallels between Naruto and Tenten just after the little panda Haim had become part of their family. She'd been so nervous, so desperate to make a good impression that she'd thrown herself body and soul into every task she'd been set, worried that if she displeased someone she'd lose her place in the family and be sent back to the matron's care. It had taken her and Maruta weeks and months of love and casual affection to break her out of that habit, and Naruto, though not to the same degree as the young girl Kishi could see rolled up against him on the lounge floor as they seemed to be reading a book together, trying to improve their reading and speech skills as they mangled the words of the picture book, seemed to have been bitten a little by the same bug. Especially when he was here with her family as a guest rather than doing business with her husband. Though speak of the devil. Ears long trained to listen for a heavy tread picked up Maruta enter their living space seconds before Tenten gave an excited squeal and flung herself at her daddy. Naruto picking himself up off the floor and carefully putting the book back where he'd found it as Kishi joined the scene, smiling fondly at her husband as he swept Tenten off the floor and perched her on his shoulder, the girl talking nonstop the whole time. And we were fightin', and Ruto snuck up on me and jumped on my back and pinned me to floor. It was Hobble Daddy, the little girl whined before looking down at where Naruto stood shivering with laughter and giving her best imperious glare. I'm gonna get you fair dat. Okay Panda-chan. Tenten's glare only hardened at the name, though in her heart of hearts she was beginning to develop a bit of a soft spot for it. Though she'd rather have laid her head on Daddy's anvil and let him start beating it before she admitted such a thing. We're ninja, so we gotta sneak about and try ambushes and stuff. Gotta be sneaky and never fight fair to win. At this point Kishi realized it was time to step in before dinner went cold while an argument brewed. Well, sneaky or not, in this house all ninja have to wash their hands before dinner or they'll get nothing to eat. At the threat of no food and knowing for a fact that Tenten's mother was an exquisite cook of food other than ramen. She didn't like ramen. Blasphemy. Naruto took off for the small bathroom, his friend from the orphanage hot on his heels after she clambered down from her father's shoulders, When the two were gone, she embraced her husband. That goes for ex-ninja too, dear. I know, Koi, I know, the blacksmith smiled as he hugged his wife before planting a kiss on her lips. I'll just wait for the children to finish before I wash up. Get done what you needed. What was Naruto after this time? To her surprise, the bigger man chuckled slightly at this before gesturing her into the kitchen. I'll show you all after dinner. A good idea of his, this one. Better than having to look for or cart around tree branches in the future. Tree branches? In fact, forget it. Tell me later. Realizing this was a story that couldn't be told in the short time it took two children to wash their hands, Kishi shrugged and put the issue to the back of her mind. Right now, wash up and then sit down. And if you're feeling energetic, set the table while you're at it. Yes, dear. About an hour later, as the last of the dishes were packed away, Naruto having done the washing up, as he explained, he was used to having his hands in very hot water due to the work he occasionally did at the Ichirikusa's ramen stand and had developed a tolerance to the temperature. Maruta called the boy over and reached behind his back. Well, Ruto, as we agreed, the boy looked up excited as the blacksmith brought something forwards and handed out to him. This is a joe staff, shorter than a bow by about 2 feet. I've slimmed down one end and capped both tips with a thin sheen of steel to stop wear. That should be good for a long time as a walking stick and to drag weapons out of trees you're not tall enough to reach. Don't worry, Mouse, Tenten chimed in at this point, smirking as she got her own back for Naruto's trick attack earlier. One day you'll be big enough to reach the sink while needing a chair. The boy stuck his tongue out at his tormentor only to receive an identical response before Maruta, not wanting to get too sidetracked, tapped Naruto on the shoulder with one end of the weapon. So, take good care of this and it'll take good care of you. And don't wave it around in here, the blacksmith cautioned as Naruto seized his prize, eyes hungry as he looked the former weapon up and down. Kishi Koi might get upset if you knock over that vase her mother gave her. He dropped his voice to a stage whisper as he leant over. Though I'd be grateful. I've been trying to get rid of it for years. Both children giggled at this admission as Kishi shook her head before pointing to the stairs, an evil glint in her eyes. Is that so? Well then, Ten-chan, would you mind seeing Naruto-kun out? I need to have a little talk with your daddy. Tenten giggled again before taking hold of Naruto's hand and walking towards the lounge door, trying to ignore her daddy as he fell to his knees and groped blindly behind them. No, don't leave me here with her. Sorry, Maruta-san. You brow, dis on yourself, Naruto tried and failed to say with a straight face, only just keeping himself together long enough for the door to swing shut before both he and Tenten broke down into laughing at the expression on the blacksmith's face. Giggling, the girl led him down the stairs towards the main door of the shop, snagging his backpack off the peg by the front door as he zipped up his jumpsuit and handing it to him. Bye, Whiskers, see you sometime next week. Depends on what's out there, Ten-chan. It had taken some time and a lot of slaps and tickles, but eventually Naruto had learned not to call his friend Panda unless her parents were around. If I get a good haul, could be back tomorrow. Hearing that made the girl clap her hands in delight. Hope so, Ruto. Good see you, Gain. Suddenly shy, Tenten found herself twiddling her fingers together as she looked up at the boy. Mum and Dad like it when you drop in. I was listening in earlier in Wanderan, if I asked if they'd be wanting you here. All time. Want me to ask? At this news Naruto went very still, rucksack half on and slipping from his shoulder as he looked at where Tenten was now staring at the floor, face red after her confession and offer. The Jinchuriki found himself hoarse, throat blocked by an uncomfortable swelling he couldn't swallow down as he realized what Tenten had just asked him and how much it must have cost her to make the offer. A part of him was screaming at him to seize the moment. Tenten was offering him a family and a stable roof over his head. No more sleeping in the orphanage, no more cold baths and early mornings, just the four of them together and living as a single family. The temptation is so great that he almost confirmed it there and then, snapping his friend's arm off to say yes, but even as the word formed in the back of his throat, something bumped his elbow and he found himself looking at the small staff Maruta had made for him earlier. The shock of the contact broke his earlier line of thinking and he looked around the store he was stood in, seeing how compact and neatly ordered everything was and remembering how cozy the upstairs of the store felt. Seeing this brought a pang to his heart as he realized that, no matter how well-meaning the Hasawadas were to him, Tenten most of all, The presence of another child in such an environment might destabilize it all. Trying hard to blink fast so Tenten wouldn't see tears in his eyes, Naruto heard a lesson come back to him, one he'd learned recently from a Junin, newly promoted, with red marks down the side of his face and a fierce-looking wolf by the side of him as he danced the shuriken he'd traded along his fingers as he casually critiqued Naruto's running stance. Protect the pack, kid, no matter how much it hurts. If everyone else in the pack is safe, you can carry on or die knowing you've done your duty. She hadn't been able to bring herself to look up after making her offer to Naruto, feeling awful at the irrational fear that gripped her even as she spoke that, if Naruto was adopted like she had been, that would be it for her and she'd be left alone, abandoned by her parents in favor of the newcomer. But Ruto's my friend, even as she told herself that it didn't make the chills recede. I have to try for him, no matter what it may eat. A sudden contact at her front made her squeak in shock as she reflexively clutched at what embraced her. A lightning shot of adrenaline earthing as she realized it was just Naruto who was hugging her. Thanks, Tenten. Relief and bile in equal measure rose up in her throat. Bu, Kishi-san and Maruta-san are your family now. They couldn't have me too. Dears, no, enough room up, dear. Thanks for the offer. Bu, I can't say yes. Icy relief pumped all through the young girl's system as she held her friend, trying hard not to sniffle as she realized that he'd turned down the offer both for her and for her parents. The two embraced for a long moment until, with a twitch, Naruto moved away from the youngest Hasawada, rubbing his eyes and groping for his bag again. So, thanks foe, everything Pandaheim. Luckily Tenten was too preoccupied with forcing herself not to cry to recognize the nickname. Bu, not now. I'll have to find someone else. Bu, you and everyone here, he gestured with his arms, taking in the whole store with a weak smile. Everyone here, they're people I trust and I'll look out for anyone I trust. Me too, revitalized by his words, Tenten stepped forwards. I'll look out for everyone I trust. I'll become a great ninja and look after everyone. Just like me, Naruto took up her vow, banishing the earlier gloom as he spoke up. We'll be great ninja, Ten-chan. She stuck a hand forwards, brown eyes challenging. Shake on it. Naruto did so, all but tearing her hand off in his enthusiasm. You bet, and I'm gonna get started tonight. Make sure your daddy teaches you well, Ten-chan, 'cause you're going to have to teach me to throw weapons. The girl nodded, opening the front door as she did so and putting a hand on Naruto's shoulder as she did. I will, and Ruto, she rested her chin on his shoulder as he stepped past, rolling her temple into his hand as he patted one of her hair buns. Thanks for everything. Naruto nodded and looked over his shoulder at her, blue eyes soft with understanding. Next second Tenten was forced to recoil backwards, giggling. Naruto had tickled her under the chin and darted away, sticking his tongue out as he ran into the night. Gotcha, Panda-chan, see you later. Fuming on her doorstep, the girl stamped her feet and pointed a finger threateningly. I'll get you, Whiskers. I'll yank them out one by one and make you eat them. IWUVU2, Panda-chan. Naruto. Oh. She slammed the door shut and folded her arms thunderously, not seeing the two figures behind her who'd come down to see what was stalling their daughter and seen the tail end of the conversation, all but leaning against each other in restrained laughter as she made her last pronouncement. He makes me so mad sometimes. I'm going to get him for dat. XXX. So then, as he placed the lid back on the steaming pot, Tucci girded his loins and braced himself for arguably the most suicidal thing he'd ever done. Clear away the witnesses and then cut to the meat of the issue. Looking over his shoulder and realizing that, as usual, Naruto was finished way before the Hokage, the ramen vendor realized he'd never have a better chance than now. Naruto, would you mind starting on the washing? We had a big rush just before you and Hokage-sama arrived. Glancing up from his bowl, the child nodded and hastily swallowed down his last mouthful. Gigi, he drained the last of the broth and hefted it in both hands. Be in the back, till the afternoon. I'll see you after lunch, Gigi, then back to the fields. Sarutobi nodded as the shock of blonde hair bobbled around the back of the ramen bar and left him to finish his ramen in peace. Nay, Hokage-sama, then again. Peace, it seemed, was an impossible dream for a Kage to enjoy. The old man mused as he looked up to see Tucci looking over the counter at him, face troubled, not meaning to sound nosy, but I've heard a few Rumors, from Naruto himself. Would you mind setting this old pot basher's mind at rest? Perhaps, Sarutobi replied carefully, placing his chopsticks in the bowl as he leant forwards on his elbows. A childish habit he'd never quite been able to ditch after he realized how much it wound his former grandfather up at the dinner table. What's Naruto-kun been saying, Tucci-san? Well, a few things really, the man began, toying with his apron as he couldn't quite bring himself to meet the village leader's eye. First of all, he's no longer in the orphanage. That one is true. I took him out of there when he turned 5, the Hokage informed him, face grim as he recalled once more seeing the bruises on the arms and legs of his favorite soon-to-be ninja. He lives in a former ninja apartment block downtown and draws a monthly stipend from village funds, much like the older orphans do. If you ask, I'm sure he'd show it to you. That, at least, seemed to be the answer the chef had been looking for. Tucci let out a big breath and relaxed against his counter, looking at the cage with grateful eyes. Thanked Kami for that. I hated the idea of Naruto-chan in that place. If only this place was a bit bigger, or I had a little more income, I'd have taken him in myself. You aren't alone in that, Tucci-san. That brought the ramen vendor up short, Tucci all but gasping for air at that declaration by the Hokage. Naruto has made an impact in several lives since he started his business. I would hazard a guess that more than a couple of families would be willing to put a roof over his head for the rest of his life now they've had a chance to really get to know the boy. However, I doubt Naruto would want a family in that way. In fact, I could almost guarantee he feels he already has one. Both yourself and the Hasawadas, if you've ever heard of them. Tucci thought for a moment, but the name was alien to him. No, can't say I can remember stirring my pot for them. The Hokage nodded and carried on. They run a shinobi supply and outfitters on the other side of Konoha. My family have been going there for many years now, and Naruto does as well now. He trades the scrap metal he gathers from the training ground to them for supplies he can trade to ninja, and he knew their daughter, Tenten, from when they were in the orphanage together. With them, you and myself, Naruto probably has as good a grounding as many shinobi, and a good deal better than some. Well, you'd be the better judge of that than me, Hokage-sama, Tucci admitted without a shred of hesitation before, having resolved a single issue, stepped in to clear another out of the way. But apart from that, is it true about his unusual schooling schedule? At this, the older man sat back in his seat, face a little annoyed, and it took all the courage Tucci had in his body not to tremble at the thought of getting the most powerful ninja at Konoha's disposal angry with him. Luckily, however, Sarutobi seemed to let the irritation flow out of him in an irate sigh before looking at the ramen vendor again. I had asked him not to mention that. In the interest of fairness, Tucci felt he had to make a point here. Well, in all honesty, Hokage-sama, I did put Ayame-chan on the case after I realized he was looking a little happier than normal. Despite himself, Tucci smiled. His little girl really had inherited his wife's ability to ferret a secret out of even the most stubbornly locked pair of lips. He never really stood a chance. The old man chuckled. I have no doubt. Maruta confided in me that he does the same thing with Tenten-chan when he thinks Naruto's holding out on him. Still, that aside, I'm afraid it is true. Naruto will be exempt from the usual Konoha school system. I made this decision partly for the sake of getting the council off my damn back. For some reason they're dead set against him becoming a ninja. For a moment the old aura rekindled itself. The avatar of war that the god of shinobi had used to be, casting off the shackles of age and ready for one last battle with the council that sought to impose itself on his will. But he will become one. Come hell or high water, Naruto will become a ninja, and more than that. He will be set himself on that seat in that mountain, or I'll come back from wherever the Shinigami holds me to set the damn record straight and break some bones. Apart from that though, I believe this decision will be the best for Naruto as well in the long run. You think the teachers would? You know, Tucci tried to be tactful at the same time as get his point across. Turn a blind eye to his troubles? They'd only do it once. The chef's eyes hardened and he tapped his heavy ladle against the counter. Me and this old equalizer would be enough to change their minds, I'm sure. You'd have to stand in line behind me, Tucci-san. If I was feeling generous, I might leave one or two of them semi-conscious for you to deal with, the Hokage assured him half-jokingly before looking more serious. But yes, that was one of my concerns, though a minor one compared to. The old man broke off for a minute as though considering something. After a moment, Sarutobi blinked back into himself and shot a surreptitious glacé around the ramen stand. Tucci noticed his most venerable customer's hands shift under the table and realized he must have been casting a jutsu of some kind. Though before he could question exactly what the Hokage had done, he was faced with a question by the village leader. "Do you know what chakra is, Tucci-san?" The query caught the chef slightly flat-footed, but since his business had started taking on a larger contingent of ninja as a result of the Hokage extending his patronage to the small stall, he became slightly more knowledgeable about the martial aspect of a ninja village. As a result, he had some idea as to the answer, but, as he easily acknowledged, he was by far the novice in this field to the professor. "I know it's what you ninja use to power those jutsu things you use, and everyone has their own source of chakra. But apart from that, no idea." "You know more than most civilians," the Hokage mentioned mildly before moving into a more lecturing mode, the fabled mind of the great professor explaining this new conundrum to the novice. "Chakra is a mixture of spiritual, or mental if you like, and physical energy. As everyone has a mind and body, everyone, as you rightly said, generates their own chakra. Most people's chakra reserves increase naturally as they age and mature, simply because their bodies and minds grow up and give them access to greater reserves of the relevant energies needed to create chakra." Seeing where this was going, Tucci smiled as the memory of his favorite customer skipped through his mind. "But as we know, little Naruto-chan isn't most people." "Very true. As a Jinchuriki, a person containing a biju, Naruto contains a massive source of chakra separate from his own. As the Kyuubi is a being made solely of chakra, its presence within Naruto's body forced his chakra coils to expand prematurely to contain it and stop it bursting free of his body. Because of that expansion, Naruto has and generates far more chakra than a child his age should naturally. What this means, in real terms, is that I believe Naruto would never be able to settle in a traditional school environment. He's got too much energy, or chakra in his case, to burn." At the Hokage's nod, Tucci had to stop himself from smirking. I knew there had to be a reason he couldn't sit still for a second when he was younger. But, Hokage-sama, thinking things through, the ramen chef felt something jar in his mind about the nature of Naruto's excess power. If chakra is supposed to be made up of those two kinds of energy and Naruto's got so much of it, doesn't that mean he should excel at school, assuming he tries it? The question seemed to pique the old man's interest for a minute, and Tucci was afraid that he wouldn't get an answer as Sarutobi fell silent, seeming to consider the problem. Luckily though, the Hokage perked himself back up and spoke back in a considered, measured tone. That's not an easy question to answer. Firstly, you pinned the shuriken to the wall earlier. Naruto would be a great student if he put his mind to it. The problem is he has too much chakra to stay still and focus. Not his fault, but it would be enough to drive any of the teaching staff to distraction and destroy his confidence in the school system. As to his intelligence, well, this is the difference between chakra reserves and chakra capacity. Naruto has a massive reserve of chakra, but his capacity, the amount of chakra he can access and use for things like jutsu, is comparatively tiny to that reserve. As he grows, the difference between the two will fall, but there will always be a gap, a very large one. While this is a good thing as it means Naruto-kun will very rarely if ever succumb to chakra exhaustion, the downside is that until that gap is forded somewhat, Naruto will have very poor chakra control and, more importantly in the immediate future, Naruto won't be able to use the potential intelligence he has to best effect. Because he can't access all his chakra yet? Exactly, the Hokage nodded, pleased that Tucci was understanding the issue at hand. So I doubt Naruto will ever be what you might call book smart. Unless it's something he wants to read up on, probably jutsu. Knowing him, it just won't interest him, so he either won't read it or will do the bare minimum to scrape by. On the other hand, for things he does like or want to do, he may well have flashes of brilliance, almost instinctive creativity to try and figure out problems as he unconsciously diverts more chakra to the problem to see a way around it. I think we've already seen some of these moments of inspiration. His idea from trading supplies for training is the first one I can think of, as is that little stick he had Maruta-san make. Slim? The Hokage blinked. I beg your pardon? Tucci blushed as he realized he'd been speaking out loud. Slim, the stick you mentioned. He calls it slim because it's got slim down edges. Well, that's what he said to Ayame-chan and I when we asked about it. The older man chuckled, seeing his surrogate grandson once more with his new favorite toy stroke weapon stroke ninja tool just before Naruto strode off to the training grounds again. Slim EH? Well, I've heard worse names for a ninja's equipment. But yes, as you can see, Naruto wouldn't fit well into Konoha's traditional school. So what I've proposed and had ratified by the council is this. Naruto won't enter the pre-selection school at all, but will sit the selection test to see if he is suited for the Ninja Academy. I oversee the selection personally, so I'll be on hand to root out any cheating. Tucci had to hold in a smile at his leader's choice of words before the Hokage pressed on. And from there he can get into training. Book learning's not as important as physical tests in ninja selection, so he should get in no problem. And even then I've put the word about that mice have been seen on the training grounds and may bring good luck to those ninja who treat them right. I've heard that old belief as well, Hokage-sama. In fact, I've been wondering if I could find a home for Yame-chan's old pre-selection school books, Tucci commented mildly, the sly smile on his lips echoed by the Hokage as he could read between the lines at least as well as the ramen vendor could. Such a shame she has to take over this place from me. She could have been a ninja herself. She tested out high enough. Still though, the civilian side of the academy is giving her a good run for her money. I wonder if I could find someone to help her out with her homework occasionally. Enjoying the game he was playing for the moment, Sarutobi saw no harm in carrying it on. The will of fire never burns brighter than when it is guided by the minds of grizzled-on men such as me. Indeed. Well, good luck on your hunt, Tucci-san. Though I hear Maruta-san's also looking for a little help to keep an eye on his inventories and money for when Tenten-chan goes to school. Maybe if you find someone you could point him in the right direction. The ramen chef didn't even bother to hide his smirking smile as he bowed low. Of course, Hokage-sama. I live to better the lives of others resting beneath the great tree. Although, Sarutobi paused in reaching for his Hokage hat, looking around with a raised eyebrow as the other man appeared to argue with himself silently for a moment before coming to a decision. One other thing Ayame-chan managed to root out from her little brother. And rest assured we haven't told a soul. I hear congratulations are in order for the Sarutobi clan now. At the veiled benediction the Hokage smiled, though it was an expression tinged with slight sadness as he recalled that night scarcely 2 weeks ago when his beloved little girl had approached him in his study, gotten down on one knee and told him that she was now with child, a permanent reminder of her last completed mission. She'd been deep cover in Kiri, keeping an eye on the course of the civil war and masquerading as a civilian, falling in love with a Kiri butcher before arranging to be caught on the outskirts of one of the periodic blood purges the Yondaime Mizukage seemed so fond of, disappearing in the confusion and leaving the authorities to mark her down as an unseen, unknown casualty, her death unknowingly faked and struck from Kiri's records. However, though successful, her mission had come at a price. A little more than 7 months from now she would become a mother and give the Hokage his first grandchild, a date that was already making Sarutobi feel older than usual, especially since in the absence of the child's real father, he would have to name and, at least on paper, care for the newest addition to the Sarutobi clan. All these thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant before he inclined his head to the well-wisher, smiling benevolently. My thanks, Tucci-san, for both your congratulations and your silence. I'll have to get around to a quiet announcement sometime soon, but until then. Silence is golden, Tucci finished for him, nodding again before busying himself behind the counter. Quietly lifting the secrecy jutsu he'd had over the ramen stand since he'd begun discussing Naruto's future in depth, the old man called out to the back of the store where the aforementioned Jinchuriki was blithely beavering away at a pile of washing up about as large as he was, cheerfully ignorant as to what his two Gigis had collectively worked out for him and his future. Goodbye, Naruto-kun. Come by the office before you head out again. A disembodied "Bye, Gigi," floated back to the old ninja, making the Hokage chuckle as he stepped into the street and made his way back to the Hokage tower at a steady, sedate pace. XXX. He was a predator, he was the alpha, and he was the best. He'd been given a job only he could do and he was going to make sure it got done, no matter how many times he was almost kicked or trodden on, or how many times he was tempted by the delicious aromas of cooked and raw food that had wafted to him through Konoha and the surrounding lands. He had stuck to his tasks and, as he saw the source of the scent he'd been tracking came into his view, he was now to be rewarded. Creeping on the unsuspecting prey, the hunter wormed forwards inches at a time, picking the target and finally making a last lunge, a final thought echoing through his mind as he pounced through the air. If he made this attack, his partner and brothers would be so proud. www. The serene atmosphere of the disused training area was suddenly broken by a piping scream of pain. Naruto flailed around desperately, Slim waving around his hand as he danced manically, trying to shake loose the ungodly pain that had sunk into the seat of his pants. Swearing at the top of his lungs, he threw both hands backwards and hit out, feeling his knuckles brush through something furry before it dropped away and the pain subsided to a dull, angry throb in his posterior. Seizing Slim in his free hand, Naruto whirled around to face his aggressor, temper foul and expression murderous, only to halt his strike in mid-descent as the small gray puppy in front of him barked, a few wisps of orange material still sticking between its teeth. "And you," the whiskered shinobi snapped at it, gingerly rubbing his violated bottom as he glared at the young dog. "I've eaten bigger things than you, mutt. Scram." Oddly enough, the puppy didn't bolt from the threat or the raised staff. Instead, it stood up and retreated a few steps and sat back down. "Okay, this is odd. Reminds me of something." Curiosity aroused, Naruto took another couple of steps forwards and likewise the puppy retreated, cocking its head as Naruto rested his chin on the tip of Slim as he gazed at the thing that had bitten him. "Okay, I get you want me to follow you." He paused for a reaction but was slightly disappointed as he doubted a tongue being lolled out counted as a reasonable response. "So I guess you're not a standard puppy." "Oh, what's the name? That clan that work with them all?" The dog clan Inaz." "Aw, that's it? You're an Inuzuka dog." The puppy barked, which Naruto took as a yes, standing up as the boy began to move again, realizing that this puppy had been sent to find him for a reason and, as it was a ninja dog, albeit a small and rather yappy one, it was probably an important one. Following in the dog's wake, the ninja in training found himself leaving Training Ground 9 and heading back towards Konoha, following the slate gray back of the little canine as he found himself heading back towards the village, only to suddenly turn off towards one of the other training grounds, one, if he remembered rightly, that was used by the academy. A few minutes later, as he found himself clearing a tree line and blinking as a couple of stray leaves brushed his eye line, Naruto watched on as his impromptu traveling companion barked and ran off into the middle of the training ground. To his amazement, it was then mobbed by another couple of puppies, bundling the little dog over as another voice, this one female and crisp, cut out over the squabbling dogs. "Hoi, you too, what's got you? Oh, you're back, and you found him. Good boy." As his vision cleared, Naruto found himself being scrutinized by a girl several years older than him. He recognized as an Inuzuka from the marks on her cheeks as he traded with other members of her clan over the 4 or 5 months he'd been combing the trading area for wares to swap. She appeared to be holding a bag similar to the one he used as she crouched to fuss her returning dog, though having seen this, Naruto decided he had to square his shoulders and find out what was going on. "Okay, I assume that Fluffball is yours." The girl looked up as Naruto pointed with Slim, slamming the butt of the weapon into the ground as she nodded. "Right. In that case, please tell me why I've got fang marks in my butt." "Oh ho," a deeper voice, slightly mirthful, cut in as a boy materialized from a patch of shrubs, holding another bag as he pointed to the whirling patch of fur around the girl's feet. "She got you with that as well, did she? Welcome to the club, man. Those Savage by Hanabaka's hellhounds, please step forwards." "That was your fault." From what little the Jinchuriki knew of the clan, most Inuzuka appeared to be quick-tempered and this Hana appeared no different. "You were playing with the other two and ignoring him. You can't just ignore a ninken, they get jealous." The boy huffed and folded his arms, Naruto raising his eyebrows as another boy appeared from the trees to the left of the squabbling duo and seemed to sigh at the argument. "Jealous? I was throwing a stick. They could have all chased it. In fact, I meant for them all to go for it. I just thought he was asleep, turned my back on him and chomp. If I can't sit down tonight, I'm blaming you." "Oh yeah, blame me for your mistake, Azumabaka," Hana snorted, still fussing her 3 ninken and completely ignoring the person she'd had her puppy track down. "You tried to kick him. He was hanging on my ass with his teeth. What did you expect me to do? Tickle his paws until he let go? I didn't expect you to try and boot him around the field. Just be grateful my mum never saw that. Kuromaru-san would have taken more than a chunk out of you for threatening one of the pack." "Well, tell Kuromaru-san to raise his kids right," the boy shot back, rubbing his sore spot with one hand as Naruto was torn between sighing in exasperation and chuckling at the duo in front of him. "Bad-mannered, foul-mouthed and downright bitchy at times. At least the dogs of your clan could be raised right." Hana seemed to stiffen at the insult and her face reddened. though before she could blow up, the last boy on the field finally spoke up. "Hey lovebirds, stop traumatizing the little mouse over there." Girl and boy both glared at their friend, but aside from shivering a little at the combined death glare, he soldiered on relentlessly. "This was your idea, Hana-san, so fill the little guy in." "Huh? Oh yeah." Whisking a strand of hair away from the front of her face, the Inuzuka rounded on Naruto, the mouse a little perturbed by her sudden shift in mood as she smiled at him. "Sorry about that. You must be Uzumaki Naruto, right?" "Yeah, that's me," the Jinchuriki said slowly, trying to sum up why these three were here and what he had to do with it. His hand still gripped around the middle of Slim. "So who are you three? What are you doing here, and why did your damn dog take a chunk out of my jumpsuit?" For the first time since he'd seen her, the girl appeared to shrink in on herself a little, abashed as she looked down at him and gave an embarrassed sort of smile. "Oh yeah, sorry about that. I've not had them long and just getting used to working with them," she explained before pointing at herself. "Anyway, I'm Inuzuka Hana." He pointed at the boy who'd broken up the argument, and he inclined his head, looking rather bored, as Kotetsu. "Call me Ko," the boy cut her off, raising a hand. "I'm only Kotetsu when I'm in trouble." "Sorry Hana, carry on." The Inuzuka huffed before pointing again, a look of distaste on her face as she jerked a thumb at the last boy. "And that baka over there is Izumo, and he's the reason we're here now." Izumo's face darkened at this, but, as before, Kotetsu spoke before the argument could be rekindled, looking over at Naruto with a half-annoyed, half-amused expression. "Stop, both of you. I want to get out of here sometime tonight and neither of you are helping." "Right, Naruto, mind if I call you that?" He shook his head and the older boy carried on. "Here's the deal. We're in the Ninja Academy, second year, and we're actually those two are in detention. I'm just here because I live with Izumo's parents and I can't go home until he does. Basically what we've got to do is pick up all the academy weapons we used for training today." At that snippet of information, Naruto's blue eyes began to glow. "So you want me to help you out finding this stuff?" Seeing three heads nod, Naruto smirked and clapped his hands. "Sounds right up my alley that. But how did you find me?" At this, Hana chuckled, pointing to one of her three puppies, though to the Uzumaki they all looked identical. "One of the triplets did. They found something orange earlier on the way here and Ko realized it must have been yours. I've heard of you from some of the others in the clan. You're the mouse and you can find anything." Despite himself, Naruto couldn't help himself looking a little smug at these words as the young Inuzuka went on. "So I got the triplets on the case and they hunted you down." "Yeah, literally," Naruto groused, feeling another pang of sympathy pain from his right buttock. "So you want a hand finding this kid then? Okay, not a problem, but nothing's free here, guys. And Gigi never said I couldn't ask to learn jutsu." Making a mental note to make sure his next trades revolved around finally accessing his chakra, especially from that ninja cell who seemed to have at least 2 future teachers in its ranks, Naruto made his offer. "Payment for me first." Actually," Izumo scratched the side of his head self-consciously as he pointed at his bag. "Not trying to stiff you, mouse, but me and my brother have to try and get home early tonight. Can we get this stuff out the way first?" Naruto considered this for a minute before nodding, pointing at the taller boy with Slim. "Fine, but it's your word I'm holding you all to. Any of you bunk off, I know your names now." Hana nodded and hefted her sack, a desultory clink showing she'd had little success in her find so far. "Okay, let's just get this done." Despite Naruto's assistance, however, it still took the 4 of them over an hour to pick up everything that was on the list of the instructors had drafted for the miscreants to check their haul against. Finally hauling his last bag down, Izumo rubbed the sweat off his forehead and gave his female classmate a heated glare. "Right, we're all done. No thanks to you and your mutts." "Hey, they're puppies," Hana spat back, the dogs around her feet picking up on their master's anger and growling at the boy. "They're not trained yet." "What, could you throw a kunai when you were 5? "No, but I could at least pick the damn thing up," he countered, Naruto on the sideline tapping Ko on the arm and asking as the older boy removed his fingertips from his temples and looked down. "Are they always like this?" "Pretty much, they'll be sending out engagement notices any day now," he replied low enough to avoid even Hana's canine hearing as she continued to bicker with the other boy. "Anyway, you want paying, right?" "Yes, and as you're in the academy, you 3 have got just the things I'm after between you." "Bushin," Ko raised an eyebrow as Naruto pointed at him, the other two looking over at the sudden exclamation, each looking on as Naruto picked them out in turn. Henge. Kamawari. One jutsu from each of you when you've learnt them, and that'll be that. Each of the students looked at each other a little bemused as the short orange-clad figure before them made his demands. Eventually Izumo, seemingly electing himself statesman of the group, spoke up. Why are you after the Academy 3? You'll learn them when you join up. That's what I trade for. Lessons on being a ninja, Naruto explained as he dusted himself off. And anyway, I might learn them later, but why run the risk when I can definitely learn them now? Now? But it's getting late. I didn't mean right now. The Jinchuriki calmed Kotetsu's sudden panic. I can't access my chakra yet, but I'm close, so it's pointless trying, and yes, before you ask, I've pretty much got the hand seals down pat. All three academy students looked at each other, wondering how a boy at least 4 years younger than them had managed a feat like that, but jarred from their musing by his voice. But still. Once I'm ready, I'll find you to start learning those three. If nothing else, I'll remember these guys. He squatted down and extended a hand. Seeing the puppy he assumed was the same one that had bitten him earlier trot over and sniff his hand before allowing him to scratch its ears, its brothers following suit over time as he looked up at their owner. What are their names? Snappy, Chompy and Fang. No, they are not. Izumo was forced to duck his companion's slap as Hana took offense to his jokey names for her partners. They're just the Haimaru triplets, and they're identical. So I noticed, Naruto quipped as he stood up and nodded at the other three. Still, I'm out of here for the night, but remember, he smirked at each of them in turn, a challenge in his voice and manner as he spoke again. You'd better learn those jutsus properly. If I don't get them right, I know who to blame. There was a brief silence before Izumo suddenly chuckled, stepping forwards and rubbing his hand through Naruto's hair, the Jinchuriki just about avoiding his normal response of tapping the unfamiliar hand away with the business end of Slim. I like you, Chibi. You've got guts. Fair point though. I'm a man of my word, and I'll get at least one of those three for you. Good luck learning them at your age though. Yeah, well, that's my problem. So, I'm out of here. As two, come on, Ko. Later, she-wolf. With that, Izumo turned tail and sprinted for his life as Hana was shocked into life by the comment and tore after him in a rage, face so red it was almost impossible to tell where tattoo ended and cheek began. You baka, I'll teach you to call me a wolf. Get him, boys. I want so many holes in his trousers the Uchiha'll be picking him up for indecent exposure. As the two disappeared over the horizon, Naruto, having to fight hard to hold in a snigger, looked up to see Ko with his head in his hands. You put up with this? Every day, he agreed with a sigh before making ready to chase after his errant brother and their sometime mutual friend, later Mouse. Naruto said nothing but waved as the taller boy took off. Only when Kotetsu's form had faded into the distance and he was sure he was alone did the Jinchuriki plant Slim in the ground, lean on it as much as he could and break down into helpless laughter. More mouse tails. I'm going to get my chakra today. I'm going to get my chakra today. Even for a naturally cheerful person, Naruto's mind was a real blur of joy and excitement as, fresh from his daily labors, he rushed towards Training Ground 29. The pre-arranged meeting point to what he'd unofficially nicknamed the teacher team. The threesome that awaited him were a three-man team that, while originally thrown together following a compilation of injury and promotion from other teams, had proved to be so successful that it had stuck together for the past 6 months. Lucky for me they did, really. Amongst all the occupants of Konoha, Uzumaki, Naruto was amongst the first to acknowledge the kami when it smiled upon him. Possibly because it did so infrequently and he was always quick to count his blessings. I've learned a lot from them all, even if I'm sure that Ebisu still doesn't like me much. In the end though, it didn't really matter. At the end of the day he was a businessman and, as he raised a hand in greeting towards the three older and taller forms already in the clearing, as long as the other party held up their end of the deal, he'd walk away happy. Afternoon team, he greeting cheerfully, waving a jaunty salute towards the three Chunin as he paced into the training ground, his jumpsuit as always making him look like a lit signal flare. First things first. Anyone short anything? Apart from a 3-week break and a large pay rise, the lone kunoichi of the squad complained, running a slim hand through her long mane of raven hair. No, I think I've got everything I need. Same here, the scar-faced Chunin told him, rubbing the legacy that had been left by a B-rank missing nin of Suna before the rest of his squad and their Junin-sensei had put the rabid bastard down. Though not before Larata had been crippled for life by that drug-crazed opponent. We mostly had a tactical day, didn't use too much. I could use a couple of kunai and your finest shuriken, if you please, Uzumaki-san. Naruto just about managed to duck his head towards his rucksack in time to disguise the rolling of his eyes. Out of all his customers, only the sunglasses-wearing Chunin with the supercilious manner didn't address him by his first name. I have yet to visit the outfitters this week. Why go to all the trouble and waste your hard-earned Ryo at a supplier's? Save Maruta-san's, of course, on top-notch equipment on offer, dear, when you can just wait for the friendly Uzumaki rodent to come along. Naruto inquired as he tipped out his recent haul, his most recent customer delicately sifting through the pile and picking out a few wares, examining each keenly and taking what he wanted, discarding the rest with a slightly disdainful sniff before fixing the smaller form with a piercing glare. Recite and demonstrate the common shinobi hand signs. Name each one as you go. Half expecting this and already used to the half-mechanical tone of voice Ebisu-san always used when teaching, Naruto stowed Slim back onto the side panel of his rucksack and, remembering the little ditty he'd come up with when pacing the training grounds on the hunt for his precious scrap, the young Jinchuriki cracked his fingers and swiftly manipulated them into the correct forms, chanting as he did so. Tiger, snake, ox, boar, bird and monkey, horse, rat, dragon, dog, heron, donkey, which is actually sheep but we call it donkey 'cause if we didn't it wouldn't rhyme, he explained quickly, thinly amused by the sight of the sunglasses slipping slightly down Ebisu's nose. That, coming to her feet, the kunoichi of the squad, a recent promotion who had left her former teammates behind due to her superior genjutsu skills. Yuhi Kurenai praised the short form before her with a calculating crimson eye. That was a neat way to remember the signs, Naruto-san. I'll have to remember that for the future. I hope by the time you get hold of the Fu or ninja of the leaf they'd already know hand signs, he quipped back, the kunoichi chuckling in kind as she swatted the last member of her squad on the shoulder. I should hope so, though I'll leave that to you, Iruka-senpai, the scar-nosed Chunin nodded, having never made any secret of his desire to become an academy teacher, unlike Kurenai who had always wanted to be a Junin and take on the role of a Junin sensei when she had the prerequisite rank and experience. Still, as you two boys want to teach the younger generation, I'll sit this one out. I remember this lesson from my academy days. And of course your academy days were a good deal more recent than those of some present, Ebisu pointed out dryly, folding his arms. Though I am in agreement with you, Yuhi-san. Amino-san, I leave this lesson to you. Must be a thing with him. Wonder if it's possible for a clan to enhance a sense of propriety that much. Despite his thinking, Naruto kept his musings internal, instead choosing to ask a question as he did so. Didn't you want to be a teacher too, Ebisu-san? As the spectacles turned in his direction he sought to explain himself. Wouldn't you have to be in the academy as well to do that? A small, slightly proud smile flitted across the usually taciturn Mont's face. Usually yes, that would be the case. However, both my grandfather and my own father dedicated their lives to the art of teaching. The results of their hard work is that our family, both my elder sisters and hopefully myself when I am trained enough, are considered the first port of call for specialized training. If it exists, we can find a way to bring out the potential in people. My father currently trains very advanced ninja skills and my eldest sister instructs the new medical ninja at the hospital. In a way I suppose you could call teaching my family's calling. Wow, guess Gigi was right. You can hide a lot of potential in an unproposing exterior. Mind you, I think he might have been referring to me when he said it. Once more grateful that Gigi always kept a dictionary close at hand when he was in the office, the Jinchuriki looked up at the tall, thin man. Sounds like you got all the skills. I'm a bit surprised your family aren't really famous ninja if they're that good at learning. You could be ninjutsu, pessimisms like that Sha-Ring-Han Kakashi I read about. While flattered to be compared to such a formidable and infamous leaf Junin, Ebisu knew perhaps better than most how it was good to quash rumors before they could gather too much impetuous. Regrettably that is not the case. An unfortunate quirk of my family, very low chakra reserves. Forgive me if I sound patronizing, Yuhi-san. He waited until the kunoichi nodded before continuing. But it is likely that your chakra reserves will eclipse my own in the near future. For that reason, Uzumaki-san, while I would be very efficient at learning ninjutsu techniques, I would be a very poor frontline ninjutsu fighter as I lack the stamina for a protracted battle. I therefore serve the leaf better as a teacher and strategizer than a warrior, though you will not be my first student. I leave that, honor, he seemed to falter over the word, as though he'd only managed to correct himself at the last minute, to Amino-san. Naruto had no time to ponder this unusual hiccup as the scar-faced Chunin stepped forwards, unfolding his arms as he looked his so-called pupil up and down severely. Very well then, Naruto-san. My team and I did have a deal with you, and it's our turn to hold our side of the bargain. To access your chakra, you need to hold this hand seal. Beholding the form, the Chunin twisted his hands into Naruto cocked his head, the movement almost making Kurenai lose her legendary cool and hug the little would-be ninja. This is called the ram symbol. It's no use for crafting jutsu but especially good at gathering chakra. See how it looks a bit like sheep? Yeah, guess so. Very well, hold that seal, focus inwards and try to search for the feel of your inner strength. I'm afraid I can't tell you what this will feel like. It's different for everyone, but when you think you've got it, try to pull it out like drawing a big bucket of water up a well. Think you can manage that? I'll give it a go, Naruto shrugged agreeably, hands already in position as he looked up towards the future teacher. Right, lazy wa, happens. With that, he screwed up his face into a look of intense concentration and sank back onto his heels, focusing on seeking out the mysterious chakra that he contained within him. Despite her knowledge of what the boy contained within him, the death of her father, both of Iruka's parents and several other famous and powerful shinobi of the leaf, Kurenai was intrigued by what would happen next. Though she would be unable to deny, a thrill of horror ran through her that she might have been helping the Kyuubi vessel attain greater strength. The majority was intrigued to see if a child as young as Naruto would have a chakra pool large enough to be accessed. For a long moment she observed the scene, Ebisu by her side likewise enraptured, but, as the seconds snailed by and nothing seemed to happen, her was the first patience to run its course. Never mind Naruto, his expression never changed even as he looked up at her voice. I never managed it on my first time and I've now got the best chakra control of my class. Save maybe Ebisu-san. The other Chunin looked away but flushed, ever so slightly. You flatter me, Yuhi-san. My control, while sufficient to extend my paltry reserves a little longer in a fight, would never stand up to the requirement of one of your genjutsus. Oh my. That sudden exclamation, at least by Ebisu's standards, as neither of his teammates had ever heard him swear even at the worst of times, brought all attention back to Naruto. Though beads of perspiration were now on his brow, the first time any of the Chunins had ever seen him work up anything like a sweat, there was also chakra, a lot of chakra there too. Plumes of dust were dancing upwards from the floor as though they were iron filings in the presence of a powerful magnet. As this dust rose and Naruto continued to focus, his cheeks flushing with the effort, the motes of mud were suddenly joined by faint blue flickers as a few of wisps of blue chakra swirling around his body. And it doesn't look like he's slowing down. Visible chakra at what, only just 6? Even with the demon within him. Ebisu's inferiority complex, never all that far away at the best of times, seemed to redouble as he saw the boy in front of him at least equal and more than likely surpass his entire chakra reserve at an age when most children were still looking up what chakra meant. With a sudden gasp, Naruto broke his concentration, the chakra dissipating as squatted down, hands on his knees as he felt the exertion at last, looking up as he wiped his brow with the sleeve of his jumpsuit. So, he managed to pant, still not able to stand upright yet. Was that chakra? Yes, and a lot of it at that, Naruto-san, Iruka said quietly, sizing him up anew. It seems that you are quite fortunate indeed. Your chakra reserves are much larger than normal. Most children your age would have a much smaller chakra pool than that, perhaps not even enough to access it at all. Really? The fact seemed to perplex the Uzumaki entirely, his eyes widening. Wow, I got that much chakra. Will Dad make me an awesome ninja? At this point Kurenai decided to make her point clear. Possibly Naruto, she waited just until his eyes started to sparkle before putting the second part to the Faustian pact of chakra and its necessary complementary aspect, but only if you learn to control it properly. Before you ask, having preempted his next question, the Kunoichi spoke to answer it. If your control is lacking, you'll waste and quickly exhaust your chakra. This is one of the issues Kunoichi face more than men, as our chakra pools are naturally smaller. Having proper chakra control helps you conserve this resource, if you like, and you'll last longer in a fight. You'll also have a much easier time with genjutsu. Like you do Kurenai-san? Possibly, though you two have a delicate touch on the art. Ebisu-san, the teammate who had spoken, coughed and looked away, muttering something under his breath as his ears reddened and she turned back to her newest pupil. So, with your permission, Aruka-san? The aforementioned man raised a hand and took a step back, giving his female teammate the floor as Naruto finally managed to push himself to attention. Okay, Kurenai-san, what do I need to do? Oh, how is this going to work? Can we leave it there until next time I get some decent weapons in? Black hair shimmering in the sunlight, Kurenai shook her head as she picked something up of the floor. I don't think in all good conscience any of us could let you leave this training ground without making sure you have at least an idea of how to control your chakra reserves, at least if we want to still consider ourselves teachers at any rate, so you can consider this a freebie. This is the first and most rudimentary chakra control exercise, the sticking leaf. All you do, she slapped her hand to her forehead and Naruto's jaw dropped as he saw the slightly browning oak leaf stuck where her hand had been, is channel the chakra to a part of your body to get the leaf to stick. It's easiest at your forehead and hardest at your feet. When you get better at it, she handed the leaf over to him, faintly amused as she saw him regard the ordinary leaf with something akin to awe. Was I really that wide-eyed and wondering when I saw that trick first time? Try 2 or more leaves, or using your chakra to get a single leaf to curl into a roll, though that is a tricky one. When you master it to Ebisu's standards, come back to us with some more gear and we'll fix you up with the next exercise. For a long moment during which the leaf was turned over and examined several times, it seemed he hadn't heard her, but, as he looked up at the kunoichi and her 2 squad mates, that infamous grin reappeared on his face and he hefted the leaf upwards. Hi sensei, I understand. I'll get this down no time. With that he screwed up his face, flipped the leaf into the palm of his hand and slapped it onto his forehead just as Kurenai had, immediately afterwards screwing his face up with his hands in the ram seal. Ebisu was the one who saw what was going to happen first when the edges of the leaf started to curl upwards, but before he could do anything to stop the situation from spiraling out of hand, the leaf on Naruto's forehead burst into flames. The sight of the just about 6-year-old suddenly sprinting around the training ground and yelling like a madman while repeatedly slamming his forehead against the palms of his hands was enough to make all 3 chunins in the clearing snicker and laugh out loud, even more so when his soot-stained face attempted to glower at them prior to picking up another leaf from the ground. After all, even a teacher was allowed to laugh occasionally. XXX. Hey, Chibi, the sudden shout jerked Naruto out of the light doze he'd been in, letting him blink up at the sight of the older girl who stood scowling down at him. What are you doing here? These are academy grounds. Oh, I was just waiting for someone, he explained, looking past the black-haired young lady in the blue and black uniform who looked like she was in the graduating year or the year below that, older than either of the threesome he had come to see. You know when Izumo and Katetsu usually show up, or Inazukahana. You mean Inazukahana? Damn, forgot the U. Closing his eyes at his mistake, the youngster nodded quickly, the girl's expression softening slightly as she stood up, thinking, I don't know the first 2, but Hana-san usually arrives with her mother and a little kid about your age. You can always tell when the Inazukas show up, their dogs bark enough to raise the dead. Anyway, she pointed a suddenly stern finger towards the gate Naruto had squeezed himself through about 10 minutes earlier. If you're going to wait, you'd better do it outside. The teachers might get mad if they catch you in here. You're way too young to be enrolled. In fact, she seemed to suddenly realize something for the first time, dark gray eyes narrowing slightly as she looked down at Naruto again. How did you get in here in the first place? Oh, just went through the gate, he replied blandly, inwardly quite grateful that the green shouty man he'd traded with occasionally had recently, and loudly, declared his knowledge of the basic stretches and other exercises sufficient and moved on to slightly more advanced techniques, 1 or 2 of which he'd used to wriggle his way into the academy itself. How did you get in? His forthrightness seemed to stun her somewhat and she fell back half a pace, suddenly defensive as she raised her arms as though warding his question off. Oh, Rado-sensei knows I like to come in early to study. I have a problem reading for some reason. Something not quite right with my eyes. I see all the words backwards on the page and it takes me a while to unscramble them. I kept trying to sneak in early to get extra time to read the scrolls for practice. In the end he must have got fed up with seeing me waiting for him on the step and just gave me my own key. Said I could keep it as long as I didn't cause any trouble. I don't really, just set up a few little pranks now and then. She leant forwards conspiratorially. Some instinct Naruto couldn't quite name making him do likewise as a small smile graced her lips. But don't tell sensei, or the clan for that matter. Clan? Despite never having a family, Naruto knew the basic idea of a clan was that it was essentially a large family that had something, usually a particular ninja skill, in common. Due to his trading he was aware of some of the clans in Konoha, the Hyuga and the Inuzuka, most of all as their unusual faces and, in the Hyuga's case, standards of dress made them easy to spot. But the clan this girl must have belonged to was unknown to him. Sorry F soundin', dumb, BU, which clan are you from? She regarded him almost suspiciously for a moment before. Apparently satisfied by the innocent curiosity on his face, she gave an answer. Uchiha, I'm Uchiha Mila. She half turned around, letting him see the clan symbol on the back of her dark navy shirt. And you are? Uzumaki Naruto, and I'm gonna be Hokage someday. Springing to his feet, the little Jinchuriki thrust one fist in the air, looking so determined that Mila couldn't quite bring herself to laugh at his pose, though there was no stopping the broad smile that blossomed on a face that should, by clan diktat, have been serious and severe at all times. So I see. Well, you're in the right place for that, Naruto-san, but you're a little too young to enlist properly. Shoo, she wafted him off with her hand, pointing towards the gate. The first of the senseis will be here in about 10 or so minutes. Naruto bobbed his head obediently and headed back towards the plain iron gate of the academy before a sudden thought occurred to him and he paused. Sorry Mila-chan. Halfway through picking up the school bag she'd set down prior to accosting the trespasser dozing on the academy swing. The Uchiha looked over her shoulder to see Naruto tapping his thumbs together, not quite able to meet her eye. Was his pranked? What's a? Okay. Though at first glance a typical Uchiha from her serious and studious attitude, Mila was not so hard-hearted that she would automatically dismiss someone without the Sharingan as inherently worthless. She'd done that once before and had her nose broken for it. Akamichi Goji never one to put up with any slur against his clan's good name or honored history. For this reason, as much as any other, the academy student paused, bag halfway to her shoulder, before a slow smirk crept over her lips and she replaced it back on the floor. Time for a little lesson, young Uzumaki. A prank? Well, it's a bit like a joke. Tell you what, best learn through doing. You know your friend Hana-san. Hi. Well, perfect. A way to strike back against the Inuzuka for that Nin-ken peeing up our clan wall. And no one will be any the wiser. If nothing else, it'll also teach Naruto-san how to run away really, really fast. With that justification in her mind, the gray-eyed Uchiha beckoned the young Jinchuriki to dip his head forwards, to pull a little prank on her. This is one thing you could do. Though she didn't realize it, would never be credited for it by the wider population and would sadly never live to see the crowning glory of her words. In that moment, Uchiha Mila created her own legacy. As she spoke, her message became an inspiration to the one future ninja of the leaf who would grow up to be, amongst numerous other things, the greatest prankster the elemental nations had ever known. XXX. Attuned to the sense of her partner on a level unsurpassed by any Inuzuka in living memory, Sume had turned her head almost before Kuromaru's growl had reached her ears. Holding up a hand respectfully from 2/3 of the Ino Shika-cho team, the current head of the House of Dogs glanced down towards where the wolf-like dog was poised, rigid as a statue with his one ear laid flat against his head. What is it? Hana, the pack leader snarled back, the mention of her only daughter bringing Sume's head around so fast she almost cricked her neck. Observing the scene, however, she could just see her eldest child speaking happily with a couple of her friends. The fox, it hunts her. Fox? Have you got dust in your eye or something, Kuro-kun? There's no. Oh, finally following the canine's eye line, she felt her lip curl in tandem with his own, baring pointed fangs as she saw the creature that had killed her husband and many others in her clan, obviously not satisfied with that offering of blood, had returned to stalk her daughter. Just as well Kiba's at home for the day mucking out the kennels. That'll teach him to try and sneak extra food out the kitchen. I see. Excuse me a moment, guys. I just need to dissuade little Gakis from sniffing around my girl. Before she could take more than a pace, however, her progress was arrested by a large hand gripping her upper arm. Shuza seeing what she had over her shoulder and stopping her before she did anything rash. Peace Sume-chan, it was a mark of how long she'd known the large man that she didn't take offense at his term of familiarity despite the fact she knew the Akamichi patriarch's wife personally. That's just Uzumaki Naruto, not anyone else. But what's he doing here? She asked snappishly, shrugging off his restraining grip, unless he's planning to enroll, but even then. Hokage-sama would never approve. He's far too young, Inoichi finished for her, having waved off his younger relative Fu for the day in lieu of his bedridden cousin twice removed. Besides, from what I've heard from my clansmen still training out in the grounds, he's no bother. Just hunts around for scrap and trades weapons with the nin he finds there. Still, I agree with you, Sume-chan. Why is he here? And, more to that, he fingered his chin as he saw the short, orange-clad form slowly approach the Inuzuka heir and, having caught the attention of her gamboling puppies, he seemed to strike up a conversation with her. What does your daughter have to do with it? The bark of one of the Haimaru triplets alerted her to the presence behind her. As she span around, she saw nothing until a blur of blonde from below her eyeline made her look down. Naruto, the boy looked up, one hand still on the slate gray back of one of the puppies as he smiled up at her. What are you doing here? Waiting for you, or Azuma or Ko, whichever of you came first, he replied, standing up and apparently not noticing as some of the other students immediately vacated the area as though he were the carrier of some virulent pox. I got my chakra a few weeks ago and been working on my control. Now I'm ready to get my first jutsu. Hana blinked at this. Really? Man, that was fast. Way too fast. As she, along with the ever-present twin thorns in her side Azumabaka and his all-but brother, had only been in the third year of the academy a little more than 2 months. They'd only just begun to learn the academy 3. Though she reckoned she had a better grasp than most of her peers of the first jutsu they had learned. So, better this than nothing else, I guess. Well. Nice one, Chibi. So, first jutsu. We only just got on to learning it ourselves, believe it or not. Finally got through the damned history lectures. This one's called Kamawari no Jutsu, the body switch. All it does is replace you with a nearby inanimate object to get you out the way on an incoming attack. The way Rado-sensei described it to us was to imagine a very thin string connecting you and the thing you want to switch with. Make the seal's bird, for movement, and sheep, to gather chakra, and then, pull the string while saying the name of the jutsu. If you get it right, you should swap places with the object. That's all the help I can give you, Chibi. I don't know any more myself. Got it? Yeah, I think so, Naruto replied after a moment of head scratching before his face brightened and he waved. Hey Azumo, Ko. Forewarned by his greeting, the Inuzuka science span on her heel to direct her hardest glare at the boy who made her life a living hell, only to realize a little too late, as a small hand gripped the belt of her trousers and gave a very hard yank upwards. She'd been had. Pranked, Naruto taunted in a sing-song voice, though as the Inuzuka turned very slowly back towards the miniature Joker, pulling her violated clothing back down to its normal position with one hand while making a hard fist with the others, the formerly friendly puppies around her feet suddenly slinking forwards with hackles raised as they picked up on their mistress's aggravation. The smirk dropped away from his face. Hana-chan, it was just a prank, you know, for Fuao. Kamawari no Jutsu. As they watched, the Uzumaki, blue eyes wide and terrified as he realized his jutsu had failed, turn on his heels and run away screaming from the trio of nipping Nin-ken and their wrathfully roaring owner Inoichi, having seen the whole thing and struggling to hide his shaking shoulders in case Sume turned around suddenly, felt obliged to make a comment. He's fearless, I'll give him that. He's absolutely fearless. And he's got good taste, Shuza added, in a similar state to his former teammate as he watched the youngster twist, duck and dive amongst the crowd to try and avoid the rushes of the embarrassed Inuzuka girl. Wonder what they were saying? The Akamichi mused, tipping the wink to his partner in crime as he did so. In their heyday, Ino Shikacho were as infamous for their pranks in Konoha as they were for their battle prowess out of it. You catch it, Sume-chan? She didn't answer verbally, instead shaking her head slowly from side to side as she watched her daughter grab the Kyuubi container by the neck and rub hard knuckles through his scalp. His yelps of pain audible even over the rest of the milling academy crowd as the bell rang for the 5-minute warning for lessons. No, missed it, she admitted, turning back to face them with an almost rueful expression on her face. Kuromaru likewise a little perturbed as he watched some of the youngest members of his pack savaging the Jinchuriki's sandals. Must have been something fruity to rile Hana-chan up though. Last thing I need now is my little flower growing up too fast and picking up gakis like him. Inoichi nodded sagely. I know that feeling. I've already got the calming tablets on order for when Ino-chan grows up and starts the academy. Oh, he perked up with a respectful nod. Heishi-san, good to see you again. Like her daughter before her Sume turned around. Unlike Hana however, she was old and experienced enough to whip both hands around and just behind her. Because of that she was able to intercept the two pairs of pinching fingers that extended towards her exposed target, holding them tight and smirking broadly as she spoke over her shoulder to the two trapped shinobi. Now then you two, thanks Kuro-kun. To his credit the dog didn't react to his partner's wink as he watched Inoichi and Shuza trying desperately to extract their sticky fingers as the Inuzuka spoke with the friendly, threatening tone that had developed over long years of partnering and going on missions with the shinobi of her generation. What's at work? I don't tell your wives about your attempts to get fresh with me. Caught with his fingers quite literally in the danger area. The Yamanaka clan head turned to his similarly collared partner in crime. We didn't think that through very well, did we? Not really, Shuza agreed, thinking up various scenarios of what his dear Chimeheim would do to him if Sume followed through on her promise to tattle and shuddering. Okay Sume-chan, what would you want for your silence? Let's just say, she gave the trapped fingers a final twist before letting go in time to wave Hana into school for the day. The scolded Uzumaki slinking out the way of further reprisals as she looked over her shoulders to beam at them malevolently. Bring your checkbooks. XXX. Finally heaving a huff of frustration, Naruto put aside the leaf on his head with a weary sigh. For some reason no matter how hard he tried it never seemed to get any easier to get the stupid thing to stick to even his forehead, never mind anywhere else on his body. Still, he could do it now and that was a great improvement on the first time he tried it. At least he wasn't burning himself anymore. Still, Kurenai-sensei had impressed upon him the importance of good chakra control, and just because he had a lot of it, that didn't mean he was going to scrimp on what could one day be very important. Especially since I think Iruka-san said he might try to make it a requirement to pass his classes when he gets into the academy. If he'd done that before I got to know him I'd be well and truly screwed. Still, for the time being, like most kids being presented with a new treat or toy, Naruto felt his pulse start to quicken as he stood up from his cross-legged sitting position and casually threw the cushion he'd been sat on onto the nearest chair, wanting a soft landing in case he got this jutsu down fast. And I will, because I'm the future Hokage, believe it. With that thought in his mind the Jinchuriki determinedly set his sights on the cushion, flipped through the hand signs Hana had told him, imagined throwing a thin twine around the cushion and shouted the jutsu around. Kamawari no Jutsu. That had been a week ago and he was still frustratingly stuck on the replacement jutsu. Though he was getting closer, the progress, much like his chakra control, was painfully slow. Still, as he knew from repeated lessons from both his jijis, whether it be on moaning at the washing up or being unable to spell a specific word enough to annotate a report with it, shouting and screaming to the heavens wouldn't do anything but make him feel better. So, facing the cushion again, he cleared his mind and tried again. Cast chakra forwards like a wire, bird seal, sheep seal and call. Kamawari no Jutsu. Okay, I felt it again. It was something but not much of something, Naruto internally complained as he watched the slightly disturbed cushion flop to the floor. It's moving and I move the same amount. Once more he was grateful he'd taken to sitting on a second cushion. The carpet burns had been a killer first time it had happened. But it's not enough. Why is that? Folding his hands and placing one fist just under his chin, willing the gears in his mind to turn correctly. Am I not using enough chakra or something? But this is supposed to be an E-rank jutsu. How can I be Hokage if I can't even manage something this simple? No, don't get distracted. With a conscious effort he willed himself to concentrate and determine what was wrong by logical thought and deduction rather than give in to his childish instincts of throwing things around and demand someone tell him the answer. It took a little time as he reminded himself of what Hana had told him about the jutsu, what it was meant to do and how it was supposed to accomplish it. In theory the string should snap forwards and you and the object should switch places. You pull the object towards where you were and by the law of chakra conservation and motion. Naruto made a mental note to thank the Sandaime for explaining this theory to him. Though he had been careful not to give the old man any indication that he was actively learning the Academy 3 just yet, as chakra can't be used to fill a vacuum, as the movement of the object switched with creates. The chakra string instantly flexes and drags you into the space where the object was before dissipating in smoke. Because of this you can make Kamawari smokeless by using exactly the right amount of chakra to pull the switch, and it's harder to replace yourself with a living object or person as they have their own chakra. So it's harder to force it to come with you. You have to overpower their chakra's inertia with the force of your chakra pulling them along. Still, he frowned despite himself. Knowing the theory is one thing, but actually being able to do it is something else. Chakra control shouldn't be too much of an issue, so what am I doing wrong? Well, I know that one. The fact he was moving a little was enough of an answer for that question. He wasn't molding enough chakra to complete the technique fully. His chakra string was sluggish to form and, because of that, he couldn't pull it fast enough to actually swap with the pillow. So how can I get more chakra faster? Should I add another sheep seal? That might do it. But then, this was actually an old argument and, having tried it, it hadn't worked at all well, even if it had allowed him to switch once before. This jutsu's supposed to get you out the way in an instant. Hell, a lot of ninja can do it smokelessly without seals or saying the name aloud. I'd look a real lemon if I was there fiddling with 5 or 6 sheep seals to move. I'd be dead before I got anywhere. So extra sheep are out, what? At that moment, thinking about sheep seals and working out what other potential seals could be used to gather chakra, another voice seemed to echo back to him and Naruto's eyes snapped open. Looking down at his hands with a sudden excitement pounding through him, the newly minted 6-year-old formed the new seal and, after considering the advice that it was supposed to be useless in actually performing ninjutsu, shrugged, smiled shyly and decided he had nothing to lose, so would give it a go anyway. Squaring up to the pillow across from him earlier, Naruto told himself mentally that this time he'd do it. He fixed his gaze on the pillow and recited in his mind. Okay, thin ribbon of chakra, bird seal, ram seal and Kami. There was a sudden loud, bamf, noise in his ears and he felt himself crashing into something. Dizzy and disorientated, the Jinchuriki had only a second to recover before a slow vertigo assailed his senses and he found himself shrieking as he tucked himself into a tight ball, awaiting the end with a terrified kind of acceptance. He seemed to hang in the air for an eternity before, with a bone-jarring thud, he felt his new ride hit the floor and he tumbled off the back of the chair onto the floor, panting with adrenaline and shock as, after checking all his limbs were still present and functioning correctly, he slowly rolled onto his front and began to pick himself up, seeing what had happened. For a moment he was unsure as to why the chair had fallen over in the first place, scratching his head until he looked beyond it and felt his jaw drop. Sitting directly in front of him on top of the pillow he'd been half crouched on was the pillow he'd aimed to switch with, one corner drooping onto the floor as it wobbled in its place. I did it. The thought was so alien and weird that for a moment he didn't believe the evidence of his own eyes. In fact, only when he paced slowly over to the pillow and poked it tentatively did he actually leap into the air with an exclamation of delight. I actually really did it. I can do the Kamawari. Forget sheep, rams, where it's at for this one. Even as he rewrote his own mental notes, however, the question of why rose up to greet him and he pondered for a minute. The teacher team said I had a lot of chakra, could that be it? Who cares? What matters is I can do it. Now all I need to do is practice lots. Then I can work on what that Hyuga said. Memories of the white-eyed man regarding him dispassionately almost made the youngster shiver. Of all the clans except maybe those guys with sunglasses and high collars, the Hyuga clan always gave him the creeps as he could never tell what they were thinking. Though in that instance he'd gotten some good information for his spool of ninja wire. Okay, this time, he told himself as he straightened the chair and, after a second's deliberation, chucked the practice pillow towards the settee this time, not wanting to risk damaging the more rickety of the 2 pieces of furniture he owned. Feel the flow of the chakra, how it moves when you make those seals. After that, because I never really said its name anyway. A slight tinge of pride flavored his thoughts at that moment, but, excited by what might await him in the future, he decided against paying it too much heed. Try to move the chakra without even using all the seals. This will take work. He knew next to nothing about the Hyuga clan, but what he did know was that you didn't try to fight them hand to hand unless you were the best and their chakra control was legendarily good. Something to do with their scary white eyes. But a future Hokage never backs down, believe it. Having set his mind on this new goal, Naruto, having targeted the pillow, closed his eyes, molded his hands slowly through the seals he needed, trying to trace the movement of his energy as he did so and, without speaking, gave his chakra a hard yank. A second later there was a sudden crunch and a groan of pain as, rather than the pillow, he swapped with Sete itself and as a result slammed himself into the wall it had rested against. Right, mental note. He grimaced as he picked himself back up and shook his woozy head. Little less chakra next time. XXX. Dashing through the snow littering the training ground, Naruto once again simultaneously cursed the fact he was running late and blessed the Hasawadas for getting some gloves in his size in just before the cold teeth of winter had properly bitten around Konoha. The training grounds were covered in snow and ice, a boon and a bane for Naruto, as on the one hand most ninja were less likely to look for their lost gear due to the cold, but on the other trying to find shuriken and kunai alone was difficult under a blanket of snow and ninja wire. Forget it in this weather. Blowing into his pair of white mittens, the mouse of Konoha pulled up his collar and ducked under another low tree branch, careful not to disturb its current cargo of snow and have the whole lot drop down the back of his collar. Once bitten, twice shy in that regard. The winter had been unusually cold, but luckily Gigi had been around to check his apartment's heating system just before the first snow started to fall, so that had been a bonus. He'd had frost nip once before and it had taken him ages to get the feeling back into his fingertips. The mittens he had now were protecting him from the cold in the training ground, and the thick socks he'd traded for were proving to be a good investment by keeping his feet warm. But regardless of that, he was still running late for his last meeting of the day if he wanted to get back to Konoha before nightfall. Gigi didn't like it if he wasn't back in the village before dark. The Chunin Maeda guy had kept him longer than expected and, accidentally adding injury to injury, one of the new stretches he'd had Naruto try out as the penultimate step for to the full lateral splits had all but ripped both his jumpsuit and his groin. It had taken him 15 minutes to even hobble in a straight line after that, never mind run. Still, overall it would be worth it. Though the green shouty man was loud and at times as literally overpowering as he was a powerhouse in a fight, Naruto already felt a little stronger and a lot more flexible than he had been a year ago, though he was a little disappointed that the Chunin had been resolute in his decree that he wouldn't teach the orange-clad pre-genin any taijutsu until he was at least 8, a year before he joined the academy. As he recognized the signs that he was getting close to the teacher team training area, he banished such thoughts and reached for the strap of his rucksack, ready with his present as he slowly stepped into the clearing and looked around. Damn, he inwardly cursed as his face fell, realizing his tardiness had cost him. Too late, they've all gone home. Not that I blame them. He shivered and hugged himself up in his jumpsuit. It's getting chilly out here again. Let's see. Realizing he'd missed an opportunity with friends, Naruto turned to the clearing again with a professional eye. Did they drop anything? With his scavenging instincts honed and refined over a period of several months, Konoha's mouse immediately went on the hunt, though he was doubtful he'd find anything, as out of all the teams save for maybe those containing one or more Hyuga with their all-seeing eyes, an unfair advantage in the world of finding things other people had dropped, Naruto always groused in private as it was a rare day he'd ever find anything that had once belonged to a Hyuga on the training ground. His teacher team was orderly, neat and tidy. Still, the cold might have made them forget. Especially Kurenai-san. I think she wears that outfit for distraction to fight filthy, but I doubt it keeps the chill out much. Naruto reasoned mentally, peering under a thick bush before shaking his head and straightening up. Nope, nothing under there save leaves and bugs. Apart from that though, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Hey, what's Ebisu-san? Ducking back behind the bush he just examined, Naruto peeked up again and realized that yes, he was indeed looking at the eldest member of the trio. The lanky Chunin was reclining against a thick tree, something that looked like a garishly covered book at eye level with his sunglasses. It must have been a good read because he hadn't even noticed the equally orange boy scrutinizing him, and he was usually very observant. Naruto took a second of screwing up his eyes before realizing he couldn't see the words on the front cover and decided he might as well introduce himself. Hey Ebisu-san, whatcha readin'? The reaction to his jauntily shouted greeting was both explosive and amusing. The Chunin all but shot into the low branches of the tree he was stood under, book flailing and flapping around as he looked around wildly in every direction save the right one as he sought to track down the sudden shout source. He must have blinked at some point as the tall man moved, as 1 second the book was there and the second after it wasn't, hidden in some part of the Chunin's ninja equipment. As, face slightly reddened, he folded his arms and looked at the child. Ah, Uzumaki-san, He paused to clear his throat, looking at Naruto through his ever-present glasses. I wonder if he's related to those bug guys at all. They always wear sunglasses, but he doesn't have a high collar. What are you doing here? Was hoppin' to run into your team, he replied, shucking his rucksack to the floor and opening it up. Just wanted to say thanks for teaching me that sticky leaf thing. An eyebrow rose. You have that exercise mastered? Naruto shook his head. Nah, not yet, but at least I can get the thing to stick while you burnin' my eyebrows off, the Jinchuriki admitted before opening the top of his traveling pack. So, anything you need? Ebisu shook his head, still looking a little flustered with cheeks that appeared red enough to melt any snowflake that dared fall within 10 feet of them. No, not at present, Uzumaki-san. He seemed to be more on edge than even Naruto had suspected. Looking around as though desperate for a way back to Konoha at short notice. I believe it would be best if if we return to the village now. It is getting rather late. At this Naruto nodded, feeling it would be nice to have some company on the journey back rather than coming in solo as he usually did. Hefting Slim and pulling his rucksack back on, he looked up to beam at the Chunin. Okay, sounds like a plan, Ebisu-sensei. With a tilt of his wrist, the top of Maruta-san's gift pointed towards the distant village gates. Let's go. The trip back was surprisingly quiet between the two of them, though this might have been due to Ebisu setting a quicker pace than Naruto was used to on the trip back. However, it didn't take Naruto long to adjust to this due to his continuing traipses around the training ground and, because of this, it wasn't long before the question Ebisu had dreaded was asked. So, what were you reading? That was though lying was anathema to someone who wished to spend his life as a teacher. Ebisu was well aware that some things were just not to be admitted to save by highly renowned Junin who were strong enough to take stick from no one, so was, just this once, content to bend the truth just a little. A book about ladies and how to interact with them. This made Naruto look cross-eyed for a minute before he gave a slow, thoughtful nod. Okay, if you wanted to know about ladies, why don't you ask Kurenai-san? The unexpected query almost made Ebisu miss his step, choking as he looked around at the smaller form by the side of him. Uzumaki-san. He sounded horrified and Naruto immediately backpedaled. What did I say wrong? There are some questions no man should ever ask a lady, especially not a kunoichi, at least, not if he wants to keep all his extremities attached to his body. What kind of questions? Luckily, if there was one thing Ebisu was good at, it was deflecting attention and interest from himself and putting the onus back on others. I'll let you answer your own question here, Uzumaki-san, the Chunin informed him, the ghost of a smile on his lips as his shielded eyes glanced sideways and down once more. What do you know about the fairer sex? It was a question that rather foxed Naruto, though once he realized the Chunin meant the fairer sex as in ladies rather than the other kind, he thought back to the girls he did actually know. They're okay. Some of them. I mean, Tenten-chan's really cool. She wants to be a ninja and her daddy's showing her how to use all the ninja weapons. And Ayame-chan's a real good cook and she's really smart too. You like these young ladies then? Yeah, kinda. Naruto scratched the back of his head, not quite sure where the ninja was going with this. They're friends if that's what you mean. Friends, as though this was the answer he'd been waiting for. Ebisu slowed down, pushing his glasses up his nose. Well, that is a good sign, Uzumaki-san. Having friends who are girls your own age is a very good trait to have. However, when you grow older there is a chance you might start to see these girls, or, at least, one of these girls is something a little closer than a friend, if you see what I mean. Closer than friends? Racking his brain, the Jinchuriki thought as much as he was able to. For some reason he thought a lot of Izumo and Ko, having seen the deadly duo on more than one occasion as they finished their practical training sessions at the academy training grounds, and one of the words they used to tease each other regarding the girls in their class. You mean like a girlfriend? That Ebisu hadn't been expecting. How do you know what a girlfriend is? Heard it off some people I know in the academy. Naruto spoke dismissively before. As he thought about the problem, he saw a thread between Ebisu's questions and what he'd said earlier about the other member of his squad, and, once he'd seen the beginnings of such a path, he could do nothing more than follow it. Oh, is that why you were reading that book? You wanted to ask Kurenai-san to be your GI. He was cut off by a sudden hand slapping over his mouth. Ebisu looking around as though he was expecting to see missing Nin come crawling out the trees all around them before releasing his prisoner belatedly. Naruto heaving down a deep breath after his unexpected suffocation. Naruto, it was a sign of how desperate the man must have been that he actually used the Jinchuriki's first name as he stood back up tall and glared. You are never to repeat that I was reading that book or mentioned Kurenai around it to another living soul. Especially not Kurenai-san. Why not? I think it's quite, what's the word? He scrunched his face up, clicking his fingers as he tried to recall the elusive syllables. And dear ring, if that's it, reading that 'cause you didn't know how to ask her yourself. So, you going to ask her? No, of course I'm not. Naruto's face fell. Why not? You're both Chunin. You're in the same squad and you must like her if you were reading a book on how to ask her. What's the problem? Because, how did it come to this? I never asked to be giving the talk to an inquisitive 6-year-old. Because Kurenai-san and I would never work as a couple. Why not? What's wrong with her? Is she sick or something? Nothing is wrong with Kurenai-san. She's in perfect health. The problem, I fear, lies with me. Ebisu was already well aware of his faults, especially in comparison to the kunoichi who had already surpassed him. Compared to her, I've very little to offer. She's a lot more competent as a ninja. Her genjutsus are all but flawless and compared to my own ambitions her are much more advanced and, unlike me, she has the skill and drive to achieve them. And she is 2.5 years younger than I am. I would do nothing but hold her back. It was a little harsh but overall it seemed fair. Ebisu knew, or at least had a vague idea of his probable future and in no way could he see the raven-haired kunoichi playing more of a part in it than as a short-term teammate. To his relief Naruto seemed to accept this as well, though he looked a little put out by his admissions. Before he could inquire why, however, the Jinchuriki spoke. That was mean. I didn't think Kurenai-san would say things like that to people, least of all her own team. I think you're an okay, or better than okay, teacher and you know more than she does about being a ninja. And, you've got loads more experience than her. If she said that to you she's not much of a friend and, I sure wouldn't want her as a girlfriend. What, Kurenai-chan would never say those. Oh I see. Now he was able to see Naruto's error, he was able to correct it. Well you were right in one regard. Almost despite himself a slight smile slid over his face as Naruto looked up beaming at being told he'd done something right. Kurenai-san would never say such things about people. One of the most important things a ninja can know is his own limitations. Minimizing the risks of these limitations to others is one of the principal reasons Konoha's ninjas use the team system. My low chakra reserves, for instance, are overcome by Amino-san, while I can quickly analyze a situation and think my way out of many situations that may flummox him. However, because of the differences between us I couldn't ask Kurenai-san to be my very close friend. She deserves someone who is better suited to her skills and abilities. Does she think that? The question, coming as it did after a moment of silence following his explanation ending, brought Ebisu up short, blinking as he looked down at the diminutive figure by the side of him. I beg your pardon? Is that what Kurenai-san thinks? I mean, Naruto sought to explain himself as Ebisu fixed him with a stern but not evil eye. Everything you said, is that what Kurenai said, or thinks? I don't know her enough so I guess you'd have a better idea in me. But if she hasn't said those things to you why do you think that? She could say you're being silly, or overthinking things. She said you were good at genjutsu last time I saw you guys so she must think you're fairly good. I know she's the illusion queen of Konoha so if she says you're good you must be. I dunno but shouldn't you ask before saying you couldn't work? That's like me saying I couldn't do a technique without trying it. At least I'd give it a go first. I might be shocked myself. If it didn't work then never mind. At least I tried. At least I tried. The words rattled around Ebisu's head as he kept step with the youngster, slowing down to Naruto's pace as the duo made it onto the main road back into Konoha. To cover his tracks and mask his thinking, however, the would-be teacher flicked his eyes sideways and spoke in his most elite tutoring voice. It's possible you're right Naruto. However for now explain the purpose of an ending seal and give examples of the common ones. An ending seal, Naruto spoke after a moment, screwing his face up as he tried to remember the explanations he'd read from the scrolls in Gigi's office, is the last seal used in a technique and is commonly to convert the chakra used in the technique to a specific element. The common ending seals are Tiger for fire jutsus, Dragon for lightning, ox for earth and bird for wind. Water jutsus doesn't have a common ending seal. And why is this? Because according to legend the 12 animals of the hand seals all swam across a river, therefore no aquatic animals could compete. Good, now what is chakra and how can a ninja increase his reserves? I wonder. Even as he asked, Ebisu felt the weight of the book in his back equipment pouch and its mirror in the pit of his stomach. Even as he did though he heard Naruto speak again with the innocence of his youth and the ball of dread solidified. At least I can try. I wonder if the Yamanakas are open still. And if I remember rightly, Kurenai was planning to throw a celebration in a few months' time when her friend gets back, if I offered some help there. Chakra is XXX. Surprise. She was so deep in her thoughtful trance that she didn't even notice how dark the interior of the Dango store she'd arranged to meet Kurenai-chan had been. Because of that, when the lights went on and everyone jumped out from where they'd been hiding, quite a few of them were forced to jump back in again to avoid being kebabbed by rapid-fire kunai. Enough. Once more Genma managed to keep his ever-present senbon in his mouth even as he shouted at the top of his lungs, "We surrender. Please accept our offering of dango and sake as a token of our submission." Still not dropping her recent kunai and with a jutsu on the tip of her tongue, the recently returned kunoichi glared around at everyone before, to a chorus of relieved exhalations, she dropped the item back into her weapon pouch, grabbed a skewer of dango from the closest table and let a massive grin slip over her face. "You got that right. Crawl, maggots, crawl," Enko demanded, stepping forwards to accept a saucer of sake from the senbon chewing chunin. "Cheers, Genma-kun. I take it you had a lot to do with this?" Typically of his affable nature, he shrugged and wafted a hand around. "Mostly Kurenai-chan actually, but we all did our bit," he admitted. The other chunin and occasional career genin. Now they realized the threat was over, shuffled back out from where they'd dived for cover and slowly began to strike up conversations. "So, glad to be back." Sort of, Enko seemed to mimic her slightly older friend by talking around her dango skewer. Though Genma had graduated in the year above her at the academy, he was so laid back that even following her reappearance after the Orochimaru incident he bore her no ill will, and because of that made it onto the very short list of people the Snake Mistress called more than a casual acquaintance. The last mission was important, but it was so long. "I had to act the part of a good little courtesan for over 6 months, and the daimyo of Mist is a real stick in the mud. Totally faithful to his wife and wouldn't even think of goosing one of his courtesans, never mind having some fun with one. From what I've heard of that daimyo's wife, I can't blame him. She's supposed to be able to put Tora to shame," Genma chuckled, helping himself to a bite of dango as Enko moved slightly around him, looking for her oldest friend. "Still, you got the mission done with extra from what I hear. Managed to isolate a couple of spies in our own court." Enko smirked nastily. "Yeah, and Ibiki better save me some when he gets his grubby little mitts on them." Genma shook his head, finally removing his senbon and tucking it behind his ear as he made to move away from the returning kunoichi, her previous mission finally over. "I'm sure you won't forget. Anyway, from what I hear you're going to be needed more than ever, Enko-chan. You hear what happened to the Sandame's little girl?" "Yeah, occupational hazard in our line of work," the seductive infiltrator admitted. Though she'd not seen the youngest Sarutobi since she'd been reinstated as a chunin of the Leaf, Enko acknowledged the other woman as a rival of sorts, as both kunoichi were infiltration specialists. However, as the Sarutobi was a direct relation to the Sandame and therefore a major prize for the enemy should she be captured, she officially didn't exist, and no one outside her immediate family had ever conclusively seen her on a mission or reporting to her father. Still, good luck to her. While she's out of commission with her brat, that leaves me as the #1 seductress of Konoha. Enko flashed a victory sign and grinned as Genma just shook his head, knowing from long experience that when she was in this kind of mood it would be an exercise in futility in trying to talk to her like a grown-up. Not like she hasn't earned the right to act like a kid, though. I couldn't do the job she does. "And you're proud of that?" "Yep," Enko assured him with a happy nod before draping an arm over his shoulder, sultriness in her smile and mischief in her lavender eyes. "Now what say you and I ditch this place, head to mine, and I show you just how I got my #1 spot?" "I say I'm not that suicidal, even if it would be a hell of a way to go," Genma countered, ignoring the slightly taller woman's hurt pout and protruding lower lip as she stuck her nose in the air as his gentle rebuttal. From what I've heard, the last guy you dragged into your room didn't escape for 5 days, and by the time he did, not even Inoichi could help him get his head screwed back on straight. Yeah, but what after getting a good look at his memories, even Inoichi needed a cigarette afterwards. Besides, Enko's professionalism was such that she could even make a smirk look salacious. Mr. Yamanaka clan head should have known to come to me if he needed help with Scray. Enough. Genma's answer was half groan, half giggle as he ruffled the younger woman's hair. Enko yelping and ducking away from him as she hated that gesture of affection. Anyway, this is your party. Go tease someone else for a while. Oh, but don't go for Hayate like you used to. That cough of his getting worse, is it? Yeah, that and the fact a sword to the kneecaps often hurts like you wouldn't believe. Genma grimaced. 1 or 2 memories of sparring with one of Konoha's finest swordsmen standing out in his memory again. Enko appeared a little confused by this for a second before the other ninja nodded and a head of purple hair caught her eye. Ah, so they finally stopped dancing around each other. About time. Enko put her hands on her hips as she watched Yugo hand something that looked like a napkin to her sickly-looking partner. The swordsman nodding as his took it before immediately pressing it over his mouth as a fit of coughing racked him. I was beginning to think the only thing that'd get her to stake a claim would be someone, the incredibly sexy me for example, trying to ravish him on the Chunin lounge floor. Genma almost snorted sake through his nose at that one. Grin still a mile wide as he bade a passing goodbye and moved into the crowd, leaving Enko to wonder what else had happened in Konoha in her 6-month absence. Kurenai had sensed her coming but, just this once, didn't move to block the rush and instead let a pair of arms encircle her slim waist as she felt a pressure on her shoulder, the scent in her nose immediately telling her who it was even before Enko started talking excitedly into her ear. You, Ebisu, when, how, why and what base? About 2 months ago. He's currently my teammate, a virtually perfect gentleman and believe it or not quite a romantic. The idea of the sunglasses wearing Chunin who was all legs and ears trying anything romantic made the snake mistress snort with laughter. Almost enough to miss the tail end of her conversation. He very politely asked after buying my favorite flowers and taking me out to see one of the most recent pictures I wanted to see, and I said yes. And as for the last part, Kurenai twisted her head enough to see her friend's face out the corner of her eye before flicking the side of the other Chunin's nose. Enko pouting cutely from the impact. Never you mind. Ah, Nai-chan. Enko buried her chin in the other Chunin's shoulder, whining at the same time as setting her fingertips dancing over the bandages covering Kurenai's stomach, not bothering to hide her smirk as she felt the skin twitch and writhe under her fingers. The taller woman having to fight hard not to double over. Come on, you know you want to tell me. No, the other Chunin growled back, fighting hard not to give Enko the satisfaction of hearing her laugh at the same time as try to squirm her way out of her friend's restrictive grip. Damn it, 6 months was too long away from her. I forgot Enko never fights fair, it's private. Taking this as a challenge, the snake summoner redoubled her attack. Kurenai unable to stop a cheep of laughter escaping as she grabbed the back of Enko's hands, trying to wrench them away from her. Come on Nai-chan, she coaxed evilly, feeling as well as seeing the black-haired woman going red in the face from holding her breath. No secrets between friends, right? Come on, let it all out. Her friend was weakening. Enko was sure she was about to be victorious before a sudden hand clapped her on the shoulder and a rather high, in Enko's opinion nasally voice broke into her game. Not wanting to interrupt Mitarashi-san, but would you mind not traumatizing my partner for the evening? Ebisu inquired politely, plate of sweet bean soup in one hand and a tray of sake dishes in the other as he faced down Enko's sudden sheepish grin. I know you're excited about being home, but please, if you need to indulge your torturing fantasies, I'm sure the missing nin in Morino-san's cells will be sufficient. Releasing the taller Chunin in her grip, Enko grinned as she snagged the sake and soup from Ebisu's grasp. I wasn't torturing her. No, really I wasn't, she defended herself, not helped by the look of disbelief on both Ebisu and Kurenai's faces until, eventually, she threw her hands up and admitted her guilt. Well, maybe I was just a little bit. But Nai-chan's so much more fun to tease than a stinky old missing nin. They're tenario at times while she's one of a kind. Despite her withering look at the returned Chunin, Kurenai couldn't help but feel a twinge of pride at these words as she tugged her bandages back into position over her belly. Anyway, I think we're going to need more than these appetizers, Ebisu-chan. Off you go, this is girl talk. Ears reddening again both from the unseemingly affectionate suffix to his name and the casual dismissal. Ebisu nevertheless caught Kurenai's eye and, reading her as well as he did when they were sparring together, realized she agreed and tilted his head forwards when he read the message in them. Turning to find something to replace the goodies Enko had snaffled as the snake mistress turned back towards her friend. So, Ebisu ha? Kurenai nodded slowly, raising one of the pro-offered saucers to her lips as Enko dunked a dango skewer in the soup the older Chunin had brought. Have to say I never thought it'd be him that melted the ice queen of Konoha. Kurenai scowled at the old nickname. We were in the academy and boys were falling over each other to ask me out. Even when I was a genin it didn't matter how many times and said no. I used one measly genjutsu to get them to back off and I got labeled with that title. Reckon he's the one Nai-chan? I don't know, the other woman replied honestly after a moment's thought, a small smile gracing her face as she caught sight of her partner over by one of the food tables, loading up a new plate. He's not exactly what you'd call a red-blooded male, but Ebisu-kun's very sweet in his own way, good with kids too. We're just taking it one day at a time. She soldiered on, fastidiously ignoring Enko as the lavender-haired Kunoichi pretended to retch into her sake saucer. He's not put a foot wrong the past couple of months, so I don't know. She repeated herself before flicking Enko's ear, making the other woman hiss in pain as she recoiled from the unseen sneak attack. Recollecting herself and sticking her tongue out, the reason behind the evening's celebration leant against the nearest wall with one shoulder as she eyed up some of the other Chunin and genin who'd attended the party. Meanie, striking when my guard was down. I'm a Kunoichi Enko-chan, it comes with the job. The snake mistress sniffed again, casually looking around and raising an eyebrow at the talent on show. Oh, Aoba-kun got ripped compared to last time I saw him. And as if that's not bad enough, you and the other Kunoichi are nicking all the talent, she mock wailed, Kurenai shaking her head and trying to disguise the shake in her shoulders at Enko's mock distress. At this rate I'm going to have to go cradle robbing the latest boy wonder to get some man time. Cradle robbing? Luckily someone uprooted the question that had been planted in the red-eyed Junin's furrowed forehead, Aoba pricking his ears as he arrived at the bar for a refill. Boy wonder, Kakashi-senpai you mean? Oh no, Enko gagged at the thought. Knowing him he wouldn't even take his mask off for that. It'd be like trying to kiss a silkworm, she complained before shrugging her shoulders, bumped into someone halfway up a tree on the way in. Lil Gaki on the training fields must have been color blind if he thought that orange monstrosity was anything like in vogue. Ah, you met the mouse. Aoba put the pieces together fractionally faster than Kurenai, leaning on the bar and explaining as Enko quirked her eyebrow. Little kid about yay high, bright blonde hair and 3 marks on each cheek. Yeah, that's Naruto. We call him the mouse, or the pack rat at times. He just hangs around the training grounds and picks up old weapons people lose, trades them for ninja lessons office when he sees us. I thought he was a bit small to be a genin. I swear they get titchier every year. Enko looked a little mollified by the explanation. Stirring a dumpling in the sweet bean soup Ebisu had provided, well, explains what he was on about with trading and all that. I thought he bumped his head falling off the back of a merchant caravan. The genin by the side of her chortled, having missed the previous Chunin exam by dint of there not being an available spot on any of the competing teams. He bumped his head somewhere along the line I reckon, probably just after birth, Aoba commented. Though in truth he had nothing against the young Uzumaki. In fact, like most ninja he found him to be a welcome break from the monotony of training and doing low-ranked missions whenever he reared his blonde-haired head. Still, when you cross paths with him, I thought you'd have just come back here soon as you were able for the dango if nothing else. I would have done, if he hadn't been halfway up a tree and caught my eye. I nearly went face first into a larch because of his jumpsuit and, after dazzling me like that, she sighed and shrugged her shoulders. Her chainmail shirt rippling in a way that made Aoba look away, and Ebisu, now returned with more nibbles, all but shoot steam out his ears. Well, I just had to introduce myself. A sudden tremor of unease rippled over Kurenai's slim back. Enko, the snake summoner, looked around as her friend tried to sound casual despite her trepidation. That kid's only 6, what did you do exactly? There was a teasing lilt in those purple eyes. One that made Kurenai fear the worst as Enko's words only made a bad situation worse. Oh, nothing too unfriendly. Apparently unaware of the sudden attention she was getting, Enko knocked back her latest saucer and smirked. Just a little joke. XXX. Well, you see something new every day. The thought echoed around Enko's mind as she watched the painfully bright body beneath her continue its slow ascent up the tree inch by tortuous inch. Her recently flared temper cooled and she sat on the branch she'd landed on, watching the thing that distracted her as her keen hearing picked out the odd grunt, pant and swear word from the climbing figure. And who's this then? Gotta be a recent graduate, but if that's the case, where's his sensei, or his team for that matter? Something was a little fishy here and, having nothing better to do with her day save report in, collect her paycheck, hit the hot springs and then the nearest bar, Enko stood back up and approached the situation with all her usual tact and diplomatic skills rising to the fore. "Hoi, Gaki." The response to this was unexpected and, in Enko's mind, unintentionally hilarious. Concentration broken by the sudden shout, the kid began flailing around on the trunk of the tree, scrabbling for purchase on the rough bark before, in desperation, he flung his arms as far around the tree as possible, hoping to cling on like a sloth. Overall it didn't help much, but at least it made the bump softer as, overpowered by gravity, he slid down the tree trunk rather than fell straight to earth. Enko was there to greet him, hands on thighs from laughing as hard as she'd watched his doomed attempts to stay tree-borne. An image of a sleeping Tora disturbed by a blundering genin springing to mind and only redoubling her mirth. It was only at a sudden disgruntled shout that she managed to push herself upright and observe the irate figure in tear-blurred vision, what looked like a short stick now balanced in his hands. "What you do that for?" Naruto complained, trying in vain to brush some of the green tree stuff off the front of his jumpsuit. "Nope, no good. It'll need washing tonight. I could have fallen. Why'd you shout at me?" "Sasori Gaki." Despite boasts to the contrary, Enko did apologize on occasion. "I thought you'd have better control than that though. Your sensei not teach you tree walking yet, or you just no good at it?" To her consternation, the blonde boy merely scrunched his face up, looking confused. "Tree walking? How'd you walk up a tree? And, you mean sensei? I'm no a ninja yet." Belatedly noticing the lack of headwear, Enko narrowed her eyes. "Is that so?" she said dangerously, though the kid didn't fall back even if he did raise his little staff slightly more. "In that case, what are you doing here? And what were you trying to do to that poor tree?" At these questions the brat seemed only to look slightly more confused. "You not been around much, lady. I work on a trainin' grounds, look for weapons to trade with the ninja. There's on up deer," he pointed above him. Enko craning her neck to see what looked like a kunai dangling from one of the lower tree branches, held in place with ninja wire and obviously the remnant of a sprung trap. "Bowie couldn't climb that high, and I couldn't knock it down with Slim, so I was trying to use my chakra to get it." "Slim? Oh," as he waved his stick around like a baton, she understood. "Okay, got that. What were you trying to do though?" At this his face brightened. "Some of the ninja showed me the sticky leaf exercise just before winter in. I thought I could use my chakra like that to stick to the tree. I was climbing it until you shouted," he added petulantly, scowling across at the kunoichi as Enko took in what he'd said and, despite herself, felt a trickle of admiration enter her mind. Pretty smart actually, using chakra like that to stick. All right, he looked like a snake trying to wriggle up a drainpipe doing it, but hey, it was working, and he came up with it on his own. Not too shabby for someone with no sensei. XXX. Uzumaki-san was doing what? The question broke in on her thoughts and derailed her recollections, making her shoot Ebisu a nasty look. The name Chunin, however, either didn't notice or didn't care. Instead, looking shocked as did, she belatedly noticed, most of the others who'd been listening in on her meeting the mouse. Like I said, he figured out how to basically get up a tree with chakra. Not bad for a Gaki who wears orange as a ninja. He said he'd try again when I left after he tried to sell me the stuff in his backpack. She snorted as she lounged across the bar, gesturing for a top-up from the barman. Credit where it's due, first guy I've ever met who didn't try to buy my body. Aoba spluttered into his drink at that, looking her up and down as he wiped the sake off his lips. And even if he did, he wouldn't have a clue what to do with it. Yeah, lessons would have cost extra. Pervert, he accused. Aoba-chan. Enko smirked in her mind even as she quirked an eyebrow at his damnation. This is why you never win an argument against me. You denigrate what I'm proud to admit. Guilty as charged, she replied coolly, Kurenai by the side of her merely rolling her eyes as she was reminded of her friend's attitude and antics. Apart from that though, because of him I was running late to meet the Hokage. So I said I'd peruse his wares later if he brought them along to a meeting place I mentioned to him. Her eyes flashed across the bar and an evil grin split her lips. That was about 25 minutes ago. There was silence in the bar before, with a cough, Hayate felt obliged to make a comment. You stood up a little, kid? Yep, Enko nodded happily as groans of exasperation filled the air. That'll teach him to nearly make me break my pretty little nose on a rotten old tree. He should have gotten the message by now, and even then it'll teach him that ninja lies sometimes, harsh but true. Very true. Now go and get him, Kurenai demanded, hardening her heart against her friend's disbelieving look and wobbling lips. It's not fair to pick on the mouse like that, Enko-chan. Go and pick him up and make sure he gets home safe. I don't know him all that well, but Naruto's nothing if hard-headed. He'll stay there all night unless someone calls him off. Ah, but Nai-chan, it's cold out there, Enko complained, trying to wheedle her way out of being forced to go back outside when she was comfortable with her friends in an overabundance of sake and dengo. Don't make me go out, it might rain and I'll get wet on the grounds. Grounds? The word jarred in Aoba's mind, prompting his question, what do you mean by the grounds? Where do you think I told him to meet me? It's my home from home after all. Oh come on, she chuckled at the suddenly horror-struck faces before her, many of the assembled Chunin and Aoba going white. It's not like he'd actually go in there, right? Right? Suddenly faced with her peers rapidly looking at each other and almost simultaneously downing drinks and snacks before making a concerted rush for the door, Enko could only curse before taking a last bite of dango, a last swallow of sake and herring out after them. XXX. Right, that's it. I'm going in. Patience finally snapping like rusty ninja wire, Naruto threw himself to his feet and, seizing Slim, he strode towards the fence in front of him, unaware of the danger signs as it was too dark to see them, and grabbed a fistful of chain link, heaving himself up with his rucksack on his back. The Jinchuriki pulled himself upwards until he was able to throw his leg over the fence and repeat the motions in reverse to hit the floor as well, looking around in the darkness to try and see where he was. There was no sign of the kunoichi who said she'd be here 30 minutes ago, so he guessed it was up to him to track her down. Training of a sort, I guess. Okay, first things first. Enko-san, his shout split the night like a thunderbolt. Though there appeared to be no answer save the rustling of the leaves in the night breeze. You in here? Enko-san, this isn't funny. If you're hiding, get out here now. Aw, about time. Hearing someone approach, the young would-be ninja slammed the business end of Slim into the ground and began to take off his rucksack. If that was meant to be a joke, it wasn't a funny one. I've been freezing my butt off for ages waiting for you. Still, got a few. It was at that point that he heard the sudden growl and the hairs on the back of his neck rose. No matter how unhinged Enko had appeared to be earlier, and even from their very brief conversation it appeared to Naruto that the purple-haired lady wasn't playing with a full deck. He doubted she was the kind to snarl like that before moving in for the kill. The footsteps seemed to get heavier as he swallowed and voiced a silent plea to Kami through his parched throat before mustering the tiny reserves of his courage left and turned towards the noise. The sight before him almost made him pass out as the bear reared onto its two hind legs, blotting out the meager moonlight as it threw the human into shadow, glaring down at the interloper as though he were little more than a light snack to be consumed at leisure. Heart palpitating wildly, Naruto knew for certain that he could not fight this monster, nor could he run from it. Though it was huge and looked ungainly, he was aware that bears were actually fast over short distances. Apart from Slim, he had no weapons immediately to hand, and even if he had, they were likely to do nothing but anger the mighty beast. Still, Slim was all he had, and so he clung to Slim, the little twig shivering his trembling grasp. It seemed an eternity as bear and boy regarded each other. Even in the darkness he could see its piggy little eyes shadowed by the fur on its well-muscled face, its nose flapping in the still air as it sampled his terror. The earth shook and Naruto almost fainted as it threw itself to all fours and paced forwards. If I run, it'll chase and catch me. What can I do? What can I do? His brain had no idea how to react to this, but his body did. As the monster thundered forwards, he dived to the left, out the way of its charge, coming to his feet in a quick forwards roll even before the bear had stopped moving, breathing quick and light and Slim still in his hands. As it pushed itself upright again and turned ponderously around again, Naruto felt something else flow through his blood instead. Though his fear was still there, he was beginning to be consciously aware of the fact that he was still alive. The bear hadn't caught him with its first attack. He had dodged it, just like he had when some of his customers had training with him, showing him how to fall, roll and dodge properly. In fact, if he looked again, the bear wasn't actually all that scary. Yes, it was massive, and even a mere buffet from any one of its paws would probably kill him outright. But it wasn't as dangerous as most of the nin he'd ever met save the genin. No kunai, no shuriken, hell not even any chakra it can use. Though his nerves were still shredded and on tenterhooks, Naruto felt his breathing even out, the panic drain away from him. This bear, well, wasn't it just a bigger version on the green shouty man? And not even as quick as he was. In fact, if he thought about it, didn't those roars sound a lot like a cry of, "Youth"? "I am Uzumaki Naruto," he said to himself softly, his voice rising as he looked at the bear again, ready to duck and dive at the slightest provocation. "I am a future Hokage of this village, and no flea-bitten teddy bear wannabe is going to stop me. Come on, Bear-san." He rapped the floor with Slim before leaping backwards from a claw swipe that might have eviscerated him had he stayed still. "You'll have to try harder than that if you want to make me your lunch." His world had shrunk to just him and the bear. It was his focus, his entire reason for living, as he dodged it again and again, its temper rising and rising as he continually evaded it, though it had trashed his rucksack earlier, attracted by the scent of his former snacks from the side pocket. He had been forced to watch as it had casually ruined his livelihood looking for food, his knuckles going white as he gripped Slim and shot a glance towards the nearest tree before shaking his head. "I'd never make it in time, and, even if I did and I could stick to the bark like earlier, that thing's probably got a 12-foot reach if not more. It'd hook me down like picking a grape. And that's assuming the damn thing can't climb after me." Luckily, throughout his introspection, he'd kept a weather eye on his opponent and therefore was able to duck away towards the fence again. He'd learned that the bear couldn't see all that well in the dark and would, if prodded, crash into the wire if he was quick enough to lure it there. Just as the bear rose its head again, Naruto breathed in again, the sweat frozen to his back in the cold air as he watched the bear lumber around to face him again, his faithful rucksack lying shredded and beaten at its feet. "Oh yeah," he challenged, quickly checking the ground around him to make sure nothing was going to snag him, vaguely aware of a sudden gust of wind behind him rustling the leaves. "Well, I'm not going to lie there and wait for your filly chompers. You want to eat me, you gotta earn it. And you won't be doing that tonight." The voice that broke his focus was followed swiftly by a kunai, Naruto breaking his own golden rule in shock and taking his eyes off his opponent to see another form behind him hurl another weapon at the bear. And he wasn't alone either. All around the fence line, ninja were appearing, their shunshin scattering leaves as they took in the situation in an instant, weapons in their hands as their voices pierced the night, confusing the bear, which roared in pain and confusion as the weapons drew blood. "Naruto!" The sudden shout broke his paralysis and he looked around wildly before sprinting towards the figure that knelt nearby with arms outstretched. "Over here." He didn't need telling twice. He crashed into the figure at such speed it nearly bowled them both over, but the ninja kept his balance. There was a brief distortion around him, wind in his ears as he screwed his eyes shut and waited to get away from that monster. He felt numb, like there was a barrier between him and the rest of reality. The full weight of what had nearly happened to him, how close he had come to death, seemed to crash down on him mid-flight, and when the ninja let him go he flopped to the floor as though he were boneless, blue eyes wide and staring as he watched vague shapes in the place around him, heard snippets of unimportant conversation. Shock. He's going back to the village. Got anything for this? Use this. Sit him up. Naruto felt himself pulled into a sitting position, a thigh behind his back bracing him upright as something was forced into his mouth. Before he could protest, his tongue was flooded with something incredibly hot, sour and pungent. Coughing and choking as he swallowed some of the liquid, he forced the bottle away from him, the world swimming back into focus as he saw the whitened face of someone peering down at him. Naruto. The voice was less disjointed than before and he was able to recognize it. Iruka-san? There was sudden warmth at his front as the Chunin embraced him hard, breathing harshly into his ear. Thanked Kami. You're such a lucky boy. Why on earth did you go in there? It's dangerous. Most Junin don't go in the forest of death alone. Why was I there? It was important. I was looking for someone. They said they'd meet me here. Trying to push himself to his feet, Naruto found himself held down gently, Iruka speaking gently even as he seethed on the inside. Damn it, Anko, you could have killed someone. No, don't stand up, Naruto. You've had a nasty shock tonight. Listen, hold on to me, think you can do that? He felt two little fists grip his vest and phrased a silent prayer to the kami in his mind. At least Naruto's mind hadn't gone from the shock. When he was sure he had the boy in his arms, the Chunin stood up talking all the while. Okay kid, we're heading back to Konoha. I'm going to be using Shunshin no Jutsu a lot, so don't worry. There's a bed with your name on it tonight. Not many 6-year-olds could face down a bear like you did, so you deserve a good rest. With a scattering of leaves, Iruka, still talking all the time to his silent passenger, departed, and the killing intent started to rise and focus on the cause of all the trouble. Mitarashi Anko could only grin, inwardly pray for the earth to swallow her up, and think of something really clever to say to placate her hacked-off peers. Machinations of Monkey and Mitarashi. It was unusual, but it felt that he was more tired when he woke up than when he nodded off. Ugh, what? Not the ideal thought in the morning for a would-be defender of Konoha, admittedly, but Naruto could not do any more than peer around the place blearily, wondering why it didn't look like his apartment and what that funny smell was. It was very white, that was his first impression, very white and looked very clean. But why was he here, and, more to the point, where was here? Looking up at the blank ceiling, the boy was tried to figure out what had happened, and it was at that point the memories came back and he gasped. Climbing up the fence, determined to find the woman who promised him the best ninja lesson ever if he managed to impress her with his wares. Dropping his rucksack to the floor as he heard the footsteps before realizing they were too heavy and deep to be human footsteps. It blocked out the moon, cast him into shadow. It was huge, unstoppable, unkillable, and out for his blood. He danced around it, knowing a single misstep would be his end. It called the tune and he had no choice but to listen. He was never going to be Hokage. He was not going to be a ninja. Hell, he wasn't even going to get the academy. He was going to die. A sudden hand on his forehead almost made him scream. The only reason he didn't was due to the terror lodging in his throat, stifling his breath. He thrashed around on the bed before a sudden tap from the hand made him stop through a small burst of pain. Before he had time to register his displeasure from the pain, the visitor by the side of him in the chair he hadn't even noticed sat back down, twiddling his senbon around his lips as he spoke. Relax kid, you're safer in here than a Hyuga's chastity, Genma told him without thinking, cursing immediately afterwards as he realized the youngster wouldn't get the joke. Looking to cover his misdemeanor before Naruto could ask any awkward questions, the Chunin moved on. Don't worry, you're only in the hospital for observation after the shock you had last night. Shock? The kid parroted numbly, watching as Genma nodded, the twig of metal clicking between his teeth like a metronome. Yeah, kind of happens to 6-year-olds when they come face to face with a full-grown Konoha honey bear. Yugo-chan just got back from training ground 44 at first light. Said from the ground there you must have been dodging that thing for at least 4, more likely 6 minutes. We were all impressed by that. Nice to see your training pay off. Naruto stared at him for a moment, trying to believe that he, the little orange-wearing Gaki of the Leaf, had faced down one of the alpha predators of Fire Country before. To Genma's well-hidden relief, a smile broke over his face. Yeah, training. That was all. I kept my head on my shoulders when Taber Teme when, F me head. No wonder it couldn't catch you then, Genma grinned, rolling his senbon up in his lips. Anyone aiming at head height would miss you by about 3 feet. Good, anger is better than just being quiet and dwelling on what happened and going reclusive. The Chunin knew he was trying a delicate balancing act at the minute, as he had to keep Naruto's mind off the near-death experience at the same time as make sure he didn't develop too much of a big head for surviving. Hey, I am not that short. Naruto exploded, his normal touchiness about his height exacerbated by the recent growth spurt Tenden-chan had undergone, leading to her towering over him by at least half a foot even without the twin buns on her head. Seeing his folded arms and determined expression, Genma couldn't help himself, leaning forwards and ruffling his sunburst bright hair with a shake of his head as the Jinchuriki tried to carry on pouting but eventually couldn't hold it, sniggering a little before a sudden thought occurred to him. Oh no, that stupid fluff-butted thing, it wrecked my rucksack. Afraid so, Naruto, Genma told him sadly before brightening and clapping him on the shoulder. Still, look on the bright side, You can always get a new bag. Rather your backpack than your back. The words seemed to mollify the Jinchuriki somewhat and sat up in bed, looking around the room. I guess so. Still, I had some good kid in deer as well. And I still owed Maruta-san gloves he got me. And Kishi-chan for scarf she's knitting, he thought darkly before turning to the Chunin with a half-weary, half-determined expression. Oh well, back to work for me den. I'll have to pick up some of the stuff I missed first time round and get back what I lost. Damn though, deer was a good brace of shuriken in the top flap. I hope they got stuck up bare to me's nose. The sudden splutter of laughter that afflicted him from that dire curse almost made Genma spit out his senbon. I don't know about the shuriken, but you certainly managed it yesterday. Those things only rear up if something really ticks them off or they think you're a threat. Uzumaki Naruto, scariest mouse in the elemental nations, he looked up for a minute before nodding. Naruto in his hospital pajamas likewise enraptured by his sudden idea for a title. I like it. Should suit you until you hit your growth spurt. Once more the child folded his arms and tried to look thunderous, and once more he failed as Genma stood up, nodding slightly towards the bedbound patient. Well, you seem to be in fine enough fettle kid. If nothing else you tend to bounce back from anything like a rubber ball. Anyway, he cut his eyes towards the door. Gotta get going, but there's some visitors for you, including someone who has something she needs to say to you personally. The next couple of hours were marked by people coming in and out, including a few surprises such as the green shouty man, who immediately woke half the hospital with his ululations regarding Naruto's flames of youth. But I'm not on fire. In fact, it was only when there was a sudden knock at the door and the Chunin he was currently speaking to, an Akamichi woman by the name of Shuri, excused herself to answer the door that the most interesting meeting of the morning occurred. A blonde eyebrow rose at this, but before he could ask who was there, Shuri had given a lazy wave and walked towards the door, opening it and speaking in low tones to a few people Naruto couldn't see, try as he might to peer around the thick-set Chunin. Only when she moved away and a new trio of forms entered the room did he recognize one of them apart from all others and immediately saw red, spearing forwards with an accusing finger. You left me out dear all night. I almost got eaten by a bear because of you. XXX. Had she really thought last night had been bad? Somehow compared to the disgusted and in a couple of cases borderline murderous glares and sneers she'd been greeted with last night, those words of condemnation hurt Enko even more than the potential isolation. The pain wasn't just due to the fact that one of her pranks had gone wrong and because of that someone could have been hurt. If she had a dango skewer every time that had happened over the years, no ninja in Konoha would have ever been short of senbon at short notice. It was more to do with the fact that, having looked at herself in the mirror of the hospital room where Aruka had deposited the unintended consequence of her little joke, she had seen a different face staring back at her. An older face, a crueler face that loved to toy with the strings of puppets who knew no better, making them dance and gyrate to his whims until, when he was bored of them, he cut their strings without remorse or feeling. She had gotten little sleep the last night, a time that was meant to be celebration instead marred by internal warring, fighting down urges of the parasite on her neck as it sensed her unease and tried to infiltrate her mind once more. No, I am not my sensei, I am not. But I manipulated him. It was a horrible admission to make, an awful thing to have to face up to as her own haggard face stared back at her from the mirror in her bedroom, her own weakness reflected back at her in the harsh light of morning. I took someone, a 6-year-old child, who had no idea of who I am or what I do and used him for my own amusement. Because of that he could have been killed. The rest of the crowd who are fond of him now pretty much hate my guts and, though she knew what was coming and had no chance to avoid it unless she wanted to be ostracized again, this time for a reason that was entirely her conscious fault rather than a crime that could be blamed on an childish infatuation with a charismatic, utterly evil sensei. And now I have to face him and apologize for it. Hey Gaki, well aware of the sword-wielding duo flanking her like an honor guard and drilling into a temple each with a pair of steely glares. The snake mistress raised a hand half-heartedly in greeting. You been keeping well? Oh, sure. 6 he might have been, but as she felt her ego lashed by the acidic whip of his tongue, she had to admit through gritted teeth he at least had the sarcasm down. Apart from freezing my butt off waiting for someone who never showed and then having to dance around and watch my rucksack and all my old weapons and pretty much the rest of my job inside it disappear down the gullet of a hungry and hacked-off bear. Add to that to guys who rescued me half drowning me with something I still can't lose the taste of, and yeah, I'm absolutely fine. How about you? How was your night? Get caught up in your party and forget about me? Or was that part of the joke I missed? By the end of his speech she was cringing, having to force her suddenly stiff body to bow jerkily from the waist, a position of apology and regret as she spoke in a voice she barely recognized as her own, much too soft and submissive to have usually come from her. I know, and I'm sorry I'm sorry Naruto-san. She lowered her bow, for once not even tempted to wiggle her shapely behind at Hayate to see if she could get him to blush, and not just because her hindquarters were well within range of Yugo's blade. There was nothing fun about this morning. I didn't know. In fact, I didn't think. Yeah, I guess that. Damn it. She growled under her breath as she saw from the corner of her eye at least one of her escort's shoulders shake as Naruto cut her off. This is hard enough as it is, brat. Don't keep opening your big mouth to make it worse. I didn't think you knew where training area 44 even was or that you would enter it. Obviously I don't know you very well. She stood up and looked his square in the face, a little more relieved that at least his arms weren't folded anymore. The others were more than happy to correct me on that count, I can tell you. Apparently you're the little gaki who knows the training grounds like the back of your hand and can sniff out a missing senbon at 20 paces. You're the mouse of Konoha who never backs down and always keeps his word no matter what. I just thought you were some run-of-the-mill runt who'd have forgotten what I even looked like by the time he got home that night. It was the best she could have managed given the circumstances, and when she, Mitarashi Enko, who considered the words shame and bashfulness nothing more than words in a dictionary at best and dire curses at worst, finally plucked up the courage to glance up at his bed again, she couldn't hold back the relieved sigh that whistled through her teeth as she saw his belligerent attitude soften in benevolence before he spoke again. Okay, I'm still mad at you, but I talked to some of the other chunin and they told me about you. It was all good, I hope? Enko inquired, sharpening a pencil for her mental blacklist as she saw Naruto stumped by the question, finger on his chin as he tried to recall exactly what they'd said, especially Genma and the man who'd brought him here last night, Iruka. Yeah, I think so, he told her diplomatically, making a note to look up what a flirt was when he was next back in Gigi's office. They said you like playing jokes and you just got back from a really long mission outside the village. I guess you played a prank on me 'cause I was dear. Enko opened her mouth to answer, but a different voice, a masculine one this time, beat her to it. It was, but this time no one's laughing, Naruto-kun. Enko was very stupid to do what she did and you nearly paid the price, Hayate said in one breath, just about evading the chronic sickness that had dogged him since before he'd become a ninja some 3.5 years previously. However, as things stand she, has something to ask you. Naruto's eyebrows rose and he looked back to the snake summoner. For her part, Enko merely rubbed the back of her neck in embarrassment and, with a light blush on her face, she finally managed to look him in the eye again. Yeah, the thing is, Gaki, I need a favor. The words left her in a rush and seemed to stun Naruto completely. His jaw flopped open even as redness started creeping up his face, making his cheeks blotchy and mottling his whisker marks. She wants me to help her, after last night. His face screwed up immediately and he was about to tell her where to go in as firm a tone and message a 6-year-old could manage before a hand settled on his shoulder and he almost jumped. Wow, that's a real ninja. I never even saw or heard her move. I gotta learn how to do that. I know you're angry with Enko, Naruto-kun, Yugo explained with a small smile before flashing harder eyes towards her fellow chunin, and you have every right to be considering how much of a prat she was last night. However, this is a life lesson you'll have to learn sometime, and not just a ninja lesson either. In life you'll meet people who mess you around and make you mad. However, you have to realize the greater significance of her actions and what they could mean for her if some people hear of them. Some people? Naruto repeated, looking thoughtful before a sudden light filled his eyes. You mean like Gigi? I bet he'd be mad if he found out, and he's scary when he's mad. Hayate hid his chuckle with a coughing fit as Enko, while looking superbly uninterested as she filed her nails with a kunai, was nevertheless perturbed by his apparent family connections. Damn, bet his grandpa has a seat on the council or something. Oh, wouldn't that just go down like a lead balloon on my charge sheet? Attempted assassination of a council member's family. Yes, well actually your Gigi is the reason Enko needs the favor, Yugo explained, rigidly keeping her face straight. She'd have time to laugh later at the other Chunin's expense. Due to some history I'm not going into now, she's got a bit of a bad reputation with the council. Yes, I know, she just couldn't resist the little dig that the blonde Jinchuriki's sudden snigger paved the way for. Hard to believe, isn't it? But seriously though, if people like your Gigi find out what really happened last night, Enko could be in a shed load of trouble less than 24 hours after getting home. Sounds bad, doesn't it? Yeah, even I don't get in trouble that fast. Enko just about held in a giggle as she heard Hayate mutter something along the lines of him being able to if he put his mind to it, settling herself down to hear the next part of Yugo's explanation. So, though I know you're angry with Enko, if you tell the truth to your Gigi, he'll get really angry with Enko, and that could put a real downer on her last mission. Because of that, well, it's up to you. Do you really want to get her in trouble that much? Taking her cue, Enko put on her best puppy dog pout, trying to force a tear out of her eye as the boy in the bed looked over at her levelly. Come on, you little Gaki. The last person who forced me to do this was the Yondaime, and that was when I was asking for my first A-rank mission. And to her relief, he eventually nodded, seemed to fold in on himself slightly as the fight drained out of him. Okay, Yugo-san. I wouldn't want anything that bad to happen to Enko-san. But what do I say to Gigi if he asks what happened? And that is the lesson, Naruto. One of two if you like. Hayate spoke this time, having washed his hand after his most recent coughing fit. First one, as you demonstrated, is that sometimes you have to grit your teeth and pull people you don't like out the fire. In the Ninja Corps we call that leaving no man behind. When you're on a mission, it doesn't matter if you hate your teammates' guts. You leave that at the Hokage's door for as long as the mission goes on. If he or she gets in trouble, you do your damnedest to get them out of it. He coughed again, this time into a paper towel supplied by Enko, just like you're doing with Enko now. She's impaled herself on her own katana, and you, being the bigger person, are doing your best to pull her off it and protect her from what your Gigi would do if he found out what she did to you. But she's bigger than me. Not literally, I know she's bigger, but forget it. Hayate let that one drop as he realized he didn't have all that much time to explain before her briefed Naruto on the plan they'd all come up with to sweep this one under the carpet. I meant bigger in that you're helping her even though she ticked you off. Oh, okay. The little Jinchuriki seemed to think this over for a minute before nodding his assent. So, what I have to do? At a sudden pressure to the side of him, he blushed a little as he saw Yugo sat on his bed, a little bottle in her hand and a half amused, half regretful smile on her face as she explained their idea. Well, Naruto, your Gigi should be on his way fairly soon. Kur and I went to get him. We had to let him know, she explained gently, seeing the boy's eyes widen with shock. Better we tell him than we try to cover it up because he'd find out anyway. Apart from that though, time for your second lesson. How to tell a convincing lie using a half-truth. Half-truth? Was his half-truth, and you want me to lie to Gigi? No, we'd like you to tell part of the truth, a half-truth. Much more effective than an outright lie and easier to tell as well, she explained, smile widening a little as she tipped a few drops of liquid from her flask onto a paper towel. Naruto wrinkling his nose at the pungent aroma. Right. Enko, go and wait for his Gigi in the lobby while I explain what's going on to Ruto-chan. No problem, Yugo-chan. Thanks, Gaki. With a teasing wink, Enko turned on her heel and headed for the door, Hayate jumping as she pinched his rear end as she moved past. I owe you one. Hands off my man, Enko. Yugo growled in her mind as the door swung shut and the sickly swordsman tried to regather his composure. Luckily for the snake mistress's wayward fingers, however, Yugo was able to keep her temper in check by reminding herself of what was to come and the part Naruto had to play in it. Because of that, she could thrust all concerns to one side as she began to explain to the Jinchuriki, much earlier in his life than the Sandaime would have liked, she was sure, the after effects of what awaited those who overindulged in one of the cardinal ninja vices. XXX. Yugo-chan, after making sure Naruto knew the plan and going through a quick rehearsal with himself playing the central part, a sudden question occurred to Hayate, just out of curiosity. Did anyone tell Enko who Naruto's Gigi actually is? The purple-haired Chunin snapped her fingers theatrically, pulling an exaggerated pout as she did so. Ah, damn it. I knew we forgot something. Hayate chuckled, a hand over his mouth as his did so just in case his coughing fit started up again. You're a cruel woman sometimes. She regarded him with a raised eyebrow and a sultry smile. Isn't that why you fell for me? Well, that and the fact you had your katana to my neck at the time. You'd be amazed what ninja can do to talk themselves out of trouble at times. Scowling, the kunoichi punched his shoulder. Git, you threw that fight just so you could ask me. If I hadn't been able to pull back when you dropped your sword, I'd have taken way too much off the top. Ah well, the slightly taller man shrugged affably. I'd have died by the hands of a beautiful woman who loves me. Not many happier ways to go than that. Blushing, Yugo threw her arm around his shoulder and kissed his closest cheek before retaking her former post flanking one side of Naruto's door. It wouldn't be long before the Hokage arrived after all. You are such a sweet talker. No wonder Enko was after you all the time. Well, sadly she can't have me. I'm all yours, Yugo-chan, I know. A thrill shot through her at those words and she only restrained herself from glomping him like a newly minted Academy entree seeing that year's wonder kid for the first time. And no one, and I mean no one, is taking you off of me. XXX. As anyone who knew her as more than just a name in a ledger would tell you, the only thing keeping hospitals off the top spot to Mitarashi Enko's top 10 lists of things she hated was her treacherous former sensei. She hated the white walls, she hated the smell, she hated the arrogance of the medics who all tut-tutted over the silly ninja who managed to injure themselves and, above all else, she hated the waiting. Being forced to sit still on an uncomfortable chair reading magazines that were a month out of date almost made one of Ibiki-kun's workshops seem like a paradise in comparison. Still she was waiting for someone and, walking on eggshells like she was following the previous evening, she forced herself to sit there and take it, almost pathetically grateful for the sudden excuse to spring to her feet and snap to attention that arrived a moment later. Hokage-sama, she bowed deferentially as the village leader, the venerable Kage turning to look at her. Nothing ails you, I hope. We all know Konoha would be a hole in the ground in a week if anything were to happen to you. The old man chuckled, shaking his head underneath his ornate hat. You jest, Enko-chan, much like he did with every ninja in Konoha currently serving. The Hokage used the affectionate suffix, there are many who could take the reins if anything were to happen to me. Though what they'd actually do with them is a different matter entirely. Shaking off that thought before it could drift down darker paths, the Hokage suddenly narrowed his eyes at the snake mistress. Besides that, though, you should know why I'm here. Much as I understand you need to blow a little steam with your friends after a mission for that long, I cannot in all good conscience have you inviting guests quite that young to a chunin party regardless of how much ninja training they might have picked up off the records. Now, luckily he turned around to look up towards the hospital corridors just before Enko put the pieces together and therefore missed the color draining from her face as he made moves to track down his errant surrogate grandson. Which room has the little mouse-chan holed himself up in? XXX. Try as he might to suppress an inner sense of mischief that never quite succumbed to his old age. At the sight of the shivering little ball of misery sprawled under the covers in the darkened room, Sarutobi found he couldn't help himself. Nay, Naruto-chan, the top of the bed twitched violently, a low groan arising from the bedridden patient at the slightly too loud voice. What's this I hear about a party last night? The world hurts, Gigi. The voice was weak and pale even before it hit the pillow Naruto had clamped over his face to try and block out the harsh sunlight filtering through the curtains. And things are spinning like I've gone head over heels too many times. Chuckling, the old man made himself comfortable on the edge of the bed and patted the shapeless lump near him that he guessed was the Jinchuriki's knee. I know, Naruto-chan. Don't worry, it'll pass in time. Though I have to say I'd hoped you'd be a little older than this before your first meeting with the demon drink. The reminder obviously pricked Naruto's consciences. With a soft thump, the blonde-haired boy threw the pillow onto the floor and glared up at his Ji-san with puffy, bloodshot eyes. Never again, Gigi. The solemn declaration made the sandame sputter with badly stifled laughter. Now that's irony. I lost count of the number of times those same words have passed my lips and I failed to stick to them. I thought it was just funny Tastin Pop, gone a bit sour. At least that's what the kunoichi who told me to come to that place said. I thought she just wanted to see me for my bussiness. Well, Naruto, it's a sad but true that all ninja lie, and the kunoichi you met on the training field yesterday is an undisputed master of that little skill, Sarutobi tried to explain gently, once more checking his mental diary to make sure he had a space free to give Enko the slap on the wrist she deserved after catching Naruto up in her latest party. Still, it could have been worse from what Kurenai-chan told me. At least Iruka-kun noticed Naruto was under the influence early and got him out of there before anyone went table dancing and clothes started to come off. Yeah, I know. Never trust in her again, Naruto assured him, making to sit up before obviously deciding it wasn't worth the bother. And, I'm never drinking that sake again in my life. Yuck, awful stuff, and all you get in the morning's a bad headache. You know any medic's jutsu, Gigi? Hearing a note of pleading in the child's voice, the Sandame nevertheless hardened his heart slightly this time. If nothing else, the pain at this age would make sure Naruto didn't forget this lesson in a hurry. Sorry, Naru-chan. It's best if you let hangovers wear off naturally. And the drink is sake and should only be drunk by civilian adults or ninja, and only then in moderation. Was mode shun? Only a little bit at any one time, the old man explained quickly before standing up, grateful that there was no pain at the movement this time. He wasn't that old just yet, anyway. I'm glad to see you're feeling better, Ruto-chan, but I must be getting back to the tower before the paperwork starts breeding again. The boy giggled at this. It was a sort of joke between the two of them that unless you kept an eye on it, the paperwork piles on the Hokage desk had a tendency to multiply exponentially. Call in later when they discharge you. In the meantime, I have a certain hubby charmer who needs a quick reminder of what is and is not acceptable in celebration involving children, least of all children of Naruto-chan's ilk. I'm certain if he knew the boy would fight to the last breath to stop the monster getting loose, but, under the influence, would he able to fight that well? I'd rather not test the theory. With that in mind, the old Kage excused himself, nodded deferentially to the two Chunin who seemed to have appointed themselves as honor guards to his adopted grandson's hospital room, and, quite fortunately, failed to notice a still very pale Mitarashi Anko sat slumped in the lobby of the hospital as she tried to get her head around just how badly she'd screwed up this time. Of all the Gakis on all the training fields in Konoha, I have to prank the one who's on first name terms with my boss. With a sense of nausea seeping through her that had nothing at all to do with the moderate amount of sake she'd packed away the previous night, the lavender-haired Kunoichi felt her face fall into her hands as the very thought of what would have happened had Naruto or any of the others told the truth of what she'd accidentally done. Sarutobi, despite his age, was still an S-rank shinobi, and the thought of going into his office with the news that Konoha's resident Jinchuriki, who was also coincidentally his favorite orphan, was now located in the small intestines of one of the denizens of the Forest of Death. She'd have been amazed if the god of shinobi would have left her mortal remains as anything more than dust and a bad smell. Dread had solidified into a solid dead weight in her belly that rolled around in her stomach like a cannonball as she lurched to her feet, starting to walk back along the path the Hokage had taken like a condemned woman to the gallows. I just know I'm going to regret this, but I owe the little Gaki. Better see what the little bugger wants out of me, and for his silence pretty much anything short of the snake summoning contract is a given. Assuming Sarutobi-sama leaves me alive long enough to give it to him, that is. XXX. It's not funny. Obviously, the two forms that had bundled themselves into his room a moment after Gigi had left and were currently hanging off each other as shudders of laughter raced through them didn't agree, forced as they were to bite down on their lips to avoid the sniggers escaping too badly. The world hurts, Gigi, Yugo mimed, wiping her eyes as Hayate's laughing fit degenerated into a rasping cough. Oh, I am so remembering that one next time I get one over the 8. Now then, I'm certain there's someone. She was cut off by the sound of the door banging open of the wall, and as Anko stumbled in, face white and expression rigid as she clutched at her chest. Gaki, she breathed out harshly through gritted teeth. Why do you call the Hokage Gigi? Well, he is old. Yugo made a noise that might have been anything between a sneeze and a belly laugh at that explanation, just about managing to straighten herself up as Naruto carried on. Now, I've done you a favor, your turn. My turn? Anko was indignant. My turn for what? I need a favor. I want training off you. Anko goggled for a minute before, to the youngster's disgruntlement, she broke down giggling. Training? She managed to blurt out over her mirth. Brat, the only training you could get off of me would be how to die in 2 easy steps. I throw a kunai and you fail to dodge. I don't play around. Come back in about 20 years and then maybe, but now, she shook her head, no chance. To her amazement, however, the boy didn't back down, instead folding his arms and inserting a tearful quaver into his voice. Wah, Gigi, the scary snake lady tricked me and I almost got ate up by a bear. Anko felt a chill run up her spine at those words. If only because I've got to avoid this happening later today. Okay, no need to play dirty, she groused, putting a finger to her chin as though in thought. Right, well I do owe you one, but there's a good chance I might be needed for a mission soon. I'll see if I can squeeze you in for a couple of days over. Mitarashi Enko. The sudden shout made everyone jump. Heck, even Hayate was halfway up the wall before he recognized his girlfriend's voice and tried belatedly to regain his composure as Yugo stormed up to her fellow lilac-haired kunoichi and immediately grabbed her attention by dint of grabbing her ear. You will do no such thing. Along with Kurenai to a lesser extent, Yugo was considered something like the mother figure of her age group despite the fact she was actually younger than Ebisu. I know for a fact you have a mandatory 2-month rest period after any mission lasting over a year. And you're owed a lot of leave on top of that. So what you will do is go to the mission room and request every day off you are owed. You would then spend at least half of that time helping Naruto out in being a ninja. That is after you replace everything of his that overgrown fur rug ate yesterday night, and assuming the Hokage doesn't slap you with anything else. You will do this with perfect grace and a smile, or as Kami is my witness I will take you over my knee and tan your hide here and now. Do I make myself clear? As much as she was able to, Enko nodded frantically. Clear a diamond, clear as glass. Just let go of my ear. After a final tug, Yugo complied and moved back, giving her friend the evil eye as though daring her to contradict the terms she dictated. Despite looking hurt, Enko wasn't that suicidal, instead rubbing the side of her head as she sniffled theatrically. No love, I get no love and even less respect, she complained, playing for sympathy and not finding any from Hayate. The swordsman is always siding with his girlfriend, though Naruto looked a little more sympathetic to her cause. Right, okay, I know when I'm beat. How long are you in here for, Gaki? The blonde scratched the side of his head before looking away in embarrassment. I'm no sure exactly. Shouldn't be too long, Hayate commented, folding his arms as Yugo rested her head on his shoulder for a minute. You were only in for observation for shock. The boy snorted, this time fixing Yugo herself with a venomous glare. Yeah, be you, that was before you squirted stuff in my eye, he complained, pointing at his bloodshot oculars. Wah, was it? Just lemon juice, needed to make your eyes water and puff up a bit, Yugo explained. That way it looked like you'd had a couple of saucers of sake rather than just the mouthful Genma washed down your neck. Important part of telling a half-truth is that you look the part while you say it. That's why we drew the blinds to the windows as well, made it look like you had a headache. Looking a little more mollified at her explanation, Naruto nodded. Okay, I get it. But why'd Genma do that in the first place? It was horrible. It's a short-term cure for shock, Gaki, Enko explained distractedly, already screwing up her courage for what was to come next. Alcohol can help that, like if administered quickly. Anyway, I'll catch you up later. I've got to speak to your Gigi before I do anything else. That admission brought all the attention back to her. The other two Chunins in the room having an inkling about what the snake mistress was on about, though sadly Naruto was left clueless. Why, Yugo-san just said. I know what she said, Enko cut him off quickly before softening her tone. But thing is, he's the Hokage and he's got ears all over this village. He'll find out what went on, and when he does he's going to go hunting my cute little ass. The only way I can stop that happening is by stepping up to the gallows and shoving my head through the noose. Maybe that way he won't be as tempted to see me dance the swinging jig. If I survive I'll come find you, Gaki. He'll tell me where you live. Until then, it was crunch time and she screwed up her courage, staring at the door in front of her. If you haven't seen me in 3 days, assume I didn't make it. With that, and before another word could be spoken, the youngest Chunin departed. As he watched the door swing shut behind her, Naruto turned to the other two adults still in the room and scratched his head. Was she so worried for? She won't get in too much trouble, will she? I mean, it's just Gigi. He's nice and he'll understand it was just meant to be a joke. After sharing a look, Yugo gave her boyfriend the nod and stepped back slightly, allowing Hayate the floor. True, Naruto, the Hokage is a nice man most of the time, he explained before pausing, face scrunched up in that pained expression that Naruto knew meant he was trying to hold back another coughing fit. After a few seconds, though, it seemed he was successful as he continued. But Enko put you, a civilian, in danger. This is not tolerated in Konoha in case the ninjas start to try, for want of a better word, lording it over the villagers, Who are the people of the fire daimyo? Because of that and the nature of the crime, the Hokage is well within his rights to execute Enko where she stands to make an example out of her. The thought of the woman dying seemed to make Naruto's blood run cold. For some reason the idea of the Hokage, his Jiji, casually reaching out and killing someone like Enko didn't make sense. Every time he tried to picture Sarutobi with an executioner's axe, the picture was like something out of a comedy. The Hokage toppling over or his back going out as he tried to swing it. He wouldn't. No, Naruto-chan. He probably wouldn't, Yugo assured him, smiling kindly as she too knew the Hokage quite well, having been an orphan herself along with Hayate. The visits of the god of shinobi to the orphanage had been the tipping point that had driven them to become shinobi. In spite of chronic illness in Hayate's case, Konoha hasn't done as well as it has in the past by putting its ninja on the chopping block every time they do something stupid or break a rule accidentally. Because she's confessed to the crime, Enko will probably still get punished above and beyond what she's agreed with you. But it's unlikely she'll die for a prank that didn't follow the script. Good, Naruto blew out a sigh of relief. Jiji better not do away with her no matter what she did wrong. I need her alive to get my training right. XXX. It was a mark of how nervous she was that when a hand fell on her shoulder, her first reaction was to jump a foot in the air and half scream rather than stick a kunai into the person that hand belonged to. Iruka. Enko, the other Chunin, nodded before backing up promptly, not willing to provoke a temper only secondary to Senju Tsunode's in its infamy. You seem to be up earlier than usual. Out for a stroll? Yeah, just catching some fresh air before the Gaki's Jiji chucks me into a lightless cell for the next, I don't know, 10,000 years, she replied sarcastically, though she couldn't quite meet his eye as he tried and failed to look sympathetic. How'd I do it, Iruka-kun? Is it something about me? I must have the worst luck in the world. Only I could be that unlucky that when I try to stop off for a bit of fun it turns around and bites me in the ass that badly. You might call it bad luck. Others might call it karma. Oh come on, Iruka defended himself against his fellow Chunin's outraged glare. We've all been on the receiving end of a Mitarashi special before. You can't say you've not got a cruel sense of humor. Try as she might to deny it, Enko couldn't quite do it and therefore she shrugged nonchalantly. Maybe, maybe not. I learnt that if nothing else from the best, she muttered the last part quietly, the white face in the mirror smirking at her again before she shivered and banished the apparition with a concerted mental effort. Iruka for his part merely shrugged before falling into step alongside her. He'd not really had that much to do with Enko in the past, but, from what he'd heard, it seemed like she'd been dealt a rough hand in life, and of all the lessons he'd ever taken to heart in his life, the one he lived up to as his nindo was that Konoha looked out for its own. It can't be that bad, Enko-san. If Hokage-sama was really upset with what happened, you really think you'd be able to take a little walk like this without carving a line through the leaf? The gallows humor made Enko smile. It was something at least, quite a feat considering the abhorrence the loyal snake summoner held missing nins in. True, but then again Hokage-sama's not aware of the truth. He only knows the damage control exercise me, Hayate and Yugo-chan managed to convince the Gaki to go along with. The idea of lying, or at least misleading the Hokage, brought Iruka up short with a cold sweat trickling down his back as he whipped his head around, gazing at Enko with appalled eyes. What? Brad needed a lesson in how to lie right, and, let's be honest, what boy doesn't tell the odd porky to his grandfather? She shrugged, Iruka for once unaware of the ripples this motion caused in her shirt and the twin hillocks such chainmail was straining to keep from overspilling as she faced him with a wry grin. As far as the Hokage knows, I invited stroke dragged Naruto along to my party last night. And he got supplied with more sake than was good for him. He spent the night in hospital with mild alcohol poisoning and most of the morning sleeping off a nasty hangover. Iruka goggled for a moment, then, to Enko's amazement, almost doubled up laughing as badly as she had the time she'd seen Kurenai-chan's face immediately after asking the red-eyed Kunoichi to dive-bomb the male side of the onsen for a dare. You know, he managed to stutter after a moment, looking up to face her with his face reddening from mirth. The best lies contain a grain of truth. That sounds so much like something you do, I'm not surprised he never challenged it. Still though, having heard the discrepancy between what the Hokage knew and what had actually happened, the analytically minded Chunin could see the looming problem and therefore extrapolated the situation to understand exactly what Enko was planning to do. You going to tell the truth? swallowing her heart from where it had leapt up into her throat as though trying to escape the doomed vessel it was currently working to keep afloat. Enko just about brought herself to nod. "Yep," she said thickly before regaining control over herself. "He'll find out eventually anyway. Maybe if he hears it from me and that I've already apologized and made reparations to the injured party, he won't kill me. Maybe make my legs bend the wrong way a few times but kill me." She shook her head. "Not Sarutobi's style, I hope." No, I guess you're right there." Iruka managed to regain control of himself and straighten up, rubbing his eyes for a minute before smiling across at her. "So, mind if I walk with you? Gotta pay a visit to the mission room anyway." Despite herself, the snake mistress felt a little touched by his offer. However, to live up to her reputation, she immediately stepped in half a pace and fluttered her eyelashes, inwardly smirking as the other Chunin scrambled back half a dozen steps. "Ah, Ruka-kun," she crooned seductively, "I never knew you cared. If you wanted to play games with me, all you had to do was ask. You're not that bad looking, you know." Coughing in embarrassment, the other Chunin looked around distractedly at anything other than the kunoichi in front of him, speaking out the corner of his mouth. "Ah, nothing like that, Enko." She bit her lip poutingly, hands on her hips. "I love it when they play hard to get." She stepped in again, running the tip of a finger over the scar that ran across the bridge of his nose. "It makes the end so much satisfying." "Why exactly did I offer to do this again? Oh yeah. Not for the first time when dealing with one of the wild children of Konoha." Iruka found himself asking that question as he gently stopped Enko's finger moving by dint of trapping it with two of his own. "Because I'm a sucker for punishment." "Enough," he said firmly, a hint of steel in his voice that cut through the woman's flirtatiousness. "I just realized what you were letting yourself in for and remembered the old Konoha maxim for teamwork. Remember it? 2 meat shields are better than 1? Not quite the one I was looking for," Iruka admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. "Still, it's better than nothing. Just don't dive behind me if the Hokage starts slinging shuriken around." "Would I?" Butter wouldn't have melted in Enko's mouth as she posed like an angel for the other Chunin just before she slipped a hand through her new escort's arm. "Well, thanks for caring, Iruka-kun. At least if I throw you to the raging monkey, I might be able to dive through the window before he gets hold of me." As he was half dragged along by Enko's new lease of life, the Dolphin Ninja, as he was sometimes called by his former classmates, much to his annoyance, snorted as he dug his heels in, forcing the slighter figure latched to the side of him to slow down a little. "Your concern for me is touching, Enko-san," he quoted sardonically before a smirk found its way to his face. "To think I'm doing all this for your little Shada boyfriend." Enko stopped so suddenly he almost bowled her over, not bothering to hide his grin as she glared up at him with crimson cheeks. "What are you insinuating, Iruka?" "Nothing to be ashamed of, Enko-san. From what I understand, a lot of kunoichi find the younger men attractive. Though I have to wonder if plying a 6-year-old with sake would class as grooming. Unless you want my very hungry garter snake to have an intimate encounter with your trouser snake, don't finish that sentence." Iruka wisely fell silent at that point, not saying another word as, after taking a second to make sure he'd say nothing else, Enko resumed her dragging him along towards the outline of the Hokage Tower. "Probably be better to say nothing at the minute," he reasoned, not putting up any resistance to her pulling him along. "If I told her that double entendre turned me on a bit, I don't think she'd take it very well." XXX. Despite herself, Enko had to work harder than ever to keep her face neutral as she pushed open the doorway to the Hokage's office open and stand to attention in front of the village leader's desk. "Ah, Enko-chan," the Hokage looked up at reporting Chunin, reminding himself of the first time he'd seen the purple-haired woman looking this nervous. And she did look so small then, a young girl starting the academy for the very first time, as lost and tiny as the rest of the newest class. "What I wouldn't give to see her look that way again, before my traitorous student took her under his wing. I was just about to request for you to show up." "Well, what can I say, Hokage-sama?" she said almost skittishly, the words nearly sticking in her throat as she went on. "I know what a man wants and when he wants it." The Hokage sniffed deeply at this, though before she could see if there was any redness around his nose he'd looked directly up at her. "And much as I know next to nothing about the youth of our nation these days, I do know that an invite to a Chunin celebration and an overdose of sake is not something any child needs, no matter how much they want to be a ninja in the future," Sarutobi told her firmly but not unkindly, his leathery-looking left hand reaching for his seal as he stamped a new piece of paper with his official seal. I stand by what I said in the hospital. All ninja need time to cool off. But I was hoping for better, Anko. Luckily for you, I know not much keeps Naruto down for very long. With any luck, he'll be back to running around the training ground and bugging you for lessons on how to be sneaky in no time. Anko somehow matched the Sandame's smile with her own, though it felt sickly and cold. The words she spoke next also falling from lips that fell numb. Actually, speaking of training, Sarutobi looked up as she prepared herself and Mendel recited her own death poem just in case it all went wrong. He already got to me on that one. I said I'd give him a few lessons. Because of that though, I need a few days off. No need to worry, Anko-chan, really, that was. I took the liberty of signing your leave orders off last night. You have 2 months recuperation, though you will be subject to random physical assessments in that time to make sure you're keeping yourself in trim. So not too many sake and dango binges or I'll have you running laps with maid egg guy until the cows come home. He threatened with a chuckle in his voice, fully expecting the chunin to either laugh along with him or prostrate herself on the floor and beg forgiveness. What he did not expect was for Anko to bow very low and speak again, her voice as submissive and docile as the Hokage had ever heard. No, I need more than that, Hokage-sama. To honor my debt to Naruto-san, I need every day off I'm owed added to my leave. What, every day? Before he could ask the question on his mind, however, the snake mistress had looked up at him and explained, when you spoke to him earlier, Hokage-sama, the kid took a kunai for me, so I owe him one. There was a long, very pregnant pause at this, broken at last by the sound of Sarutobi putting his elbows on the desk and looking at the suddenly squirming chunin in front of him with narrowed eyes that made Anko gulp. Those eyes, the reason he was reinstated as a cage of Konoha. He may be old, but even old gods can be deadly. I don't like this talk of kunai, Anko-san. The change of suffix made her shiver. Though not as much as his next command, perhaps it would be best if you told me what Naruto-kun omitted on your behalf. It wasn't a request and Anko knew it. So crossing her fingers and praying to the kami for luck, Anko took a deep breath and began explaining the truth of what had happened the previous night. XXX. Well, this is it. Either I'm going to die or I'm going to be reprieved and wish I was dead. To have her future compressed into 2 such bald statements was actually quite liberating in a way. Though as she dared to peek upwards and saw the Hokage all but biting through the stem of the pipe he'd lit at some time during her recital, she had a very sinking feeling that he was about to choose the former of those 2 options. A honey bear, you say? Hi, she squeaked in response to the low, measured voice, full grown from what Yugo-san could tell. She counted down in her head, living from 1 second to the next, certain she was about to die until, at last, she began to believe that she was actually going to live through this mistake and, slightly emboldened, dared to look upwards. The sight was not a pretty one. Sarutobi wasn't outwardly furious. He wasn't that sort of man. But there was a kind of brooding malevolence lurking in his eyes that was all at once far more potent and, to Anko's mind, a lot more devastating than simple brute fury. The Sandame inhaled deeply from his pipe, nostrils flaring as he held the aromatic smoke for a moment before letting it free in a wisp of blue-gray smog, and spoke again. So Anko-san, as I understand it, the situation is this. You knowingly and willingly enticed and entrapped a civilian of the Leaf. No, don't interrupt. He held up a hand to forestall the words he could plainly see were writ large on Anko's face. A desperate need to explain herself and her decisions. But not one I'm going to grant, Anko. Much as you are a great kunoichi, this is a lesson you're long overdue in learning. You can sweat a bit before I decide what to do with you. With that in mind, he paused for a few seconds before continuing. As a result of this entrapment, a child, who also happens to contain the most powerful tailed beast known to the elemental nations that almost leveled this village 6 years ago, was placed in a life-threatening situation and, once that was resolved, forced to imbibe a small quantity of sake as a counter to shock. Am I about right so far? Hi, Hokage-sama. Anko barely had time for the words to leave her lips before she leapt up in fright for the 2nd time in the day, Sarutobi's fists making a terrible noise as they crashed into the top of his desk, scattering paperwork like a stack of startled, if slightly dopey, pigeons. Damn you, Mitarashi, do you have any idea how serious this is? Before he could get too deep into his rant, the older man had the presence of mind to activate the silencing seals around the office. It wouldn't do for the Hokage to possibly violate his own law regarding Naruto's prisoner while giving one of his Chunin a thoroughly deserved blast of scalding air. You put a Jinchuriki who has no idea of the burden he bears a hair's breadth from death. If it wasn't for the fact Minato Dono was a Fuinjutsu genius and the Biju is most likely dormant due to the trauma of the ceiling, you might well have brought the Kyuubi down on our heads due to its vessel's mind breaking from the shock. As if that wasn't bad enough, the boy, someone who would have willingly died for a village that has done next to nothing to warrant such loyalty, was then moderately intoxicated, something else that may have channeled the beast's power. As things stand about, the only reason you're currently still in my office rather than the interrogation cells is the fact I saw Naruto-kun this morning and he appeared to be well enough on the road to recovery to successfully deceive me with the aid of 2 Chunins. Well, he said brusquely, looking up at the kunoichi who seemed to be on the edge of tears. What do you have to say for yourself? Is anything I've said wrong so far? Enko felt wretched, complete and abject misery roiling around in her guts like corroding vomit. The Sandame had already taken her back in following her defection, clutching Orochimaru's coattails. Had she squandered that second chance now? She felt tears she'd almost forgotten how to cry at the edges of her vision as she forced herself to stand upright and take what was coming without bowing down. She was not weak, she had this coming and would take her punishment on the chin, not on her knees. No, her voice was a whisper. She paused, shook herself by the scruff of the neck and tried again. A little clearer this time. No, Hokage-sama. The Sandame glowered for a moment before sitting back in his chair a little. Though his burning eyes never left her trembling form as he spoke again. A leader in command disappointed in a disobedient subordinate. You mentioned training earlier, that Naruto-kun had requested training as a form of compensation. What else did the two of you discuss? Knowing what the aged village leader was driving at, the snake summoner answered as succinctly as she was able to. With the help of Yugo-san, it was agreed that I would request all leave owed to me be added to the mandatory recuperation period following my last mission. I would then spend a minimum of half this time training the Ga. Training Uzumaki Naruto in the ninja arts. She corrected herself at the last minute, not wanting to give the Hokage any more ammunition to use against her when his equipment pouch was already full. And in addition, I was to re-bruise him for any losses suffered as a result of the night's activities, Hokage-sama. She forced herself to look straight up and forwards as the seated Kage looked at her as though the scales of judgment were balanced on one of his fingers. As the idea coalesced in her mind, Enko almost fancied she could see a pair of phantom weights dangling on the desk, the punishment against the crime. Before she could see which way the scales in her idea tipped, however, she had Sarutobi speak again and decide for her. I see, though I am within my rights to strip you of your ninja duties indefinitely or even demand your life. If I were to do either, I would deny someone who will one day sit upon this vaunted seat some training under the eyes of one of our finest Chunin. As well as that the fact that so many people came to help and visit him may make Naruto-kun feel a little more welcome in his home village. As her mind translated the meaning hidden in those words, Enko almost punched the air in celebration. The ominous tingling in the air, however, told her that would most likely be a bad idea. I sense but coming here. However, well, I was close. This is not the first time I have received complaints regarding your disregard for the rules, Enko. Because of that and the magnitude of this misdemeanor, I am placing 2 other conditions on your leave period. It doesn't matter what he says, I'm alive. Repeating that mantra over in her head, Enko tuned in to heed the Hokage's next words, dreading but at the same time curious as to what the last part of her punishment would entail. I am fining you 1/4 of your last mission pay. She winced, almost feeling the hole that was going to blow in her budget with at least 2 months leave where she wasn't going to be earning much income, to be granted to Uzumaki Naruto for his distress last night. Also, while you are training him, you will simultaneously be performing an unpaid surveillance mission for me. Surveillance mission? The words made her tingle in a good way. For ninja that were trained as she had been, surveillance was the bread and butter of their jobs. But in unpaid missions when I'm supposed to be recovering? Dismissing the doubt from her face, Enko nodded, accepting the mission without hesitation as she realized that, compared to what he could have done, she was getting away relatively lightly. I accept, Hokage-sama. What will the mission entail? As though the words had been a banishing jutsu, the wrath seemed to desert the Hokage, deflating him to leave a weary old man in the throne that had once held a mortal god. Looking at the figure before her, Anko felt a fleeting sympathy for her boss as she saw the lines of age and worry creasing his once handsome face. Running a village, especially a village full of ninja, was not an easy job by any stretch of the imagination, and despite his earlier experience in the role, Sarutobi was far past his prime. There was just no one else to take the reins of leadership at the moment. The younger generation had yet to step up, and me acting like a prat has probably not helped his estimation of us. Once more cursing her own stupidity, Anko listened inattentively as he massaged his head with one hand. As you probably know, Naruto-kun looks upon me as something like a grandfather. Kami alone knows why. I've done little enough to deserve such praise, with the council trying to bind my hands with red tape every chance they have regarding him. I do not see the boy nearly often enough to have an accurate picture of his life. Even now, with him running free in the training fields and learning to be a ninja, an idea he came up with himself, I have no time to see him grow into the man who will one day be Hokage. Your mission, Anko, will be to be my eyes. While you're training him, observe his everyday activities and report back to me. Trying to wrap her head around this, the snake summoner was slightly relieved when she heard the Kage explain in more detail. What is his life like? How does he run his business? How do people treat him, both in Konoha and in the wild? Does he have friends, people that treat him well? Is there anything more I can do to help him? Sarutobi could go on no longer, and Anko for her part could bear to hear no more. Bowing once more, the Chunin stood tall and accepted her call of duty. Hi Hokage-sama, I understand and accept the mission. The old man, protector of his village, smiled sadly. I am grateful for your acceptance, Anko-chan, but I doubt you truly understand what I'm asking of you. I doubt you will until the mission begins. Naruto-kun is unique. In all my years of life, I have never seen and will never see another boy, or another ninja like him. He knows that for some reasons there have been stones flung in his path, but on his own he has seen ways around them, as a river can flow around mountains. As a maelstrom always finds its own way. He sat back in his chair, sighing deeply as the old regrets sprang up in his mind once more. The ghost of the Hokage who had surpassed him merely shaking his head at his own failings from within the Shinigami's stomach. But he needs hands to guide him on the path, Anko-chan, and my own hands are tied. It is through you and the others that help him now that I believe Naruto will either save or damn the Leaf Village. A tired smile crept across the man's face as he smoothed out his beard with a free hand, glancing up at the Chunin with a slight laugh. So no more jaunts into Training Ground 44, nay? Sensing the verbal beating was over for the moment, Anko echoed the smile with one of her own, though a couple of questions rose into her mind as she did so. Hi Hokage-sama. Looks like I'll be relocating to the village again for the time being. Any limits on what I should teach? Sarutobi considered this for a moment before speaking again, his tone measured and careful. I'd prefer no jutsu just yet, though I know he has accessed his chakra over the past 4 or so months. Certainly nothing forbidden, he said sternly, Anko ducking her head and nodding to show she understood. Apart from that, I'll leave it up to you, but do not push him, Anko. I have already altered the academy curriculum for this very reason, to allow any so-called prodigies to have a reasonable childhood rather than being rushed to the front lines. Hi Hokage-sama, I understand, the Chunin responded before asking the second question in her mind. Just out of interest, where does the little Gaki live anyway? She hastily explained herself as the Hokage looked up her with a quirked eyebrow. Hey, a tutor should know where her soon-to-be student lives, right? Reaching for a blank piece of parchment, the village leader began scribbling something down before looking up at her again. A teacher-student issue. And there is me thinking you were just interested in seeing your latest boyfriend again, Anko-chan, as the woman froze, hand halfway towards the paper he was holding out towards her. Sarutobi couldn't resist getting in one last dig. And there was me thinking it would be some rugged Junin who'd trap your wild heart, Mitarashi. I never took you to be the maternal type. Hentai. Snatching the paper, Anko, by now crimson in the face, sprang away from his desk and bowed curtly one last time. By your leave, Hokage-sama. I have my effects to pick up from the mission desk. Not quite trusting his voice, yet the wrinkled man merely nodded and dismissed her with his hand, the Chunin whirling on her heel and storming away, leaving nothing in her wake save the crash of his office door. XXX. The morning of her day had found her first at the hospital, then in the Hokage's office. The afternoon saw Mitarashi Anko propping up the end of a low-key bar somewhere in the south side of Konoha, a small plate of dango her only companion as she mulled over the events so far. Well, she tipped back another measure of her fruit juice, not wanting to run the risk of an alcoholic bender burning a hole in both the reduced mission payment she'd picked up from the shinobi office and her newly restored common sense. Considering I started out the day looking down the barrel of a death sentence, I'd say it went fairly well as a whole. Of course it was at this point that the steel-shod heel of karma once more descended to crush her hopes of a quiet time to lick her wounds. As a couple of chakra signatures hove into view at the edges of her range, it was all Anko could do to suppress the urge to groan, though she did bury her face in her arms as the bar door opened. There she is, over there with her face down on the bar. Cammy, already, though she could tell the muffled voices were only doing this to wind her up. The sad thing was that it was working. Her nails were already all but gouging groove in the lacquered surface of the serving bar. That has got to be a new record. Not even 3 and she'd already palmed out her great tree. Nah, the record was when she went hair of the dog and tried to do a D rank under the influence. It worked, in a way. That Inuzuka kennel was never cleaner, though that might have been because she kept taking all the tools and cleaning stuff into the same one over and over. Ouch, double vision or. The voices suddenly shut up as Anko's temper, already sorely strained, finally snapped and a pair of shuriken were launched at the pair of teasers. Anko's face not even rising off the bar as it did so. Leave me alone to fester in peace, Anko demanded, her voice muffled through her arms, though she already knew she wasn't going to be that lucky. Sure enough, she almost found herself launched off her bar stool as a sudden pain jabbed into her left buttock. Whipping around with a snarl on her face, she found herself confronted by the smirking face of Genma, already flipping another senbon from his equipment pouch into his mouth. Give me one good reason I shouldn't stick that senbon right up your. Because seeing the Hokage twice in a day would be a record even for you. Right on cue, Genma's ever-present shadow and former Genin teammate Rado flopped into the seat beside her, casually sipping a measure of her drink while Anko was mentally reciting reasons not to violently do away with the pair of them just to keep her temper at plain boiling point. So, how did it go? What did the big boss say at the end of it all? Something along the lines of, "You stupid kunoichi, don't do it again." That all? Genma tapped his senbon against his teeth for a minute while Rado made their order. Man, did you ever get off light? Anko rolled her neck enough to see the other chunin from her corner of her eye, lips twisted into a wry, sardonic smile. I've edited the swearing out of a 15-minute ass chewing. Both Rado and Genma winced. Ouch, well, every Sarutobi's always had a decent pair of lungs on them if you rile them up enough. Decent pair of fists too, now I think about it. I reckon I've still got the bruises from when I called Asuma-san monkey boy once too often, Rado commented breezily, glugging down half his beverage the second it landed on the bar. So, what else happened? Idly tracing her finger to make patterns in the condensation on the bar, Anko tried and failed to hide the worried look on her face. Well, I got a real tongue lashing by the Hokage, slap with training the aggrieved party for a few weeks throughout my recuperation period, and very large hole blown in my budget until I can go on missions again. She sighed, the despair that had threatened to consume her earlier rising up once more. So for the next few weeks I'm going to be living off scraps and charity. Any chance I could? No, both chunin answered together, vehemently denying her unspoken request in a manner that made sure no amount of threats, pouting, violence or promised sexual favors was going to make them change their minds. We've seen what happens when you move into a place, Anko-chan. No offense, but I like being able to see the floor occasionally and all the condiments where they are rather than chopped up for kindling. With a huff she turned back to her drink, draining the last of her glass. So, she banged the empty on the bar again. What do you say I should do then, geniuses? My apartment lease ran out while I was away. I've not got a place to crash, and with Sarutobi taking a quarter of everything I've ever owned because I made a screw up yesterday, I've got a toss up between the Nara deer enclosure and a spare Inuzuka kennel unless I can get someone to put me up for at least some of the time I'm off missions. A very quiet atmosphere settled on the bar for a moment though, by either feminine intuition or just having known the other two chunin for as long as she had. Anko knew what was coming and made preparations for it. You know, you could always move in WI. Whatever Genma had been about to say, and Anko would have laid better than even odds that she knew exactly what was on his mind, went unsaid as the chunin froze from the kiss of cold steel laying against his neck, Anko drawing and placing the weapon in less time than it took the average village to blink. Point of order, the snake mistress declared, twisting the knife figuratively as well as literally and making Rado cringe almost as much as Genma was. From now on, if the word shada or any variant thereof leaves your lips in the foreseeable future, they will be quickly driven back in by my fists. Are we clear? Not trusting himself to speak, Genma simply nodded while his friend put his hands up in mock surrender. Luckily the measure enough to diffuse the bunny boiler's temper as she slowly removed the kunai after pricking through the first layer of skin and no more. Okay, we got it, you crazy snake lady, he assured her, inwardly grateful that she did nothing more than reholster her kunai and smirk. Geez, you come up with one idea and you just get your butt busted for it. Be grateful, Genma-kun. It could have been your balls, Rado supplied helpfully before a sudden thought struck him and he seemed to chuckle. Now I'm really jealous of Uzumaki. Not only does he have a super hot sensei, he also doesn't have any balls worth her busting yet. Right, that's it. Enko threw herself to her feet and cracked her knuckles as both other Chunin dived for cover. I don't care what Sarutobi-sama said. You two are both dead men the second I get em. To the cowering forms of Enko's former aggressors it was as thought a ray of sunlight slowly began illuminating her face, the rage dissipating to be replaced with wonder as she slowly began to smile and her eyes took on a faraway look. Wait, she breathed, lowering her fist as she continued to talk to herself. Wait. Yes, I can do that. I'm a sensei now and it's my job, no more than that, my duty to make sure my student is properly kitted out and provisioned. Oh yes. She broke off her monologue to suddenly laugh and leap into the air. Problem solved. Free rent and a pit to crash in for the night. This is just too perfect. Wait for me, Gaki. As though someone had ignited a fuse underneath her, Enko shot off towards the exit of the bar, the doors swinging shut behind her as she rocketed through them and into the street, still cackling and spouting half-formed gibberish that no doubt convinced anyone close enough to listen that the purple-haired Kunoichi really was insane. As silence settled over the bar like a funeral shroud, Rado and Genma both picked themselves up and looked at each other, a kind of detached unease filling their minds as they immediately began bouncing nonverbal ideas off each other before voicing their conclusions. I think the Leaf Village now knows Mitarashi Enko's back in town. I think we've created a monster. I think that if the Sandame's appointing Enko to teach people, I want some of what's in his pipe. I think Uzumaki Naruto's going to wish that bear had eaten him once the snake hits his pad. I think we need to drink more. I agree. XXX. Slowly but it was coming. The idea he'd had the previous day was actually working, though it seemed to be harder on stone than wood for some reason. Having been discharged in the early afternoon with a warning not to get up to anything too strenuous, Naruto had returned home, brushed the taste of the awful hospital food out of his mouth with the aid of copious amounts of toothpaste and boiled up half a dozen cups of instant ramen to celebrate his victory the previous night and the fact he had his first real sensei. After eating, though, he'd been suddenly afflicted by that bane of all young children, boredom. He wasn't sure if running across town to the Hasawadas would class as exercise, so thought he'd better not risk it, instead deciding he'd go tomorrow and spend the rest of the day in his apartment working on his chakra control and his kamawari. He'd already done well without having to say the name of the jutsu. Now all he had to do was lose the seals from his technique to get it flawless. Smokeless he'd work on later, as in the field the smoke could be a big help to distract an enemy ninja. Still, I'll work on that later. Blinking sweat out of his eyes, he flexed his cramping fingers up another inch or two of the smooth wall, edging ever nearer to the ceiling just as he had the tree branch he'd made it to yesterday. Right now I've got about another foot to go. Unfortunately for his endeavors, his concentration was jarred by a sudden knock at the door and, distracted just as he had been the last time he'd tried, the Jinchuriki slid down the wall ungracefully to land on his feet with a huff of disappointment, glaring up at his ceiling. Damn, I was that close as well. Still, he had a guest and it was more likely than not Gigi, so, not wanting to keep the old man waiting, he wiped the sweat off his face with the sleeve of his jumpsuit and headed for the front door, calling out as he heard the knock come again. Okay Gigi, keep your shirt on. Reaching up to unlock the door, the blonde pulled on the handle, still talking. Sorry, I haven't been to. It was at that point he looked up to see his visitor and in a split second took in the large number of scrolls she seemed to have tucked under her arms. Hello again, Gaki. Enko's voice was like toxic honey as she came to attention as much as she was able to with all her worldly possessions sealed into the scrolls she was carrying. Sensei Enko reporting for duty. Any chance of a bed for the night? It was at this point that the Naruto operating system finally managed to reconnect the motion sensors to the motor functions, and he was able to react as most people would when presented with the snake mistress offering herself as a would-be house guest. With a scream of fright, Naruto slammed the door shut and threw himself against it, trying desperately to keep the terror from advancing further than the doorstep. It's only a dream. Just a bad dream. I'm going to wake up back in the hospital any second. Aw, come on Gaki, it's not a dream. It's a nightmare. As more sweat started to trickle down the boy's brow, he forced himself to stand resolute against the voice now filtering through the wood of the door. I know we got off on the wrong foot, but I'm not all bad once you get to know me. No, you are not staying here, Naruto assured her loudly, planting his feet so deeply on the floor they made grooves in the carpet. I'm grateful teachin' and all, but dear's only one bed in here. Oh, that's okay. As an unfortunately familiar purple-haired head poked around the lounge door, Naruto felt his mind boggle. Enko looking on unperturbed as she walked into the hallway and looked around appraising Ly. Not a bad little bachelor pad you got here Gaki, and you keep it in good nick. We'll go 1 week on the bed, 1 week on the couch, how's that sound? Naruto's response to this offer was to blink, then blink again before finally stepping back and with a trembling hand open the door again. Immediately after this he looked from the Enko in the hallway to the Enko on his doorstep and back again, eyes wide, blank and immediately looking for an explanation that only arrived when the Enko closest to him suddenly stuck out her tongue, winked, gave a victory sign and then exploded into a cloud of smoke. Bu. Seeing this left Naruto flabbergasted as he incoherently gabbled for an explanation. How? Kage Bushin Gaki. Kinjutsu that makes solid clones of the user but drinks chakra like I drink sake. The Chunin explained, leaning against the hallway and smiling. Useful little trick to have though. Great for spying and causing distractions so you can sneak in unnoticed. You came in through da window, Naruto said a second later, Enko raising her eyebrows. Smart little beggar. Bu, you can't stay here, it's... With a sigh Enko held up a hand to cut off the explanation before the kid could get any real steam behind it. I know what it is and it isn't brat. Believe me, I've been doing things like this since before you were born. Fact is I just had a very loud and mostly one-way conversation with your Gigi and because of that, she drew something out of one of the pockets of her trench coat, tossing the envelope over to Naruto who caught it with a free hand. This belongs to you. Putting the bulging envelope open, the Uzumaki's eyes widened at the sight of so much currency. Was this? 1/4 of my last mission pay, Enko explained breezily, trying to put a brave face on handing over so much cash to someone she considered an infant. Got fined for basically being an idiot, so it's yours now. Unfortunately, because of that I don't have all that much loose currency at the minute, so I kind of need a low rent place to crash for a few weeks. Then it came to me that hey, she shrugged. A wry smile on her lips as she looked at the would-be ninja again. I'm gonna be your sensei for a month or so. Surely my cute little student wouldn't want his teacher living out there on the cold streets, right? She was laying it on thick. She knew that. But damn it, this really was her last shot and it wasn't like she was taking advantage of him at all. She just didn't have that many options left. I dunno, Gigi might not be. He was weakening, and if there was one thing a snake loved it was a weakness. Without further thought Enko fell to her knees and clasped her hands in front of her, eyes huge and watery as she moved in for the kill. Please, the pout was the straw that broke the camel's back. I'll help cook and clean and with all the chores. Just don't make me go out there again. I'm scared of the dark. There was a snort of disbelieving laughter from the mouse before, to her delight, he threw up his hands and relented. Okay, you can stay. Yay. Enko jumped to her feet and before Naruto knew where he was she'd picked him up like he weighed nothing and was attempting to squeeze him to death. Oh, this is going to be so much fun, Rumi. We can stay up late, have massive parties and get up when we feel like it. There was a muffled squeak for her shoulder that might have been a despairing, no parties. But she chose to ignore it, instead setting Naruto back on his feet, the boy a little dizzy from being hugged so hard as Enko looked around. So, her nose had already located the kitchen, but just out of politeness she asked the question anyway. Where's the food in this place? Down dear, on the left, Naruto explained without thinking. Bathrooms on the right. Enko smiled and licked her lips. Sounds like a plan to me. I'm starving, haven't had anything to eat since breakfast. And, I haven't been shopping yet, Naruto called out, deadening her progress before it really got going, explaining awkwardly as she looked over her shoulder at him. I usually go today cuz Oda hospital say and take it easy I didn't go, till later. You mean you won't go until later, Enko corrected, Naruto furrowing his brow before nodding as he realized she was right. Okay, fine. I need to sort out a few things as well, so if you go shopping I'll deal with a few admin issues before I meet you in town. Sound like a plan? Naruto looked her up and down for a moment before, eventually, nodding his agreement. Okay den, sounds okay to me. You know where Tichiraku ramen stand is? I can find it, Enko assured him before heading back towards the living room window again. Okay Gaki, I'm out of here. My name is Naruto. And when I think you're worth me calling you by your name I'll use it, Enko assured him in a tone that made it sound like she was doing him a favor. Anyway, I'm out of here. I'll see you at that ramen place in a few hours. Okay, Naruto waited until he heard the window open and shut, knowing Enko like most ninja would be able to walk on walls just as he was learning to do before retreating to his room and hiding the money he'd been given as he usually did, then looked around his room before folding up a few notes into his jumpsuit pocket and heading outside. XXX. The second she heard the front door slam she didn't hesitate. The lounge window she'd first come in through had no latch and therefore it was child's play to open the window and climb through it, starting her mission. Well, it's not much. The Chunin looked around the sitting room casually, a single glance telling her everything she needed to know. But it's his home, and he looks after it better than most kids his age would. Moving through the small apartment quickly but carefully, Enko checked around the kitchen, seeing what food her latest surveillance mark had access to. The cupboards were relatively bare, but she tallied that to the idea that he was going shopping, and there looked to be at least enough for a few more days in any case. The bathroom was well maintained but old, just like the rest of the apartment, and overall, she decided, Naruto lived in a sound but far from perfect apartment for a child his age. He survived though. Something like admiration lit the corner of her mind as she opened the door to his bedroom, glancing around the darkened room quickly as she immediately homed on where he'd been, prying up a loose floorboard under the bed and dipping her hand inside. Come to mama. Truth be told, it wasn't a bad attempt for a kid at hiding things, but it was never going to fool even a rookie genin. Looking around at her discoveries after memorizing where they all were by touch, the snake mistress idly flipped through what she'd found. Okay, my envelope with about what? A quarter of what should be in it. Enko had seen the Gaki only take about 500 ryo with him and could do the maths from there. So I assume he's got other little hidey holes in this place, smart kid. Apart from that, a few old photos. Hey, he does look kinda cute with that Hokage hat on. Just for a minute she allowed herself a softer smile than anyone ever saw, the expression tempted out of her by the sight of a younger Naruto with the Hokage's hat on his head, standing in front of the Sandame's desk and trying to keep the ornate headpiece from flopping down over his eyes, and a frog purse with, Holy Kami. Seeing the inside of the bulgingly round amphibian wallet made Enko's jaw drop. There's gotta be 10, maybe even 15,000 ryo here. He's spent hardly anything. Having grown up on a stipend herself as a youngster, Enko was well aware that the amount of money handed out by the state was very low. Only by living hand to mouth could Naruto have saved so much money. The idea made Enko think a little more deeply and, acting on a sudden hunch, she swiftly clipped the wallet shut, replaced everything as she'd found it and left the apartment the same way she'd entered, making sure to shut the window behind her. XXX. The only thing that kept many of the villagers of the Hidden Leaf Village alive that day was the fact that she was already skating on thin ice with the Hokage. And even that, on one or two occasions, was only just enough. Bastards, bastards, bastards. Silently seething as she watched the little orange speck beneath her try to sneak through the main streets, and not doing all that bad a job of it, truth be told, Enko had put the pieces together some few minutes later, why Naruto was moving the way he did and seemed to be having such success. He was actually quite sneaky and used the shadows well. Even she would give the little devil his due after all. But surely someone should have spotted him and the hideous orange thing he wore by now. By ironic chance, it was only when he actually made a mistake and almost tripped someone over that she realized what was going wrong, feeling rage erupt in her chest as she watched the man and woman the Jinchuriki had collided with just walk away, not even looking down, Naruto's words left behind unheeded in their wake. No one was spotting Naruto because no one wanted to see him. He was being ignored, completely and utterly cut adrift from the society he was inadvertently protecting. The Sandame's decree was binding people's hands and tongues, but it couldn't bind their minds. They hated the reminder of the Kyuubi, so they chose to believe it didn't exist, purposefully not seeing it save to sneer, mutter an unheard curse or spit in the Jinchuriki's shadow. Enko's knuckles were white on the handle of a pair of kunai, about ready to pick up where the Kyuubi had left off as she watched Naruto dart to the side to avoid a suddenly accelerating merchant's cart. How the hell is he still sane? I got some of this. Hell, I still do to a lesser extent, but this is wrong. How can anyone ignore a 6-year-old child to this extent? The question swirled in her mind as she saw a darker side to her home village. The place that was held up as jewel of fire country starting to show a crack in its flawlessness. Ducking behind a high roof to calm her breathing, the snake summoner tried to remain calm and focused on the mission objective. She could not, much as she would like to, educate these idiots as long as they breached no laws, and despite being bigoted and condescendingly arrogant, not many citizens of a ninja village were stupid. Despite herself, Anko could feel herself starting to lose her cool. Too much more of this and she was going to snap like a dry rice cracker. Unless things started to pick up dramatically, Anko decided, there would be blood on the streets of Konoha by sundown. XXX. Fortunately for Enko's peace of mind, it seemed Naruto did have some friends where it counted. Though she wasn't able to observe him too closely without giving the game away, from what she could see it seemed the stores he frequented were giving him a fair deal. Swiftly creating a shadow clone to keep an eye on her charge, Anko hanged into a civilian woman and entered the store he'd just come out of with a few shopping bags now in tow, and looked around, seeing with a curl to her lips that several of the civilians who'd been shopping at the same time now studiously avoiding where Naruto had been, as though fearing contamination. Well, the customers don't like him, but they can all rot for all I care. Why don't? That question was answered by the sudden appearance of the cashiers, drawing her attention to the declaration above the staff area of the shop. So, owned by the Akamichi. Yeah, that explains a lot. Though the large boned clan historically produced relatively few serving ninja, they made up for this in their contributions to Konoha's economy, owning and renting out a large number of premises to shopkeepers and stallholders, some of whom appeared to have been briefed by someone in the clan about a fair service policy for the resident Jinchuriki. Making a note to report this to the Sandame and hopefully get the Akamichi to back Naruto up a little more, Anko decided to make an appearance before he ventured into a nearby weapon shop. Hey Gaki, as the woman dropped soundlessly beside him, the child shot into the air like a scalded cat. Don't do that, Naruto commanded, folding his arms as Anko stood up and smirked. Aw, kids these days. So cute when they're angry. You coulda given me a heart attack or something. Nah, if I'd wanted to do that you'd already be pole-axed on your back with froth bubbling out your mouth, Anko assured him, ruffling his hair and looking into the store. Anyway, I owe you for the gear that got broke yesterday, so let's get in here and go nuts. You mean it? The doubt in his voice made Anko curse the dumb sheep of her village who believed this biting puppy was the lethal fox who had nearly hunted them all down some 6 years ago, but for Naruto's sake she slapped on her breeziest grin and pointed towards the store door. Yeah, I mean it. Wouldn't be here if I didn't. So, let's go and then get something to eat. I'd kill for a skewer or 3 of dango. Nah, Naruto waved a hand dismissively, Anko all but choking in disbelief at such a casual dismissal of her favorite comfort food. Ramen's way better in dango. Forcing down a very deep breath, Anko reminded herself of the facts. Forgive him, Dango-kun, he knows not what he says. Gaki, ramen is a soup of pasta stings and whatever else the chef spat into it that day. There is no way you can compare it to the miracle that is dango. To her surprise, Naruto stood up and glared up at her directly. Dango is just dumplings smothered in sticky bean paste. Kurenai-san always says it's really fattening and you shouldn't eat too much. Fattening? Such slander was almost heresy, and immediately Anko made to defend what was sacrosanct to her. You listen to me, Gaki. If a food's fattening, it's a reminder to work out harder. All ramen ever does is make you desperate for a piss every 10 minutes. Don't diss the ramen, Naruto threatened, not backing down an inch as Anko bent her nearly crimson face to his upturned one. It's Takami of foods, not like dango, which is just sticky, bland and tasteless. Anko went puce and her fist trembled. He's my mark. He's my mark. He's my mark. I can't kill the mark or the Sandane will kill me. Why, you little. Ahem. The sound of a throat being cleared brought both heads turning, the sight of a squat but thick-set man in the doorway of the shop bringing them both up short as Maruta looked down at one of his favorite customers. Not that I have any say in this lover's tiff, but could you not have a dust-up in my shop doorway? And I have to say, Enko-san, the Chunin's face heated up slightly as the man she vaguely remembered as being a ninja once shot her a saucy smile. Isn't Naruto-kun a little young for you? One more joke, just one more and I won't be held responsible for the consequences, she threatened to the world in general before standing tall and facing the man head-on. Anyway, we're here 'cause of an accident on the training grounds yesterday and the Gaki lost his rucksack and assorted gear. Maruta's face fell and, surprisingly to Enko, immediately looked down to where Naruto was now shuffling his feet and scrutinizing the floor. Ruto-kun, are you alright? What happened? My fault, Enko admitted shamefacedly. Good. Glad to see the kid has at least a few friends in this swill hole. We were doing some dodging practice and I spat a fireball at him. He got out the way but I didn't realize he was standing right in front of his rucksack. By the time I had a Sweden ready it was a bit too late to save. So, here we are on a mission to replace what was lost. Gaki, she clapped him on the back, making Naruto stumbled forwards a pace. Go nuts. He didn't need telling twice. Darting into the shop as Maruta stepped aside for him, his jumpsuit was soon lost within the aisles. Enko letting him go as she stepped into the place after him, looking around and seeing the wares on offer. Not bad, not too bad at all. Okay, Ruto-kun, got a few new backpacks you could use and the tear-proof sacks never go out of fashion. Got hundreds of them, Maruta explained, looking under the counter. Sorry but Panda-chan's away with her mother for the day over at an aunt's. Don't worry though, you'll see her on Wednesday. Thank you, the disembodied voice floated back from somewhere amongst the aisles. Just need a few things to trade with. I'll handle that, Enko shouted back, turning to the store owner and pointing to a few items on the shelves. Just give 2 of each of the beginner sets and 1 of the intermediates for all the basic kit. Hell, because he's done me a favor, give him 1 top-class set for Shuriken and Kunai. That should be enough to start him off. Maruta let out a low whistle as he began reaching onto the shelves. Must have been a hell of a favor. You have no idea, Enko assured him before looking around. Good, no one around. So, how did the little brat get to dip his toe in the tranquil stream of your life? The response to this question was an ear-splitting crash. Seemingly incensed, Maruta had slammed her requested items onto the counter and was now glaring at her directly. I've been retired a few years now, girl, but don't test me, he growled in a low voice. If I had my way and more money and space there would be no Uzumakis in Konoha. That boy would be a Hasawada and a little brother to my Tenten-chan. And I'll send anyone who disagrees or calls me a fool, or worse than that insults Naruto-kun when I can hear them, to make their excuses to Kami personally. Enko's eyes flickered from the weaponsmith, to the discarded weapons and back to his face again before, to his consternation, she sighed with relief. Finally, she breathed before tucking a stand of hair back into place. 10 minutes I've been following him and you're the first one who's had a good word, in fact even any word, to say about him. More fool them, he assured her, pointing at where Naruto now had his back to them as he held up a pair of sacks, examining them each in turn before shaking his head and putting the larger of the 2 back where he'd found it. I'll admit I was scared first time Sandame-sama introduced us, but since then he's been as much of our family as I am. He knew Tenten-chan, Panda-heim as he calls her. Enko smirked at the nickname before listening attentively again. From the orphanage, and they got on well there. When he realized she lived here, I don't think a herd of Nara deer would be able to drag him away. Ah, kitty love is so cute, Enko exclaimed with her hands clasped together by the side of her head and hearts in her eyes. Maruta, however, didn't seem inclined to agree with her mirth. Maybe, but it's not love. It's just who Ruto-chan is. Kishikoi said it right. That boy would walk into hell for the people he cares about. If you're smart, you'll do yourself a favor and get added onto that list. I'm just grateful he thinks we, and the Ichirakus come to that, are worth the effort. What he lacks in tact and delicacy he makes up for by putting the effort in every time. I've had more scrap off him than the Genin Konoha employs to scour the training grounds. No kidding, and the plot thickens then. Enko mentally quoted from a book Ibiki was fond of. Detective thrillers always been a big part of his library. Well, I picked an interesting one this time and no doubt about it, and I know where to go next as well. Well, that's all well and good, but as of now he's a pain in my neck and I'm in a rush to get back to doing other things and other people. Gaki. Naruto's head jerked up at her shout, making him look more like his nickname than ever before. If we're not out of here in the next 5 minutes, that trip to your ramen shack is well and truly off the cards. XXX. Okay, I'll admit it. Looking at the stack of empties occupying Naruto's left side, Enko had to give the little devil his due. You really love your ramen. Was not to love? Naruto quipped back after swallowing his latest mouthful before tipping the bowl back to drain the last of the broth from it. Tuchi Gigi's best cook in the world and Ayame-chan's the best waitress. The girl over the other side of the counter flushed a light rose, but, unusually, Enko declined to make a comment, instead looking over at Naruto with a calculating eye, half of her forthcoming plan already made up in her mind but still not quite having enough to go on. Recognizing her scrutiny, Naruto looked up just as she began to speak, avoiding the bowl that had once held her moderate order as she put her elbow on the table. Right. Be that as it may, Gaki, I've been thinking. On pain of an ass-kicking from Yugo-chan and your Gigi, I'm training you for a month or so. Now I've got an idea of what to teach you, but she held up a hand as Naruto looked set to go ballistic with happiness from the news. I'm still not sure exactly what you already know. So here's the deal, she overrode him before he could start listing his skills. A process she was sure would be long and tedious as well as wildly inaccurate. For the next week while I'm at your place, all I'll be doing is following you around while you do your work. Just pretend I'm not there while I shadow you. In fact, use it as a learning experience. I'll try hiding as the week goes on to see if I can improve your detection skills. Sound okay? Naruto appeared to mull this over for a minute before nodding in agreement. Okay, sounds fair enough, he commented before looking across the bar, finished Ayame-chan. Here, as she watched her hard-earned cash disappear into the front pocket of the waitress's apron, it was all Enko could do to keep from burying her head in her arms and bawling her eyes out on the top of the counter. My baby, my beautiful, precious sake fund. Gone to feed some brats bottomless pit. Keep change, you and Gigi can pay off my tab weird. The girl smiled and patted the smaller boy on the cheek, apparently not noticing the chunin by the side of him undergoing a small mental breakdown. You know, Naruto-chan, if everyone was as honest as you were, the future of this place would never be in doubt, she told him, making the boy's cheeks glow with pride before he suddenly glanced up, concerned at the note of worry in her voice. Are you sure your friend's okay, Naruto-chan? Looking behind him and seeing Enko hunched into a ball of misery on her seat, a blonde eyebrow quirked up before its owner dismissed it as some kind of kunoichi thing. She'll be fine. Just had a long day, he assured her before raising his voice. Need a hand in the back, Gigi? There was a pause before Tuchi's answer floated back over the sound of sizzling pans and frying ramen ingredients. No, Ruto-kun. Got a good handle on it today. How are the maths problems going? Not too bad. Had to get Gigi to help me with a few of them. Gigi. Oh, he must call both Sandame Sama and the owner of this shack that. Mystery solved. Enko settled herself down to listen in. He didn't mind, said it made a break from the paperwork. Well, he slid off his seat and stood up, Enko mirroring the action as she sought to get away from this place that had snaffled her priceless money from right under her helpless nose. Gotta go, fourth day. Be back next week, Ayame-chan. The ramen girl smiled, wiping down the bar where he'd been sat with one hand and picking up his stack of empty bowls with the other. Take care, Ruto-chan. And if anyone's giving you a hard time out there, just let me know. She waved the dishcloth threateningly. It would be scary look on her face as she made the damp rag crack like a whip. Nothing beats ramen fu, and I am a master, surpassed only by Grandmaster Tuchi Gigi himself. Giggling as he made his last farewells, Naruto bowed in thanks before he left the place, Enko on his heels as she responded with a short jerk of the head as she followed him onto the road, stretching up as she did so. Man, I could use an early night, and by the looks of things, movement to the side of her allowed her to catch her new charge, stifling a yawn with his hand. So could he. Don't know about you, but I'm beat, brat, the snake mistress admitted, looking back towards her temporary accommodation for the moment. Right now all I need is a shower, a nightcap, and a decent set of chiseled abs to lay my head upon for the night. Nightcap? Luckily Naruto hadn't heard the latter part of the sentence as he dodged out the way of someone who looked to be in a sudden hurry to be somewhere else. You can borrow mine if you want to. Praise Kami for the innocence of children. Wrong kind of nightcap, kid, Enko assured him before looking around. Anyway, shall we head back? Yeah, got what I need, Naruto assured her, patting his new rucksack and the foodstuffs it now contained as he'd put all his shopping into it as soon as he was able to go back to work tomorrow. Enko chuckled softly at that, a small part of her mind vindictively pleased by the sudden glances the two of them were getting from the population as they walked in tandem. Yeah, the demon brat and the snake bitch. Bet you're not ignoring either of us now. I eagerly await the day you start earning your own money, she told the short form beside her, a slightly sour smile on her lips as she once again saw her paycheck vanish into a place that, heresy of heresies, didn't sell dango. Then you can pay for your own damn ramen. To her surprise, Naruto didn't shoot back a comment of some kind. From what little she'd seen of him so far, the kid appeared quick-witted and relatively sharp. A big plus in her book as no ninja she knew of. Except perhaps Ebisu, but he was just a freak of nature anyway. A freak of nature that got Kurenai-chan to go out with him though. Ever went through service without greasing the wheels of their desperate, monotonous lives with smatters of ribald banter and the blood of their enemies. Instead he tapped the tips of his fingers together for a few seconds before looking up to regard her with a calculating glance. Yeah, about that, he began, Enko for once paying him her complete attention as it was her cash on the line. I was thinking I'm never gonna use all the cash you gave me. So here's da plan. For this month we'll live off of dat money. Then at the end of that you can have back what we haven't spent. Gigi won't get mad that way. You did pay me what I needed fourth month after all. It took quite a lot to stun Mitarashi Enko, even for a few seconds, but Naruto's offer managed it as her lilac eyes widened, the words tumbling over each other in her mind. My money, giving my money back to me. Kid, her tone was almost odd. For a split second she had to wrestle down a sudden insane desire to glomp the kid and squeeze him half to death, but instead she settled for wrapping one arm around his neck while rubbing the knuckles of her free hand through his thick hair. The mouse's yells of discomfort music to her ears as she finished, a wicked humor in her lilting tone. This sounds like the start of a beautiful friendship.